Government of India, Shri Jayant Chaudhary ji. Please welcome us with a round of applause. Would we also have Dr. Vikramjit Sawhney, Honorable Member, Rajya Sabha Vice Chairman, Central Apprenticeship Council and Chairperson, Sun Foundation. Mr. Bijay Sahu, Chair, FICCI Skill Development Committee and Group President, Strategic HR, Chairman's Office, Reliance Industries Limited. Ms. Madhu Srivastav, Co-Chair, FICCI Skill Development Committee and Group CHRO, Vedanta Resources. Mr. Manav Majumdar, Senior Advisor, FICCI, and Ms. Krishna Vilasani, Director, Corporate Affairs and Engagement, L'Oreal India Limited. Would request all the dignitaries to take seat on the dais, please. Good morning again and welcome to the 16th FICCI Global Skills Summit 2025 on the theme Empowering Youth, Energizing Economy, Building Future-Ready Workforce. Distinguished delegates, speakers, thought leaders, friends from media, good morning and welcome again. To formally start the session, I'd request our chairperson, FICCI Skill Development Committee, Mr. Bijay Sahu, to present a green certificate to our Honorable Minister. So this is a tradition that we've been conventionally following to plant trees in your name in one of the national parks of India. I would now request our co-chair, Ms. Madhu Srivastav, to present a green certificate to Dr. Vikramjit Sawhney. So we had a great deliberation yesterday. This is day 2 of the conference, and as FICCI, we've been working on critical areas of skilling, keeping a close eye on what the government and the regulatory body is working around. In fact, we had some very exciting sessions yesterday on global mobility. We had sessions around apprenticeship, entrepreneurship, and one of the important sessions and highlights of the yesterday discussion was around the infrastructure, development and skill education in skill ecosystem, which is the recently announced ITI, upgradation that government is trying to look at. So we had very intense discussions around it. We still have 3-4 sessions lined up. So to formally kickstart the session, I would request our Senior Advisor, FICCI, Mr. Manav Majumdar, to deliver his welcome remarks. So
thank you, Rajesh. Good morning, everyone. Sri Jayant Chaudhary, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India. Dr. Vikramjit Singh Sawhney, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Vice Chairman, Central Apprenticeship Council and Chairman, Sun Foundation. Office bearers of FICCI Skill Development Committee, Ms. Krishna Vilasani from L'Oreal India. On behalf of FICCI, I would like to welcome you all and all the distinguished esteemed participants to the day 2 of the Global Skills Summit. Honorable Minister, we are most thankful to you for kindly gracing the occasion. We are aware your time constraint and the pressure on time. So we will try to conclude the session and make you free by the timeline. Since I'm conscious of the time constraint, I'll be very brief. The distinguished delegates, this 2-day summit has covered, and even today it is going to cover, voices from various segments, subsectors of the industry, government, civil society, and all stakeholders. We have been deliberating on key themes, topics, including but not limited to industry-led skilling, international mobility, ITI modernization, entrepreneurship, technology-driven innovation, and digital areas. At FICCI, we believe that collaboration is our strongest catalyst. I sincerely hope this platform and the deliberations going to be held today and which we had yesterday will lead to and spark ambition, build resolve, and accelerate impact, which is most important. May all of us work towards a shared purpose to build a workforce that's not only future ready but also future leading. With these words, I'd like to welcome all the distinguished dignitaries and distinguished delegates once again. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Bijay Sahu, Chairperson, FICCI Skill Development Committee, to share his thoughts, please.
Namaskar, Honorable Minister Sri Jan Chaudhary ji. Welcome, sir. We are very happy you are amongst us. It's reassuring for us that Skill India continues to get very high commitment from government with all that you have done and have been doing. We are very proud of you and thank you, sir. Honorable Dr. Bikramjit Singh Sahani ji, MP Rajya Sabha. Sahani ji has always been inspiring us in FICCI. I remember last 14-15 years I have been associated with FICCI in the Skill Development Forum, and many times he has been a source of inspiration. Good that he is now the Vice Chancellor, Central Apprenticeship Council and Chairman Sun Foundation. Welcome, sir. Our FICCI Senior Advisor, Mr. Manav Mazumdar ji, he has always been with us, and our Madhu, my colleague, the co-chair of FICCI Skills Development Committee, Krishna Vilashini Madam, she has also been part of us, and with all Dr. Pankaj, Rajesh Pankaj, and all my colleagues from FICCI, we have been able to put this program together, sir. This is very aligned to the government priorities and initiatives where India is today and how India can move forward. We are in a critical juncture, sir. Today, when we are reading any newspaper headline of this country, our heart was filled with pride that what Prime Minister talked about, protect farmers, protect growers, and protect the fishermen, protect the ordinary in India. Sir, when we develop skills, we protect these people. Farmers need differentiated skills today. He needs technologies. Fisherman needs technologies. He needs skills. All growers, all manufacturers, everybody in India needs skills, sir. When this government started over a decade ago, the slogan from Prime Minister was Digital India, Make in India, and Skill India. From then, FICCI has been completely aligned to these initiatives, and in every forum, in every annual summit, we have always prioritized these issues and these areas and continuously contributed to the skill development, skill mission in this country. Sir, when we read today, all that is going around in the world and the way this very difficult situation you all are navigating in government, we are very aware from the corporate side and we completely support the government and we stay aligned in FICCI. Sir, when this tech things is happening, today people are talking about the tariff on the physical products. We all are not realizing, sir. Today 80 crores Indians, they use ChatGPT. And if you have to really truly use ChatGPT, you have to pay 2,000 rupees each of you to meaningfully use ChatGPT. And ChatGPT is nothing. It's just a platform. It is a model. India has, sir, the similar capability to build similar models, similar kind of tech platforms. So what happens today? These kind of money, now 10 million people pay 2,000 every month. So the money flows out, 2,000 crores. So like that,
the money in a hidden manner that flows out of this country. It's not that we don't have skills. It's just that when we are talking about infrastructure, now Honorable Minister, by navigating through the government, he has got for us 60,000 crores for ITI upgrade. We all had a very special discussion on ITI, sir, modernization, transformation. That is at the foundation level. How did it work about, sir, AI in India? And FICCI is ready to align with the government in terms of higher level of the skills and just not the base level of skills. So in our emerging technologies and the skills requirement, we covered that chapter, that topic. So now has been the AI, computer vision, IoT, robotics, 3D AI. Yesterday, Gemini released its 3D AI version that you can start kind of interacting with avatar kind of things. So with all these technologies, it's not that India doesn't have these capabilities in terms of talent and skills to do that. Sir, we all need to be committed to in terms of creating an ecosystem, and we from our side are fully committed, sir. Today, India has the largest refinery of the world because India committed to it. India has the largest telecom operator of the world, sir. Our telecom, people use telecom is bigger than many countries, multiple times many countries of this world. We are the largest consumers, sir, in this world. So consumption creates demand, and the demand creates the economic activity, and we can supply to our own people enough and more. So it's a situation. The whole country is with you, sir, with government. FICCI is with you. All the young people of this country are with you. So this is the time to come together, and with your leadership in skill development, we want to work in FICCI, and all the people here, they come from the skill ecosystem from all over the country, and we all are committed, sir, for Skill India, Make in India, Digital India, and also, if required, Consume in India, and take this country ahead, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sahu. Thank you for reassuring FICCI's commitment in working with government to take the skill development reform to the next level. I would now request Dr. Vikramjit Sawhney, Honorable MP Rajya Sabha and Vice Chair, National Apprenticeship Council and Chairperson, Sun Foundation, to deliver his special address, sir.
Most respected, the Honorable Minister, Shri Jayant Chaudhary ji, for Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Minister of State for Education, Mr. Bijay Sahu, Chair FICCI Skills Committee and heading the Strategic HR of Reliance Industries, Ma'am Madhu Srivastava, Co-Chair FICCI Skills Committee and Group CHRO Vedanta Resources, Ms. Krishna Vilasani, and my friend Manav Majumdar and Ma'am Deepa. I think today, this morning, we have gathered here for the theme of this 2 days conclave is empowering youth, energizing economy. But how we energize the economy? That is building future-ready workforce. Building future-ready workforce, like Mr. Sahu was saying. And I'm happy that we have a young, dynamic minister. In my career I'm a FICCIan and involved in skills even before the Ministry of Skill Development was conceptualized, because we had 52 odd skill centers in the rural areas of Punjab and Haryana. But Honorable Minister, I must say, he has brought out, because recently, a few days back, we had a World Skills Day. I must acknowledge that when we were students, or most of we were studying, कभी ITIs का आपने सुना था नाम? मैं भी पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ा हूँ, साहू साहब भी पढ़े हुए हैं. वो ITI होता था, पता नहीं कौन जा रहे हैं, मतलब इट वाज आउट ऑफ साइट. अब वही ITIs को स्किल गैप को खत्म करने के लिए इंडस्ट्री इज फेसिंग स्किल शॉर्टेज. ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर इज द फर्स्ट मिनिस्टर 60,000 crore rupees allocated by cabinet on his recommendation for upgrading 1000 ITIs. क्योंकि हमें स्क्रू ड्राइवर टेक्नोलॉजी वाले बच्चे चाहिए. वी डोंट नीड MA, वी डोंट need BBAs or whatever, psychology or history. We need even not engineers. Everybody cannot become an engineer because of his merit or because of his economic means. You know, education is how much expensive. So we need these ITIs. So he is the person who is bringing a sea change, a 360-degree change, and inspired from him, a humble person like me, I have adopted 10 ITIs. And we were just discussing. And our flagship ITI, you should visit. Honorable Minister sent the former secretary and my dear friend Atul Tiwari, because both of us were together on the board of NSDC. I was there for 8 years. He sent his team to our modern ITI, the Center of Excellence in Ludhiana, which is mentored by me. We have put machinery like robotic welder, 3D printers, modern CNC machine, which is like unthought. We renovated the whole thing. So I will call the industry, Sahuji and Vedanta and everybody, all the industries here, that there is a scheme of PPP model. Each industry member of the FICCI must adopt, and because government is doing its job, we must have PPP model, because it is not question of money only. It is basically mentorship of that. Government can give money, but some industry has to mentor that ITI. I phone them every day. We have cameras, we have staff, so and we are adding up the teaching faculty. So and then giving them the jobs. Second major thing is the revamp of this PMKY, PMKK. You must be aware of these schemes. We say 14 lakh youth have been trained, but it is the Honorable Minister who said in the meetings that कि employable हम बच्चों को बना रहे हैं, पर ये क्या काफी है? हम बच्चों को employable बनाना काफी नहीं है. मिस्टर जयंत चौधरी ने सख्त शब्दों में कहा, we have to make them employed, we have to give them jobs. Employable बनाया ठीक है, वहां इंडस्ट्री की फिर जरूरत है. We have the industry academia, industry, that link अभी मैडम दीपा से बात हो रही थी, it is missing. We are not able to unleash the potential with the industry connect. We have skilled workforce, the industry is facing skill shortage. Some sort of the ecosystem has to merge, like FICCI can become a Ola or Ubers of this industry. Employable, what are the job opportunities among the members? Some sort of dynamic portal can be created. Third thing, which I was very much impressed, I was not aware, skill impact bonds. 110 crore the Honorable Minister and Ministry under his guidance have been able to raise for the innovative financing. We know the startups, but they have tapped into resources of Dubai Cares, British High Commission, HSBC, JSW, and this is aimed at supporting 2 lakh youth, especially women and rural people. This is a great thing. Then artisan and upskilling and showcasing talent. They have come out with a scheme of RPL. We have in India, like in Punjab, people are making fulkari. In Varanasi, somebody is making silk sarees. There is a lot of paper mache in Jammu and Kashmir. Thousands of artisans are there. What they require is little bit of polishing, little bit of grooming, and providing them linkage to the markets, which is missing. Everybody cannot go on Amazon. So the ministry is providing the artisan upskilling. That day, on World Skilling Day, there were about 15-20 artisans from remotest district of Bihar. कोई artisan utensil बना रहा है, कोई कुछ, मतलब there is lot of talent, artisan work, furniture work, carving work, handicrafts. But it is this minister and ministry who have brought them into the skill fold and international skill mobility, because there's a lot of emphasis being given now on tying up with the international, because we all know after COVID, there is a skill deficit. There is a skill demand for nurses, for technicians, for AI, for anything in health sector. So that particular day, Honorable Minister signed MOU with the French ambassador. We have now, they have MOUs with France, Germany, UAE, Japan, and Australia. And over 2.5 lakh Indian workers are placed abroad through bona fide. No shoddy scheme of this, our northern India scrupulous agents. There is a legal thing. Ministry of Skill prepares, tie up with international skills. They are groomed, they are tied up, and then MEA gives a capsule program. The other thing which is relevant to FICCI is the apprenticeship, where Honorable Minister have given me the responsibility. तो अभी मैं दीपा मैम और साउद इनसे बात कर रहा था कि हमें कुछ बड़ा करना होगा. हमने अपने लेवल में पंजाब में सर 15th October को your ministry has given us date. We are putting up a national or Punjab regional, Punjab Haryana, Northern India regional apprenticeship. I have given targets to my people कि 10,000 students employable and all the industry associations of Punjab and Haryana are coming to our 25-acre campus of world-class skills center in Ludhiana. So this we are just doing and we will invite the honorable minister 15th October. तो मैंने दीपा जी से पूछा, उन्होंने कहा नहीं 200 यहाँ मानेसर में कर रहे हैं 5। मैंने कहा साहब मैं तो मुंह भी नहीं दिखा सकता मंत्री जी को, कम से कम 10,000 नहीं तो 5,000 का कोई प्लान लाइए। उन्होंने बोला कुछ एक्सपेंस है, मैं कहा आई विल अंडर राइट ऑल द एक्सपेंस। आप चलो मानेसर चलो, गुजरात चलो, वहाँ जहाँ जहाँ पुणे इंडस्ट्री इतनी है, हमें फिक्की के हजारों मेंबर्स हैं। आई एम देयर फॉर 22 decades as Sahu ji said. Mr. Madam Majumdar is there, Jyoti ji is not here today. We have thousands and thousands of members. I think 500-600 local chambers are our members, the federations. We have north, south. तो हमें क्योंकि government is supporting, so FICCI must come to forefront and we, FICCI means we all, you all, under the guidance of honorable minister. हमें साहब साहू जी 10,000 बच्चे को रिलायंस अकेला ही कर लेगा। वेदांता अग्रवाल जी से हमारे भाई हैं, दोस्त हैं, और लोरल बैठा है। कोई 10,000 बच्चों को मुश्किल नहीं है साहब। हमें कुछ भी कहते हैं ठान लीजिए तो फिर आन होती है। हौसलों से, पंखों से कुछ नहीं होता, हौसलों से उड़ान होती। तो ये हमें 10,000 बच्चों का अप्रेंटिसशिप का टारगेट अचीवेबल है, करना है 1 साल में। और कोई जो भी इसका मोडिस ऑपरेंडी है वो बहुत बड़े बड़े लोग हैं हमारे से, तो वो बालू जी मेरे दोस्त हैं, सब अपने हम कर लेंगे मिलके। दीपा जी आप प्लान बनाइए। और ये हमें सब पता है डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड टाइम क्योंकि कम है, 15 to 29 एज में 230 मिलियन लोग हैं, हमें सब पता है। यूथ, मैं अभी राज्यसभा के इंटर्नशिप को कल बोल रहा था, यूथ इज ए वॉल्केनो। अगर हम यूथ को संभालेंगे नहीं, ये जितनी प्रॉब्लम्स आप सुनते हैं पंजाब में, हरियाणा में, ABCD ड्रग्स हो गए, वाइसिस चले गए, बाहर जा रहे हैं, वहां से वापस आ रहे हैं 30-30 लाख, ये सब अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट से जुड़ी है। अब मिनिस्ट्री ने, हमने मिलके एग्री टेक कोर्सेज शुरू कर दिए, बिकॉज अवर यूथ इज नॉट गोइंग टूवर्ड एग्रीकल्चर। और सर तो चौधरी चरण सिंह जी से बड़ा एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट इस दुनिया में कोई नहीं हो सकता। तो अब एग्री में बच्चे नहीं जाना चाहते। मेरठ में, इधर हमारे तो नौनिहाल थे वहाँ, वो अब बच्चों को एग्रीकल्चर में करना है तो उनको हाइड्रोपोनिक चाहिए, फ्रूट वेजिटेबल कल्टीवेशन चाहिए, उनको एग्री प्रोसेसिंग चाहिए, उनको एग्री स्टोरेज, एग्री वैल्यू चेन हमें बनानी पड़ेगी। उससे देश का भी, किसानों का भी फायदा है कि फार्मर्स को आप मार्केट के साथ जोड़ रहे हैं। तो आई थिंक यूथ इज ए चैलेंज, बट लेट अस टुगेदर कन्वर्ट दिस यूथ एज रियल डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड। ये हमारे पास सोना है, खजाना है, इतना 16 से 25 साल, और अगर 15 से 35 में तो 65% ऑफ पॉपुलेशन है, किसी के पास इतना नहीं है। बट वी कैन नॉट अलाउ इट टू बिकम ए लाइबिलिटी, वी हैव टू कन्वर्ट इट इन ए डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड। थैंक यू, जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir, for those words that you kind of shared with the group. As FICCI, of course, we stand committed to promote the cause of apprenticeship in India. We would now move to the second segment of this session, which is the release of 2 knowledge reports that we developed with our knowledge partners. So we start off with the first report, which is FICCI FSR and ITI Grading Framework Report. So we request dignitaries to kind of release the report. Of course, this is a, and to do the release, we also request Mr. Akash Shetty, CEO Quest Alliance, and Ms. Rohini Kamath from Cisco to join us on the dais, please. This is a report that has a clear focus shift from inputs to outcomes, evaluating learner readiness, employability, and alignment with industry needs. Moving on, we would do the release of FICCI KPMG Next Gen Skills for a Global Workforce Report, and I request Mr. Debabrat Ghosh, Partner KPMG India, to join us, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to inviting someone whose leadership is shaping the national priorities and skill development in India and promoting youth to a different plane altogether. With these, we'd want to put our hands together to welcome our Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Sri Jayan Chaudhary ji, to deliver his keynote address, please.
Thank you. Sri Vijay Sahu ji, Manav ji, Krishna ji, members of FICCI, people from the academic world, young people who are here, representatives from all industries, sector councils. I think this is a very important gathering, and I did not realize of FICCI's longer term engagement with skills. You get a sense of it in that this is the 16th such event or summit that you have called for. It is representative of your long-standing commitment to empowering our young people. This is the theme of this year's event as well, to have a conversation on and a way forward to be developed from this two-day event on how we can actually energize our economy. It also converges with what we just celebrated in the World Skills Day, which Honorable MP and in a way a mentor to the skilling efforts and also serving as Vice Chairman of the CAC, Shri Vikramjit ji said, where it was called Bharat Skill Next. We had an event on 15th in the Bharat Mandapam. That was the theme on what next. And two reports, very important reports, a lot of legwork has been put in. You know, sometimes we just see the end product, it's a nice snazzy document. But I guarantee it that because I was having many conversations with FRSN, with KPMG on both of these aspects, and they are both very, very important. I will get into that a little later on what these reports really represent. My ambition and desire for these reports is that you are all aware of the way governments have functioned in India, also how industry associations work. We're often very good at analyzing macro data and bringing it together and taking out a report. But what is the follow-up on that report? How we can populate this framework and really make it a kind of an interactive feedback loop where we are getting not just the data driven but also the qualitative assessments of the one grassroots institution which has been active in our country on skilling for the last 4 or 5 decades, which is our ITIs. That is a big question that we populated for industry to understand it, to adopt it. This is not just a tool for students and their families to decide on which are the institutions where they want to have an opportunity to learn. It should also be a tool where industry can decide that these are the good, credible institutions which are having these academic programs and short-term courses as well, where the students coming out, the end product is eminently hireable, employable, and is a vital resource. So we want this framework to drive, careers, to also drive the kind of employment opportunities that come up through our vibrant private sector. KPMG is also a very important report. What FICCI has managed is to come out with the next gen skills. And I was just discussing with Vijay ji, this is something that has to be an iterative process. Do we really understand what this truly means today? I speak to some of the tech majors, the major leaders in corporate world, and also people who understand technology and its impact on society. Everyone is a little bit confused. That is the frank assessment. Just recently, this 1 week, our markets have been in flux because our tech majors, the big kind of mainstay of our new digital economy, one of our largest exports coming out of our services, they have started laying off young people. Our formal education system, our protocols, where we say we want 15, 16 years of school, then we want 4 years of undergrad, and then we want to do a master's after that. I don't think these are engineered and tooled to deal with what KPMG has actually come out with. and regulators and the formal education system will always struggle. The only thing that can help us is if industry really takes ownership of this, drives it, co-creates from curriculum to the kind of protocols, really understands that they actually already have a stake in our education system. And this is where our NEP policy 2020 is quite visionary. I have to answer in parliament questions. So one of the hottest topics now, Vikramjit knows, is AI. AI पे सवाल आता ही आता है. So I asked one day, NEP 2020 policy, does it talk about AI? And I was pleasantly surprised that many sections explicitly mentioned integration of technology, including AI. So in a sense, the kind of thrust of this policy is to open up the old world academia. The corridors of our universities, colleges must be opened up to the corporate world, to people who are engaged in deep tech, critical thinking, research, and to enable a value driven approach where these universities can really become a hub for this kind of innovation. We opened our doors to foreign universities, and put your hand on your hearts, because I know you have been aware of many efforts by major education majors who tried in the past to come to India, and they've found that the door was not just shut, there was a big sarkari tala on it. Today, these universities are now beginning to have conversations that yes, we don't need Indian students coming and staying and paying that exorbitant fees, traveling to UK or Europe or Australia or the US. Perhaps if the same facility and the resource can be developed here, and the impact it will have on upgrading the ecosystem, on upgrading the standards of academia, on enabling new research, on enabling industry academia collaboration, is something that we are yet to understand. That has also been enabled by NEP. The question here is, like in the climate change policy environment, that's an issue I've been tracking, I've been passionate about. And early in the day, I remember I visited European Parliament on this global summit, and the conversation that MPs from different countries in the European Parliament, representatives, were having at that time, and I'm talking about 12, 14 years ago, is that how do we price carbon? The conceptualization was, if you put a correct price on carbon, that will create the incentive structure for policy, for governments to adapt, to use the kind of mitigation that we need, and for industry to come on board. Similarly, I posit that currently we don't really have a price for employability, for skilling. Everyone understands, skilling में कम है, gap है, बच्चे निकल रहे हैं, we cannot hire them. Everyone understands that we need to invest more. But the young people who are actually getting certified, the young boys and girls coming out of our ITI or choosing to do a short-term 3-month program in PMKVY, or as a young artisan doing the PM Vishwakarma, becoming a part of a formalized economy through these programs, for them, if they don't see an immediate uptick in their livelihoods, or in the kind of salaries that they're drawing, or in their entrepreneurship capabilities and opportunities, then we are not really putting a value on skills. So as an industry body, I trust that FICCI is energized with this very important aspect. It pains me to my heart when I hear major industry majors say that हमारे यहाँ skilled लोग हमें नहीं मिल रहे हैं. Because in a way, we are all part of the problem and the solution. Industry must realize you have to pay higher pay scales for people who are certified. You have to put a value on that skilling and that education, on the applied work that the young people have put in. And specifically in certain trades, if we can create a consensus where we know. Abroad, you know what the standards are. You cannot just decide, I want to become a plumber and go and start advertising your services. There's a whole program you need to do. For every trade you can imagine, where we take it so casually, where we just go to any aggregator and say, I want this service. And that person is coming from some part of rural India, from Odisha, from Karnataka, from Bihar or Jharkhand, and is coming and giving it to us cheap. We want to buy that service very cheap. But as consumers, we are never looking at what is the certification, What is the quality? What is the standardization? Are we taking care of hazardous trades? Is that young person who's providing the service well informed? Most importantly, are they certified? So the same organization, the same big company in our country, which will say, मेरे को हायर करना है तो मैं IIT और IIM से लूंगा. बट इस फील्ड में हर रोज हम लोग सर्विसेज में यूटिलाइज कर रहे हैं, हाईवे बन रहे हैं. हाईवे को कौन लोग बना रहे हैं? वो कैजुअल वर्कर्स हैं. वो जो इकोनॉमी है जो अभी इनफॉर्मल है, if we are able to formalize that, that will have huge ramifications for our national economy, for our national income, and for our workforce development. Currently, the global economy appears to be in flux, and I thank Bijayji for the strong sentiment that he put forth from industry. And of course, we need full support from industry. This is the kind of a conversation, and you could almost call it a battle that the government of India is currently engaged in. But we have decided that trade diplomacy cannot be at the cost of policy sovereignty. It has been clearly spelled out. National interest must be paramount. And I do feel that the support that industry is given, I think it's a strong message of solidarity that the government of India is also very sensitive to and alive to. In our skilling programs, I don't want to give figures, Scale is there. And we're doing things at scale. 1.6 crore have done PMKVY. 43 lakhs. Sir, आप 10,000 की बात कर रहे थे, 43 lakhs are under NAPS. So even 10,000 is just a drop, in the ocean. And this is a program, our apprenticeship program, which is actually perhaps the most demand driven. Why I say it? Because in our PMKVY, if you look at the statistics, many times those young people are not completing the program. They choose not to get assessed or even certified. There can be many considerations. They could feel that this is not the program I wanted. The kind of education I'm getting is not what I perceived. Or I don't want employment in this sector. I did not understand it fully when I enrolled for this program. I want to go back to my village. I want to do something else. Multiplicity of those factors coming. But that is also a demand-driven program. Here, NAPS is completely demand-driven. You have NATS, which is under the higher education domain, where we say graduates should have a pathway. For the informal sector, people who have not completed graduation, we have NAPS. And now you have another layer on top, which is the Prime Minister internship program, which is supposed to be elevating this whole space, which is supposed to be aspirational, where they've curated it very carefully that we want the top companies with listed presence to really take leadership. So there's a variety of programs tailored, suited for different circumstances that we are running. We just need to remove some of the information asymmetries. And that is the basic thrust of what we've launched today, which is the framework. We have a data-driven grading system, which every year this report gets published. And Vikramji ji was mentioning it's a huge effort and a commitment and also a faith that the government of India has expressed in our capacity to work with states and with corporate India and to re-energize the ITI system. For the first time, 60,000 crores have been dedicated. Over 5 years, we have to spend it. But the thrust here, again, I say, is not on us spending the budget allocation. Once the scheme is designed, we'll get budget allocations. Like any other ministry or department, my thrust is not that tum kharcha karo. Our thrust has to see real value in that the money you're putting into this system sees real reform. And why it's a gargantuan exercise is because you estimate that almost 25-30% of our government ITIs have to be taken up. It's huge. Every state has to come forward. There's going to be tripartite agreements. Every industry cluster will have to be mapped out. ITI will have to be, in terms of a sister organization or a hub or spoke will need to be identified. There may be a SPV structure that is created on top where industry can come and say, we are part of this governance structure for this institution. Because you need to hire better and better paid instructors. You need to develop new courses as the KPMG report has probably fleshed out. You need to develop new labs and bring in the kind of cutting edge equipment that is being used by global industry today. So our ITI students get exposure to that. You need to have career mentoring facilities provided to those young people so they understand what it is. Most of all, I want the experience to be elevated so that young people going to that Sarkari ITI, could be a building created 4 decades ago. When they enter it, like we revitalize our schools, we like to paint the boundaries, we are repainting it. Yesterday I launched 25 libraries in rural government schools of Baghpat district in UP. Again, a work carried out by a foundation that came to us. We do all these beautification processes because we understand that for young people going into that building, seeing the design element, that should also convey that this is an aspirational institution and a program. So that design element is also a part of that 60,000 crores that we need to knock out. So I'm very hopeful. I'm energized. I think FICCI is energized, and the youth of our nation will also be energized. And with that, I just say that the future is not an abstract concept which is coming. I believe that the future of skills, the future of new tech and industry and disruption is already here. We just need to prepare ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that invigorating address. I'd request Ms. Madhu Srivastava, Co-Chair, FICCI Skill Development Committee, to deliver vote of thanks, please.
A very good morning to everyone. It is my honor and privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of FICCI and the entire team behind the Global Skills Summit. First and foremost, I extend our sincere gratitude to Shri Jayant Chaudhary ji, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India, for taking out the time from his busy schedule to be with us today and for delivering such an insightful and inspiring address. We are particularly grateful for your strong support in positioning India's skill ecosystem at the heart of nation's growth story. My sincere thanks to Dr. Vikramjit Singh Sani, Honorable MP Rajya Sabha, VC Central Apprenticeship Council and Chairman Sun Foundation for his long-standing commitment to youth empowerment, skill development, and nation building through apprenticeships is both inspiring and commendable. Our sincere thanks to all the eminent speakers and panelists who enriched yesterday's sessions and also the speakers for today. Their contributions and diverse perspectives have helped shape a forward-looking dialogue on how we can collectively address the challenges and opportunities before us. We are also very grateful to Ms. Sonia Pant, Program Director, Education, Services, Skill Development, Labor and Employment, Niti Aayog. She was with us yesterday. Dr. Biswajit Saha, Director, CBSE. Dr. Sunil Luthra, Director, ACTE. And look forward to the special address of Dr. Neena Pahuja, Executive Member, National Council for Vocational Education and Training. Shri Bala Murugan D, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, which is being planned. We are also very grateful to our knowledge partners, KPMG in India and FRSN, for their support in creating the 2 knowledge reports that were just released this morning. We are especially grateful to the young professionals and students, many of you are here today, faculty members of various institutes and undergraduate colleges who have actively participated in the sessions. Your presence here is not just appreciated, it is central to whatever we are doing here. Again, a heartfelt thanks to all our sponsor partners, Reliance, L'Oreal India, Jindal Stainless, Vedanta, Australian Trade and Investment Commission, Cambridge University Press and Assessment, TCS Ion, Sun Foundation, Scope Global Skills University, Primus Partners for all your support. Also the exhibitors outside, Ministry of Labor and Employment, Upgrad, Eduvantage, Orient Educational Society. A very special word of appreciation goes out to the women entrepreneurs who have set up the stalls for your passion, resilience, and creativity, which is truly inspiring. And I encourage each one of you to take out some time and spend time on the stalls. A big thank you to the guests and FICCI Secretariat for seamlessly planning and executing the day's proceedings. Let's carry forward the energy and commitment of today to build a skilled, empowered, and future-ready youth of India. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Madhuji. With this, we come to a formal close of this keynote session. We'll split for 15 minutes tea break and then reassemble for the next session. Thank you so much.
Dr. Neena, please. And please join us on the dais. Ma'am is the executive member of National Council for Vocational Education and Training, as I just mentioned. Before we begin our session, a panel discussion on reimagining TVET through technology and innovation in learning, we have a special address from Dr. Pahuja, who's going to set the context for the next two sessions of the day. The first one, as I mentioned, on reimagining TVET through technology, and the other one on the future of skills, the best practices and skills. May I now request Dr. Pahuja to please share her address. If you can get my that's the best. We still have people coming in. A very good morning to everyone. We've had wonderful sessions in the morning. I'm going to give another minute for people to settle down. I think people are still coming in, and then we start. So clearly, as our minister mentioned, future of disruption has already begun. Are we all ready for it? Are we actually looking at skilling which is required? I was just going through the report which KPMG has launched today. FICCI has launched with KPMG today. And I think I have a lot of things which are common in my presentation, which is also there as part of the report, which I'm really going to talk about. Couple of things that I think I'll again talk about. Some takeaways which I loved in the last sessions. Uber of employment. We do have Naukri.com, we've got LinkedIn, but are we actually looking for, that kind of a Uber which actually goes to almost everything? Ubers and Ola started off with cabs, they've gone into scooters, they've also gone into sharing mode. Are we actually ready with that kind of a Uber of employment? So I think that's something which our minister mentioned that needs to be done. Another wonderful thought which I think came in the last session was we don't need to be creating future ready workforce. And I think Sahuji said that we need to have future leading workforce. I really like that sentence somewhere, and I think we've been missing on that particular focus. So today when I go through my presentation, I'm actually going to set the context for the next one. What are we trying to do in terms of bringing in that readiness for the future workforce? So when I joined NCVT around little over 4 years back, one of the first tasks that we were told was, how do we make vocational education aspirational? This was the first task we were given. Somewhere we all know that yes, vocational education was not really looked at as an aspirational area. So what we tried doing was try to get something as the vocational education to make it one aspirational, and of course another thing was how do we make people employable. And I'm going to talk about little about what we've done so that all of us are aware of what is happening from NCVT in terms of making the future ready workforce. Okay, so possibly I can't see my slides, but that's fine. Let's look at what is disrupting the workforce. We heard in the previous sessions also, we're going to have AI totally disrupting the workforce. Absolutely, yes, a lot of jobs which are here today are going to be disrupted, and I'm not going to spend more time on it. Robotics, we're already seeing robotics working in warehouses, which is already disrupting. Digital access, yes, as is disrupted. Around 42 years back, I remember when I went into my first job, and IT was becoming common. The thought was that IT is going to take away jobs. But today what's happened? IT has actually not taken up jobs. IT has created jobs. But believe me, when we actually started using IT and we started implementing IT projects, this was something which was talked about
absolutely in the industry. What we need to do is, can AI take jobs, or do we create an environment where AI creates jobs? So I think that's what is required from all of us sitting here, and with FICCI's interest, with FICCI's support, and with industry support. That's what we need to do to ensure that the new disruptions which are coming create jobs for us and for us as India, and not take away the jobs. Energy technology, and I have something on energy technology also, what we're trying to do. Can we as India be the leader for energy technologies? We're hearing a lot in terms of EVs. EVs is not the only thing. Green hydrogen is coming, and believe me, it's going to come. You're actually converting water to energy resource, right? So it's the cheapest way of converting it to energy resource. Yes, right now we don't have an ROI which is fully proven, but over a period of time, I'm sure we'll have technology and methodologies to actually get ROIs on the green hydrogen in a wonderful way. So if that's the case, can India be a leader there? And the other technologies that are there. And that's what we are really talking about today. Some things, a slide that you may have seen. Let's look at the technologies for half a minute into what are the technologies which have come in which are really changing things. AI, we spoke about cloud. Nothing can happen really without a cloud. I remember creating a first cloud implementation around 12 years back. And one of the things which I saw was cloud doesn't only actually enable things faster, it actually brings standardization in a large industry. So you have, if you have a multi-locational industry, it actually brings the required standardization in that industry. Blockchains are coming, we already hear about it. Social media, mobile is there. Internet of Things, now I think we came up with a policy almost 8 years back. It's become reality of life. 3D printing is being used in designs. And we've heard of, all of us have heard of IIT Madras trying to even print houses using 3D. So there's a lot that's happening. Is this the future? Maybe yes, maybe not. I think the way I see future is that all these technologies would converge together with, of course, telecom, not to forget the telecom, which is going to be the base infrastructure technology for all of us, and create technologies and create business transformations, which we're going to look at. And that's started happening. The businesses are getting transformed, and that's what is required. But are we ready with that kind of a workforce who actually understands these kind of technologies to implement wherever it's required? Let's look at some of the fastest growing job sectors. This is something which I'm not saying. This is something which is said by the World Economic Forum. I've actually taken this from World Economic Forum, and very clearly it says things like big data are coming. We heard that in the previous sessions also. But big data actually cannot work without a knowledge of information security and data privacy. Believe me, this is going to be a must. You will not be able to do any major project on artificial intelligence unless you put an ethical band in it, and you also have information security and data privacy are coming in. But there's more. It's saying fintech and robotics also is coming in. Agriculture equipment, I think we just heard that in the previous session. And I was just looking at the KPMG report in the break time, that even the KPMG report is talking about the agriculture center. It's also talking about nurses which will be there. So something which everybody is talking about is AI may take some kind of a job, but it may not take jobs where hand skills are required. We had a lady from L'Oreal also who was on the previous session. It may not take maybe a beautician job also. It may aid a beautician, but it may not take away a job of a beautician. It may take a job of a data entry operator, but it may not take away our nurse's job or anybody who's actually using his cognitive or personalized skills for those kind of jobs. So what are we saying? We're saying a lot of jobs might disappear, which is fine. You know, when I was in college, we used to use something called slide rule. I don't know how many people have used slide rule for calculations. Maybe, I don't know if anybody has used actually. I don't know whether people know something called slide rule. We have somebody at least who's used it. We used to use log tables for calculations. There was no calculator also, I think, in my time when I was in college. Now, nobody uses these devices. But that doesn't mean that we've actually stopped using or learning calculations, right? Things have changed. New tools have come. New kind of jobs have come. But that doesn't mean that the other job roles, we stick to the old job roles and just work with them. So a lot of jobs are going to disappear. Maybe data entry operators will not be there. Maybe the bank tellers may not be there. maybe some of the administration rules also will go. I mean, I hardly use my actually personal stuff for this because I look at my own calendar. I look at my own mails, right? There was a time there was a personal secretary who was necessary for every possible job roles, and there used to be one or two personal secretaries or maybe more at the level of all bureaucrats. I actually I prefer typing my own mails. I'm sure most of you do that, right? So some jobs over a period of time are going to disappear. So what are we trying to do? We are saying that maybe we need to put something extra in those. And tomorrow you may not have anybody who will take dictations because there's PC whom you'll dictate to and the PC will type out. So do we need a job role called somebody who's taking dictation? Possibly yes, possibly not. I don't think it's going to exist in coming times. We may not even have language converters. In the medical area, we used to have a job role called transcription, medical transcription, and we used to get a lot of work globally to India for medical transcription. That's stopped coming. Skills on rise, lots jobs on rise, and AI, but then there's more that's on rise, which is on empathy, which is on service orientation, which is on creativity. All these jobs are going to be on rise. We launched a wonderful program called SOAR sometimes back. This is on 22nd of July. And the SOAR program was looking at, making AI ready workforce in schools. So it's a totally online program. It's there on our SID platform in NSDC. I urge all of you to have a look at it. Maybe you can ask your children, your students, your grandchildren, everybody to do this, or anybody in school or otherwise also who wants to learn about AI. Go through that course. We came up with a framework for AI which actually said that there are going to be 3 parts of AI. AI for all, AI for many, and AI for few. AI for all actually is the way we are actually trying to handle with programs like SOAR. We are trying to give that access to everybody. It's there. But there's a lot that's required. AI is going to be coming in cross-sectoral skills. And I think, again, the KPMG report talks about it. We need to actually use AI for, say, agriculture, for healthcare. In fact, there's a plan that we have in terms of launching AI for even healthcare. Very soon you'll actually see some programs from us on AI in healthcare where we are trying to work on, and agriculture. I think these are 2 areas which our minister has asked us to focus on, and soon you'll see NCVT and with other helps of people coming up with those programs. I thought I'll just spend half a second on, I don't have too much of time, but then I will spend time on, what SOAR has. SOAR has 3 parts for students: aware, acquire, and aspire. These are 15 hours programs which have been given for students. And we already have a lot of work, a lot of people trying to register for it. We've got courses from Microsoft, HCL, and also NASSCOM Sector Skill Council, which are there. Students have already started doing it. Moment they finish the course, they get 0.5 credits, which goes to their academic bank of credits, which also already happens. We also have a program for teachers, which is already happening as part of it. So that's really urge you to have everyone to actually start using it. Now in AI also, now there are shifting priorities which are coming in. AI is very new buzzword. We've been talking about it for some time, but already we see there are shifting priorities even in AI which is happening. We're talking about agentic AI. Agentic AI is something, agents were there for booking your tickets earlier also. So agentic AI actually is a specialized agent or specialized, set of rules which actually works in a particular area. And there's a lot of work which is happening on agentic AI. And I think all of us are actually hearing or reading about it. So lots of jobs are going to get lost, but if we plan as India, we're going to have lots of new jobs created, even with AI coming in. I thought I'll just put 2 slides on energy. This is the energy framework that NCVT had launched. So green is going to be the thing, since I spoke about energy, and even, if you have AI, we're going to have a lot of data centers, and all the data centers are going to actually take a lot of energy. So this is the kind of, I hope it's clear, but then it should be there on our website. We really don't need to copy it. The complete framework is there on our website. So we actually created a complete framework for energy. We've also created something similar for even semiconductor, which was launched on 22nd of July. So that's as on today. So what do we think in terms of what kind of new jobs are going to come? But I'm sure it's going to be dynamic, as it was said in the previous session also. These jobs need to be dynamic. They need to change. Like for example, in telecom, you had 3G and then 4G and then 5G, and we're already talking in terms of 6G. There are jobs coming in 6G. In Industry 4.0 also, there's already talk about industry 6.0. We're still not fully ready with industry 4.0, but the world is already talking about industry 5.0, yes, for sure, but even industry 6.0. So are we ready with those kind of areas? Skilling is not just skilling, it's actually becoming very aspirational, and we need people who are trained in those areas. Uh, Quickly on what NCVT does. So NCVT is a regulatory body which has been set up as part of Ministry of Skill Development, and we work with all kind of awarding bodies. Uh, you know, it could be state ministry, it could be of course DGT that we just spoke about, defense institutes also. We've got a large number of qualifications even from coming from defense. We're even preparing our defense personnel so that when they retire, they actually have a job in hand. So we in fact are, that's another major stress area that we're working on. Sector skill councils, and I think we have a lot of participation from our sector skill councils here today. They will be able to tell you more about what they're doing. They are all experts in their area, whether it's, I saw Marvaji, I saw Telecom is also here, I saw Capital Goods. So all these people are experts in their area, and they're trying to do best in their area in terms of whatever is the need of the hour. But I'm sure all these skills also need to go and change over a period of time. But there's something more. I did meet a lot of people from industry. So we have a policy as NCVT to even get industry-ready courses in NCVT. And what we have is, and I want to spend half a minute on that, is that we can actually create and make industries as our awarding body. Typically, right now, we're looking at very large industries, for example, Microsoft, IBM, HCL, all these people, Infosys, all these people, and Tata Power, all these are our industry partners. What is the advantage? They actually bring in courses which industry requires. Now, once I train people on those industry required skills in colleges or schools, the child will get a job. So that's a thought. So for all the industry people who are sitting here, urge you to come in. In fact, I just met somebody from Jindal Steel, stainless steel. So I think even Jindal Power is becoming our awarding body. Jindal Power and Steel. So Jindal Stainless Steel is another group. We'll urge everybody to come forward so that we are able to train students in the area that you want, so that when they actually go out in the industry, they're ready to work in the industry. There's something more that UGC has done or AICT has done. I know I'm now time's up, but then maybe 2 minutes. We came up with something called National Credit Framework. And National Credit Framework says that every learning gets creditized. But there's more to it. So as part of implementation of National Credit Framework, when we started working with academic institutions, we now have state school boards like CBSE, of course, but state school boards also are awarding bodies. So we're trying to embed skilling in school also, so that the child, before the child comes out of the schools, the child knows that, look, I want to work in this particular area. So that's another thing that we are trying to do. But second is in terms of higher education institutes and also the universities. Now, as per the UGC guideline, 50% of the courses that you need to do, or the credits that you need to do as part of your UGC program, can be of type skilling. Huge change that's happened. So can we embed some industry-ready or industry-required courses in the school or college education to actually make those children ready for the industry? And that's what our thought is. And we're trying to actually create programs across that. So urge you, all of you, to, in fact, in case anybody requires, you should become awarding body. Currently, we have a large number of courses. We have around 2,000 plus courses, 2,500 plus courses. We also created a concept of micro credential and nano credential. So if there is, for example, you have a ChatGPT update, you've got 4.0 coming in today, but then I'm sure there'll be 5.0 coming in tomorrow. So if you just want somebody to learn the upgrade, you might do it in 2 hours. So it could be only a nano credential or a micro credential. So it's a concept of a nano credential, micro credential, or a NOS, or a qualification which could be a large qualification which anyone could do to be able to do it. So this is the number of courses we have, and since our focus has been on future qualification, today's talk is on future qualification, we already have a large number of future qualifications that have been built in. When I say level 4 here and above, this is for college level. Level 4 is for college level, and for level 4.5 and above is college level, and below 4 is for school level. So we even have robotics courses for school today, right? or 5G courses which are there for college people, or electronics courses or welding courses which are specialized welding courses which have been created. This all data is available on our national qualification register, which is there. You could work on it. So there's a lot of work happening, but I think this cannot happen really without your support. I urge you to be part of it. And if you think there is another type of future qualification that is required, which will make India the strategic hub for future, ready workforce, please connect with us at NCVT. We'll be happy to help you. We'll be happy to help all the MNCs or the partners of FICCI also, in case any help is required for you to actually bring in your qualification or areas that you train your students in. I'll end this thing, but I'll just talk about something, my personal experience. When I joined my first job, I know I had to go through a 3-month training. And I think typically in every IT company, there's a 3 months to a 6 months training you go through to really become usable for that particular job. Our thought is, can that training be embedded in the college itself so that you start working in the industry from day zero? So I think we need your help for it, and thank you so much. The work has started from us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pahuja. May I now request Shrimana Majumdarji, Senior Advisor FICCI, to present the green certificate to Dr. Pahuja. Ma'am, this is our green initiative where we plant a thicket of 5 trees in your name. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We now begin with the next panel discussion. While we change over. Reimagining TVET through technology and innovation and learning. I think Dr. Pahuja has set the context absolutely in place for the panel discussion to ponder over. Basically, the questions around how promising innovations such as AR, VR, AI, digital simulations are changing the training landscape today. How building teacher and trainer capacity is crucial in today's time. How policy reforms need to mainstream blended TVET into national skilling initiatives, and also to talk about best practices and lessons from across the nations. For this panel discussion, may I please request the moderator, Mr. Abhishek Pandit, the CEO of EduVantage, to please join us on the dais. A very warm welcome, Abhishek. Mr. Mohit Mathur, who is the Chief Business Officer, Global Capability Center for Quest Corp. Very warm welcome, Mr. Mohit. Ms. Renata, the CEO and founder for MaxMe Australia. Very warm welcome, Renata. Mr. Anand Pachauri, Head Learning and Development at Jindal Stainless Limited. Very warm welcome, sir. Ms. Smriti Mulye from TCS Ion. She is the Business Head for Skills and Education at TCS Ion. And Mr. Deepak Kumar Arora, the Vice President, Head of Learning and Development at Birlasoft. Very warm welcome, sir. May I now request Abhishek to please take on the session proceedings.
Thank you, Deepti. Morning, everyone. I think the context has been very well set by the Honorable Minister himself and by Neena ma'am when she had spoke about it. So before we start, I just want to understand how many of us here in this room have read the Skill Development Policy Draft 2025? Anybody who's read it? A few hands up. Okay, good. So if you have read it, you would have seen the difference between what skill development was earlier to what is the government now imagining the skill development future going to be. So the focus of the draft policy, there's so much of IT in it, there's so much of technology in it that it was probably not heard of before. So I would request everyone to read the draft policy. In fact, the last date for giving the comments is over, but nonetheless, you can still give your views. Having said that, today's discussion, we're going to focus on technology and innovation in the TVET sector in India. And I can tell you, whoever is in this panel today are all stalwarts, been in this ecosystem for 2 decades or more. And the views that we're going to get today will be inspiring, and we will have a lot to take home. So we'll try and keep this as interactive as possible. So we will have a session at the end for question and answers. I'm looking forward to a lot of questions coming in as well. And I would want to start the panel by asking each panel members their view on this topic and what do they feel should happen in the TVET ecosystem for in technology and innovation. What should we do, and your views on this topic? Let me start with Mr. Deepak, Mr. Anand. Sorry.
Thanks, Abhishek. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I think it's still morning. And thank you, FICCI, for having me here along with such a learned panel. I think we heard a lot since morning about this topic, as well as a lot of policies and frameworks being published. But with your permission, if I may try to deconstruct the topic, Abhishek, and also bring a little more context with the industry I come from. We heard about where we are at a country level, but let's go a little down and look at industry level. So I come from metal and mining industry, which is again, to be very specific, stainless steel company. And when we look at stainless steel company, or rather the entire metal and mining sector, this sector is going crazy right now. There is a rapid growth projections already on paper currently, and we see a lot of expansions, new acquisitions, new industrial setup coming in, and you must be reading about that every other day, be it coming from the Jindal group of companies or AMNS or Tata Steel or any other non-ferrous metal and mining companies. And looking at that kind of an expansion, this industry is actually very hungry in terms of bringing the growth and also bringing more and more production. And as of now, India is around 150 million ton of capacity of steel, which tend to go up to around 300 million ton in next 10 years. And also the craving to contribute towards the GDP of the country. This industry is looking to double its contribution to the GDP again in the next 10 to 15 years. And while this all happening, how it will happen? It will only happen when we have talent, when we have skilled resources available to work in this kind of an industry we are. And therefore, it is important for us as an industry to look at from all the perspective, whether it is internally people within the organization or people outside. And at the same time, also look at how the industry is evolving. We are looking at a lot of digitalization and digital transformation. We are looking at automation of our plants. We are looking at global player coming into the industry. We recently had a collaboration with Dassault system to automate a lot of our planning and supply ecosystem. Then there are a lot of environmental regulation, because metal and mining again is a very carbon intensive industry. So all those regulation, how do we handle those regulations? Then also bringing ESG concepts into picture, and happily sharing stainless industry is one of such industry which brings a lot of eco-friendly products, and that's why we call it as a green steel, so to say. And when we look at all these elements, there is an obvious crunch of labor which is skilled. Again, if I quote some of the reports, in the last decade or so, almost 250K people have added to this industry in the form of either managerial, corporate grades, or in the blue collar streams. And if you look at the percentage, which is very alarming, it is less than 10% of the people who have any formal vocational training. So that gives us an idea about what kind of a situation we have, what kind of a struggle we have. And given the fact this industry is also very labor intense, hardship is there, the locations are remote in nature. So getting those skilled workforce again becomes a challenge. So there are a lot of elements which helps, or rather which gives us a field or a white space to work in order to bring that skill development in our organization. And therefore, if I deconstruct the topic, which is technical and vocational education and training. So there are two parts to it: technical education and training, vocational education and training. And here we look at our own resources, people who are working for Jindal Stainless, but at the same time, there is a big ecosystem around us, our partners, our distributors, our customers, the people who are the fabricators, people from downstream industry. And if we as an organization wants to grow, it is obvious that the entire ecosystem needs to grow. And therefore, our approach is primarily to develop our people, make them skilled, at the same time equally focus on developing the entire ecosystem. And that's where I think a lot of digital intervention comes, because that's where the scale comes into picture, that's where the reach comes into picture, and many other factors. So I think if I have to sum it up right now, I think internal, external, and maybe we'll elaborate more on that, but this is what I feel and understand from the topic, and maybe we'll hear from others as well.
Thank you, Anand. Now talking about digital intervention that you had mentioned, now we have Ms. Smriti with us, who can talk in detail about the digital intervention and your views, Ms. Smriti.
Yeah. Thanks so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Smriti from TCS Ion. Our team at TCS Ion focuses on reimagining education, and this topic is very related and interesting for us. And when we talk about reimagining, TVET, what typically comes to our mind is, AR, VR solutions. That's typical, response to from a digital perspective that, okay, we need AR, VR solutions. But I believe that, technology can do much more than that. Of course, AR, VR is one of the key pillars, but technology can bring in much more than that. For understanding that element, let's take a step back and understand why is it that we are even talking about this topic about reimagining TVET. It is primarily from the fact that I'll just put up one data point where 5% of the Indian youth who are between the age group of 20 to 24 have gone through a formal, TVET program, vis-a-vis developed countries like Germany, where the number goes up to at least 75%, right? If I compare it from a pure scale and volume perspective, even if you look at China, China still has 40% of their people who've gone through that, TVET program. So what it says is that there is a huge need for us in India to essentially address that gap that we essentially are seeing right now. And in the context of the, Viksit Bharat goal that we have, if we are unable to solve this problem, I doubt we'll be able to, reach that goal, right? So, scaling up the TVET is becoming absolutely critical. And in this whole scale up part, innovation and technology, of course, is required, right? Now, from TCS and a lot of initiatives that we are implementing in the Tata Group, we've identified 6 pillars, and of course, these are iterative because the whole space is iterating as we speak. There's a new policy that has come up which will bring in more iterations. The first and foremost is anything that we do, we need to have a technology first paradigm, right? When I say technology first paradigm beyond the AR, VR solution, what we essentially mean is right from candidate or learner registration to the program, to counseling, to imparting learning, to certifying them, to placing them, technology has to play a key role in the whole journey, right? Now, you might wonder that, it's obvious that this is a journey of a learner, and yes, there are technology play points that are there. But today in the market or in the space that we're operating in, there are very limited end-to-end integrated solutions that are available, and that's one area that we are, focusing on, contributing towards. The second lever that comes as a key focus for us is ecosystem integration. We've been talking about integrating academia with industry, but I believe that there are more partners in the whole space that need to be integrated together along with the policymakers. Along with academia and industry, I believe there is a huge play for, let me call them content organizations, right? And these are the organizations who are, innovating in pedagogies. They're innovating in, the tools that can be used for learning. Innovating in terms of how digital can be the right fit model of learning beyond a video or beyond a, PDF document that is essentially put in place. So that's the second part of it, integrating ecosystem partners, which includes academia, industry, OEM partners, I'm calling it out separately beyond industry, content partners, And the most, one of the most important element is the government and the policy makers. But the last and the most important one is the last mile setup, which is imparting skills, which is your training partner ecosystem, your ITI ecosystem, your skill partner ecosystem. Those are the critical elements, and how do all of them get integrated? Leveraging technology is another focus for us. The third is focusing on digital plus physical learning, that is phygital learning. Of course, we've been talking about or hearing about blended learning. The reason I'm calling it phygital learning is there needs to be some math and there needs to be some research in terms of what is the right breakup of what digital, what physical, right? So if I were to look at the end-to-end components of digital and physical, and we're talking about TVET here, which is a whole bunch of hands-on learning, a whole bunch of application-oriented learning. We're talking about Learn Digital, which is around, maybe if we say that 10% should be Learn Digital, which is about creating awareness of what this topic is all about, right? The rest of the 90% needs to have physical element in it. Now, when I talk about physical, you would think about, we heard in the previous sessions about investing in CNC machines, investing in 3D printers, and that's a whole bunch of investment. Now, in this whole bunch of investment, if I were to divide this again into two parts, right? One part is practice and play with a whole bunch of simulations, and that's where AR, VR comes in. Second part is where you actually need a physical infrastructure to do that activity. So that's the second layer that we are, working on in terms of identifying the right mix of digital and physical, right? So that's the third lever. The fourth lever is an obvious one, which is outcome-driven skilling. No skilling should have limited view on what I'm going to get employed for, right? So that's absolutely critical, and that is where this entire future-ready workforce comes into picture. That how am I, constantly interacting with the industry, TCS being an industry on its own, in terms of ensuring that I'm building the workforce for the future. That's the fourth lever. The fifth lever is essentially around ensuring that the entire skilling ecosystem, the entire thing is self-sustainable. How is it that the OPEX is self-sustainable and it's not dependent on, schemes, budgets,
right,
etc.?
Smriti, we'll have to,
Just one last.
Yeah, all right. You can mention the last lever.
I didn't realize 350 words will go beyond 5.
Yeah.
And the sixth lever that we're essentially focusing on is how do we make skilling aspirational? And I'll come back to that in my next.
Great. So interesting, Smriti. In fact, the minister also mentioned that Germany has 75% certified people. India doesn't have the regulation. If you want to be a plumber, you can be a plumber tomorrow, right? Hopefully that will change. Now we also have one of the largest employer in the country, and we have Mr. Mohit with us, and your views, Mr. Mohit.
Thanks. I am not the largest employer. My company
one of the
is
largest
for sure.
employers, yes.
So we are about 500,000 people in the country, and we are proud to say that what we are contributing to the economy is far more and beyond. I think in general, what I've read and what I've heard about the panel is the what. Where we come in is the how, right? And in specific, anything to do with training, upskilling, development of people is where our enterprise comes into play. And I'm in the center of it right now. In my current role, I am responsible to set up GCCs. Most of you have heard in the paper, on the internet, on LinkedIn, anything which is a prefix and a suffix GCC is great stuff. Let me tell you, it is just the start of it, which also means that the topic itself about creating future-ready workforce is serious enough. Every enterprise that today gets established, they don't talk about just value, they talk about value at scale. India fortunately has that supply chain which can make it happen. Completely incumbent on us, policymakers, the design, the ecosystem to make it happen. Honorable Minister just spoke about very fantastic topics of how these research reports have come in to tell us the obvious. Are we ready for it? Is the question that we need to answer. If this group collectively in this room can take a pledge to say we will be trained better than what we are today, I think most of the problem will get addressed by the word of mouth itself. The other element, and I discussed with Abhishek in one of our earlier sessions, is it's something that at the root cause we need to address in terms of can we change the way we are born and brought up to learn the system. Today, the training comes in after we've crossed our schooling, right? By that time, our formal minds have become little matured as we think so. But as we step into the outer world, we realize, oh, there is something more to be done. And that's where, enterprises like ours come into play. We've invested heavily into upskilling our current workforce to make it more agile, more nimble, more relevant. At the same time, we today work in a lot of ways and shape to make informal workforce as formal workforce. And that's the beauty of our brand itself. Proud to say about 1 lakh people itself, and maybe more, is what we just transitioned from informal to formal. You can imagine if an enterprise like ours is able to do it organically just by knowing what the thumb rule is, I think all of us can do. Vocational training is exceedingly important. You can learn as much as in the book as you can. But end of the day, your professional and vocational skills is what's going to make you go up and beyond. Uh, I would I would park the thoughts with all of you all here that somewhere somebody has to take a pledge to say if the policy is there, if academics plays a role, if companies play a role, what we as individuals can do to the ecosystem to make it more relevant. Just park my thought, Abhishek, for now, and then we can segue.
Thank you, Mohit. Definitely, yes. If each one of us contributes to the skilling ecosystem, India will be a different India for sure. Having said that, Renata will give us. I was quite impressed by what she is doing, and something that we all need to look at. Your views, Renata.
Thanks, Abhishek. Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me. I have a company called MaxMe, and we were born in Australia and now exist in a big way in India. So I'm very proud to say that. So when we thought about what MaxMe was going to be able to do globally, we thought about the framework of human learning, and that is that 70% of our learning is done through doing. Unfortunately, learning pathways have become very theoretical, and it's why a lot of employers are saying that 3, 4, 5 degrees, it doesn't matter how many degrees you have, if you're unable to do your job and do it well, you're not productive and no good to me. The next thing we think about is that Gen Z and those that follow after them are going to potentially look at 14 different jobs in their lifetime. Gone are the days of I've got a job for life, and 3 out of 5 young people are not working in their area of study. Many career transitions, job changes. So your technical skills are nice, but what's most important is your ability to land and be resilient and start again and make colleagues and friends at work and be able to work as humans together. And the biggest problems at work exist when humans have to work together, not in the technical skills that we have to come and bring to our jobs. That's only part of the problem. And so MaxMe, when I thought about after 30 years in corporate jobs, what I could do, the difference that I could lead in the world, it was to help close this gap around human readiness to be great at work. So that's what we think about, what we obsess about, and what our promise to India is that we would like to come humbly and help our Indian youth be more ready to be awesome at work.
Renata, there's no doubt that that's one skill that we need to build, and current, skill courses don't focus on that, and we need to build that for sure. In most companies we speak to, that's the biggest problem which we need to address. And moving on to Mr. Deepak, another stalwart in the industry, your views on TVET, education, innovation in IT.
So I'll just take a look at a very different perspective. So first, just to give a background, I lead learning and development at BirlaSoft, and BirlaSoft is a IT services organization, been in this space for more than 30 years now as a company, and we are part of a larger conglomerate, CK Birla Group. Now, as far as IT services as an industry is concerned, obviously, when I look at skills and when I look at this relevant topic of TVET through technology innovation, I just want to kind of highlight from my industry perspective. First of all, being a part of a knowledge economy, we have products which are not physical products. We have uh, minds of individuals which are skilled in a particular area to be utilized in creating solutions. Uh, and the challenges that the industry faces right now is uh, the fast pace of change in the skill requirement that's happening. And you will hear these words quite often, especially in the IT industries. One is cross-skilling, upskilling, reskilling. One is unlearn, relearn. I mean, these kind of verbiage you'll use constantly because obviously there's a reason for it. One, the kind of disruptions which are happening in technology right now for individuals who are employed in any IT organization for that matter, have a challenge of skilling themselves all the time. And what is important is for an organization to be able to provide that ecosystem for learning, for skilling. Uh, See, technology and innovation, I think there's been a big disruption, especially in the learning space, in the last 5 to 7 years, from what I've seen. With now, I was just trying out a, a behavioral coach in a AI avatar, telling me how should I communicate, how should I negotiate, how should I make a presentation, how should I conduct an interview, and creating a very safe space for me to be able to practice these skills. So I think what's happening now is for any kind of skill, it's not just behavior, I'm talking about technology, domain, leadership, the way learning happens is changing. And that's becoming a big disruption. Learning is getting more personalized. Learning, the way AR, VR has been there for some time, but now you see the rubber hitting the road. Really, genuinely. Uh, in any industry, name it, we have different facets of these technologies getting implemented. Um, when I look at for us, kind of things which are more of virtual labs, we just used to kind of be very small component of using it, but now the entire ecosystem, even the content providers that Smriti was talking about, all of them have brought in the practical facets of it. So what has become very important here is how beyond the knowledge we provide the requisite skills and get them job ready. One of the critical asks the business leaders come back to the learning team and ask is, how can I make these people deployable? Because at the end, they have to clear client interviews. And I need to really make sure that they are able to clear those client interviews. So the critical is, how do I use this larger ecosystem to really effectively bring in skilling and be able to get these people on the job? I mean, when I look at this larger ecosystem here, the same ecosystem exists within an organization as well. And we are facing a similar challenge of getting people skilled and getting the right skills and getting them deployed. So it's not that industry is complaining that there are no dearth of skills and we don't have people. At an organization, the business leader comes and complains, I don't have the right skill sets. So it's just the same thing getting replicated here. And we have to find innovative means and solutions. And technology is playing a very vital role here.
Right. Absolutely, Deepak. I can vouch for it that any industry that I go to, any industry, they tell me, मुझे लोग नहीं मिलते, है ना? There is not a single company which says मेरे पास सारे लोग आ गए. So that gap is there. It's been there for years together. And technology innovation is, I mean, there's a lot of areas of innovative work that we can do in skills ecosystem. If you are in the skills ecosystem today, it's just the right time to be here, because you can do a lot of innovative stuff in the skills ecosystem. I can tell you that if you look at the policy is straitjacketed. I can imagine, there is government funds, so that's a particular way of working. But this is an open field. We can all work with the industry and plug the gap. AI, as Mr. Deepak was saying, I believe AI is not going to be there in 2 years from now. It's going to be something else. Somebody from Silicon Valley will come up with a new term and come up with something. I, in fact, went to Silicon Valley or in Australia as well, or IIT Mandi. There is brain to computer interface. You think about it and it'll happen in the computer. We don't know what's going to happen. Let's leave that aside. But Moving forward, what I would want to do, because this is a session where everybody is listening, I would want to keep the floor open here and ask any one of you to give your views on what in your organization, what is it that you're doing which is innovative or different, which we could all learn from. And if you can spend 2-3 minutes on that, that will be useful. So we'll all learn something at the end of this session today.
So Vishek, I'll take a lead on that. But before I do that, I will tell you this whole concept of innovation and being open to it is. I had a great experience when way back in 98, 99, I was getting into my first job. And I'm proud to tell that example because people should learn that we've been through this change at least once in our life already. In my first job, my first day in the office, I go in and, by the way, this is a corporate bank, large scale MNC bank in India. And my boss tells me, okay, let's go for lunch. Why don't you lock the computer and come out? So, and he just walks off. And I'm standing in front of my computer and I'm saying, how do I lock it? Right? And as much as it may sound crazy right now, but believe me, for the next couple of minutes, I was just thinking, there is no lock, there is no key. How on earth do I lock it and go for lunch with my first day, with my first boss? This guy comes back and says, what are you doing? Control Alt Del. I said, oh, got it. Control Alt Del. But that's when I realized that the baton to learn is actually with me myself. There's no playbook to tell you what you have to do. That's again beside just to break the ice with the people. Everybody was looking at the topic as being so important. See, I'll tell you at our organization, because again we spoke about the half a million people we have. What is important is few of the things have been very close to our our leadership is one, how can we personalize some of the efforts that today people want. With regards to, let's say, learning and development, we have a free hand to choose our courses, our way to make ourselves more relevant in the game. Because we come from a talent ecosystem and we being the largest employer today in the country itself, our employees, when they join, they don't need physical presence to come in and sign a document to do it. They can be sitting in any remote part of the globe. The ability of technology to get it going and to make sure, listen, I am there, is a fantastic opportunity to make people scalable. That is one.
You'll have to quickly.
Yeah. The other thing, when I spoke about learning and development, the personalization itself, because I know my soft skills, the organization enables through the whole scale that we have to tell exactly what will not make sense right now, but what is the future for you. And that's where the customization happens. There are a lot of elements, but I'll just take a pause on that.
Thank you, Mohit. Anyone else?
Can I add?
Yeah, sure. Deepak.
So,
Deepak, 2 minutes max.
Okay, 2 minutes. I'll just take 2 minutes. So, I'll tell you what I'm trying to do right now. Madam Leena spoke about agentic AI. So, what we are trying to do right now is try to create an agent which for each employee looks at what is their current role, their journey so far, what are the skills that they have. So imagine an agent on your desktop or a laptop and telling you, hey, you have these skills so far, this is the role that you play, but this is what you should be learning. And then also tells you that in this ecosystem, there are these additional jobs which are coming up, which you could aspire for, and telling them this is how you could take a learning. And then obviously give you that opportunity to learn, validate get your skills validated, and at the end of it, allow you to move into that role, as we call it as a talent marketplace. That's something which is what we are trying to build. But to do so, what we have done so far is our employees right now are able to go see their skills. Their managers can validate it. We have tried to add an assessment platform over it so that employees can get assessed as well. But the idea is that they will see their existing role. It will tell them that these are the gaps in their existing roles, and also the fact that they can aspire for another role. I might be a Java developer, but I want to become an agentic AI developer. So how do I go about doing it? That's my aspiration. So how do I aspire for it? And how do I go about taking that learning journey and getting assessed? That is something we have put in place.
Right, Deepak.
Can I go next?
Yeah, Renata, yeah. Human skills and
So,
and is it important in today's age, and how do we do human skills in technology?
So, we've talked a lot about technology, let's be honest, we're all humans. Humans are wired to work together. We have to be very careful that we're not pushing ourselves into soulpreneurship, because the problems that humans are going to solve when AI really takes over are complex problems. Complex problems cannot be solved alone. So if we continue to talk about single stream learning, single stream development, we are individualizing ourselves and we are taking ourselves away from the very thing that actually is going to help us be impactful, and that's working in teams, solving complex problems. So what we obsess about at MaxMe is how do we create community through learning? It's really great that I can individualize, and it's really great that I can personalize, and it's really great that I can know at any point in time, finger on the pulse, what I need. But how am I creating connection to other humans? And how am I creating community so I can solve problems with other humans? So we think about that, number one. And number two, we think about actually what people really want, which is, it's more than just my learning. It's actually what value am I bringing? What difference am I making in the world? Again, humans think a lot about what am I doing for someone else? What value am I bringing? That's what motivates us. So we think about bringing that into our learning experiences and reminding humans as we're training them around the sole purpose of being human, which is not being a robot.
Should I go next?
Yes, Smriti, yeah.
Okay. There are a lot of initiatives that we're doing in TCS to bring in a lot of innovation in this space, but I'll just call out two due to paucity of time. One is bringing in game-based interventions across the life cycle, whether it is for counseling an individual, so giving that individual a series of game-based games, which essentially assesses an individual on his or her psychometric capabilities and then recommends what's the next pathway for them. That's one. Or whether it is using games for learning, or whether it is using games for assessing. So we are investing a lot, over the last 4-5 years, we've been investing a lot on game-based interventions. The second area that we've been focusing on is AI coaches, whether it is for guidance, whether it's for simulating interview prep, or whether it's for simulating English speaking skills, or it is for simulating, any interaction which, you were talking about before you get in front of a human interacting with the AI agent, right? So those are the two things I want to call out at this point of time.
Right. Thank you, Smriti. Anand, yes.
Just maybe 1 minute. So I'll talk about the other side of India, which looks at the technology and skill development primarily from a livelihood perspective, primarily to upscale or maybe make their family happy, to to move to another tier of the economics status in the society. And that's where I think these people have hindrance towards any formal learning, because they don't want to move away from the source from where they are learning. And for them, if you want to take them up or bring them into the formal learning space, it is only with an aspiration to make them grow in the organization or in the economical societal status. And that's where what we try to do is we bring people from the very low level of educational system, be it from ITIs. So we bring apprentices from there. That's the most loyal employees you get in the company. The polytechnic, the diploma engineers, these are the people, and then we provide them aspirational elements in terms of doing graduation, doing post graduation, even doing PhDs, so that they come up in the economic ladder, as well as they have that aspiration. And all these program needs to be work integrated, because these are the people who are breadwinners. They cannot move away, and that's why we have programs which are more work integrated, which are all digital in nature, and people can do it while they are working and getting their salary month on month.
So we've heard a diverse view. We'll keep some time for question and answers as well. Just a question: how many of you all have heard a village called Tulsi in Chhattisgarh? Right? I don't see too many hands up, but I've been there. Would you imagine half the village are YouTube sensations? Half the village. You can Google. Okay, it's called Tulsi in Chhattisgarh. It's near Raipur, in the Raipur district, and everybody is a YouTube sensation. And it's just that a lot of farmers have left farming to become YouTube sensation. So we don't know where the world is going, and we don't know the jobs of tomorrow. We keep saying that, right? And the skill development policy actually encourages a lot of technology in skill gap analysis, to content curriculum development, to counseling, to training, to certification, to monitoring. Everything has technology in it, which wasn't the case earlier. There's a lot of scope for innovation. And since we have about 10 minutes left, I think we will take some questions and keep it as interactive as possible. Sorry, Mohit, you want to say something?
I have a question for you. I've been listening to the conversation you guys have had. It's very insightful.
If you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, sure. My name is Vinay Martin. I am a content creator in the B2B world. 17 years in the tech space.
Yes, Vinay.
My question is this. We've been talking about developing skills to address the current skills shortage. But the reality is this, right? We're going to go into dark factory modes. We're going to go into almost autonomous coding levels in the coming decade. So are we skilling right now to put a band-aid on what our current need is as corporates and organizations? Or are we actually trying to fix a problem for the next coming couple of decades or the next generation? Because I think what we are trying to do right now with everything I've heard is trying to put a band-aid on our current challenges, but we are not actually planning
Vinay,
for tomorrow.
Yeah, anybody?
So, some insight on that.
Vinay, fantastic question.
Yeah.
Passionate to everybody in the room and beyond the room. And you're right, it's still a catch-up. And the reason is because the advancement of technology is far beyond the pace of a human. How you can do. Is it a band-aid? I don't think it's a band-aid per se. It's probably how we are addressing the current need. But as we talked in this panel and beyond that as well, is that how can we create the future-ready workforce? The future-ready workforce is a little different than what we see currently. The band-aid in the world will always exist. Believe me, whether it's a developed economy or anywhere else. By the way, the developed economies have their own set of problems because they're so advanced as what they feel that they don't want to come back. Right? So for us, I think the opportunity is at large. Thank you.
I just want to say, personally, we skill for doesn't matter what job you do. And like I mentioned, 14 to 16 jobs in someone's lifetime, 3 out of 5 not working in their area of study. The only thing you've got is the best version of yourself. Doesn't matter what job you work in, doesn't matter what decade you work in. These soft skills or human skills like emotional intelligence, communication, working in teams, critical thinking, that's never going out of fashion. And the more we work towards this complex world we're going to be in, the more we need these skills. So we personally believe our stuff is more needed and will never be redundant.
I think just one thing,
you can take the next
not
one.
just the band-aid, it's the bridging the gap.
Agree.
Not the band-aid.
Right. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for recognition. I am Ashima Jha. I am a biomedical science researcher as well as a youth advocate. And it's been an honor to listen to all of you. And I would have a little follow-up to what Ms. Renata also mentioned and what my fellow participant also.
Is it a question?
Yeah, it is a question. Just to follow up on the fact that, as she mentioned about not sticking to a single stream, and just giving a little example that in the field of medical sciences as well, the healthcare we are seeing, there is AI which is driven, there is AR, VR for surgical skills, there is also lots of biotech driving new industries, which comes down to the question that in the future jobs, things are not going to stick to single stream. There is going to be a lot of collaboration, a lot of jobs that are going to be cross-sectoral. So how are we preparing our youth from different disciplines and backgrounds, not just from AI, but from medical sciences, from health to mathematics, to actually bridge these disciplines and to address it and make them future ready for the jobs?
If Renata is answering, before she answers, the education policy is changing, including the school education policy, higher education policy, skill education policy, professor of practice, from class 9 onwards, skills being introduced, multiple skills, you can choose your skill, etc., etc. So I'll not get into the regulations, but the government has recognized that and ensured that the kids in school are aware of all the skills that are there and they can choose their skills and experiment with many, but I'll not get there. But anybody else wants to address?
I just want to say that in Australia, certainly our curriculum allows for that choice. We actually give quite a lot of choice to our students, but we don't always educate them. While giving choice, you also have to educate on how to make the right choice, right? So we think about it all the time, and it's why we in India as well are in schools and universities, because we
Right.
have to educate from an early age.
Absolutely right. India is changing. Very soon will be better than Australia. Anyone else? Oh, sorry. Smriti? Yeah.
I just want to add one element out here. I believe that there is scope for research and innovation in this area in terms of how the curriculum itself is designed to identify more and more micro level horizontals which are relevant across multiple disciplines and add smaller levels of vertical level, skills. That's one area I want to add.
Right.
Yes,
someone
I
at the
got
back.
a question.
Sir, he has been holding his hand for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, I'm Mukesh representing ISEC, one of India's largest social enterprise, working particularly in rural and tribal
Mukesh,
regions.
question please.
My question to the panel is that like most of India's rural population is still facing digital and connectivity issues. How can we ensure that the integration of AR, VR and AI in TVT does not widen the digital gap?
Okay. Smriti, do you want to take that?
Yeah. That's where the phygital thing comes in place. So, and if you look at the whole ITI revamp, the focus is on having an hub and spoke. So how do you ensure that there is physical presence across the country for getting access to that digital learning? And for digital learning, I don't need internet connectivity. That's a misnomer.
Right. Anand, you had spoken about a lot of, things that you're doing for
Yeah,
kids. So
exactly. And plus, you gave the example of Tulsi village. So that is also a rural space because I come from Raipur, so I know that place. So I think the net connectivity is not that bigger a challenge today. It is more about where your interest lies and how you pick it up. That's I think something which is more to focus on.
Right. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I missed you. Yeah.
My name is Subhash. I am a mechanical engineer and I am taking the placement for the students in engineering college as well as the technical skills for the ITI or the lower level
Yes, sir, we
trades.
need many more like you.
My question is now that the world is changing very fast. The engineering techniques are changing very fast. Now the curriculum made for the ITIs or for the graduate engineers is staggering for the last 10 years or so. Because I have taken the interviews for the graduate engineers fresh. They do not know their own subject because I cannot ask their experience. I ask them which is the favorite subject of yours. They say IC engines. They do not know.
I agree, sir. I am on the board of few universities. We are still teaching carburetors.
My question is now because I said earlier the rapid changing in the skills. So our institutions, the public institutions, are not geared up for the same. So what will be the take so that we have to change very fast? As one of us said that we are not to go for the future, we have to see for the today. So today what is available? Future nobody has seen. 10 years what will be there? But today the skills are there. I'm giving you an example. I was in the Middle East where we wanted DG sets operator. We find none from India. We find none from, I'm only giving you examples that we find none, that we have to train the carpenters to go for the DG sets.
We have Sector Skill Council CEOs here as well, and you should talk to them because if DG set operator is a big requirement, we don't have a
I'm giving an example only.
Yeah.
My question is the policy on the private engineering colleges. वो किताब पढ़ाते हैं अपना पेपर देते हैं खत्म उनकी जो बाहर निकलते हैं स्टूडेंट आई एम सॉरी टू से because I have taken the interviews.
I agree with you, sir. I agree with you.
Yeah,
Okay.
Just try to answer. So I think, sir, for that, we as an industry need to open our gates for these students to come in while they are studying. I mean, right now what is happening, the kind of internship, kind of summer training, what they do is nothing but more like a fun. I mean, it is more like a plant visit, right? So let us get them as soon as they complete their first year, second year, third year. Let us hire people who are doing these internships in our organization so that there is already an integration of those 3 to 6 months of summer internship. And this is how you can bridge. And then on the other side, we need to work with academic institutes like we are working with many of the IITs, NITs, polytechnics as well as ITIs to bring electives related to stainless steel, for example. and we are trying to give them that sort of an experience which is relevant to our industry, and that's how we are trying to bridge that gap.
I'll just
I think the onus is on us
on
as well.
the onus is on the industry as well. I completely agree. I'll just add a couple of things. One is apprenticeship embedded degree program. If you've heard about it, if not, please go through it, sir. There is also the apprenticeship program. I'll let you know that any company in India, any company which has more than 30 employees, it is mandatory for them to have apprentices. Right now, not more than probably 10% of the companies are under the following that act. So there are many things that the government are doing. For example, engineering colleges said, I have to bring a professor. Professor has to be so many years of teaching. But UGC has said, no need. Get the person from the industry. Call him a professor. He's a professor of practice. So a lot of changes have happened. Hopefully, the next time we meet, a lot of things will change. Anything that you'd want to add, Mr. Deepak, on this? Yeah.
No, the only thing which Renata has already spoken and which is important for every individual from a skilling perspective is resilience, and also be ready for change. Anything.
Right.
And that's very important.
Right. Thank you so much. I think it was a great panel. We have industry represented as well. Hard industry, soft industry, a large employer, somebody who's looking beyond skills, and of course, skills and technology. So it was a interesting discussion. Thank you. Sorry, ma'am. Yeah. Part of the team. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Deepti.
Thank you so much, esteemed panelists. May we have a group picture, please? As our next special speaker, we will now have Ms. Krishna Vilasani. She is the Director of Corporate Affairs and Engagement at L'Oreal India. She has over 2 decades of experience in diverse areas, including tech journalism, consumer and brand PR, and corporate communications in India and Singapore. May we please give a round of applause for Ms. Krishna. Very warm welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much. It's always an interesting challenge to speak right before lunch. So I'll try to make it interesting. I did come prepared with a fairly academic speech. I see a lot of students. Hello, guys. Today I'm going to talk about the youth, L'Oreal, and beauty. What's common? What's a common thread that connects all three? So L'Oreal is a very young company. We just turned 31 this year. We are just above the country average, which is about 29 years. So as a company that has been in India for more than 31 years, globally for about 100 years, we have been operating only in one sector, one vocation, which is beauty. And not many know, but we are the people who have professionalized a very unique industry. This industry is probably one of the oldest in the world, which is the hairdressers. If you recall, about 20 years ago, if we had to go for a haircut, there was a hair salon for women, which would be called most likely a Twinkle Beauty Parlor, and men would go to a men's salon. Gender was so clearly divided. Every hairdresser would cater to the same kind of needs. There was not too much focus on what should be the haircut. Every time a woman would go, like, kya karna hai? Blunt cut kara lo. If a guy would go, short kara lo. From there, about 20 years ago, we learned that if we have to operate in this country, the salon industry is something that we have to take care of. It is an industry that seats so many talented professionals, but today, unfortunately, we're only known as nice or parlor wali didis. So our empowerment started there, and our empowerment started with skilling. We set up schools, and one of our schools that we set up is called Earth, which is absolute route to hairdressing. With the school, we trained people to be hairdressers. We chose people who were in this industry, people who were in salons. We trained the hairdressers. Today, most of the hairdressers who are trained by us do not call themselves hairdressers, they call themselves hair architects. And they earn pretty much as much as any mid-level corporate executive earns today, and we are very, very proud of that. A part of the skilling is also the infrastructure that we designed for the salons. Today, salons are unisex. When you walk into a salon in the metros and even in tier 2 towns, you would see salons which cater to both men and women. And that is a result of training that has been given to these salon workers to treat the needs individually, but yet with respect. So therefore, both men and women feel safe to come to the salons. So for us, it's a proud moment to be invited to come and talk here about skilling. While I've spoken about the industry generation that we have done for salons, I think it's important, and it's important for this forum to also know, as L'Oreal, we have many programs that work towards the empowerment of skilled workers in the beauty space. And we divide it into two very clean programs. One which focuses on hair, which we are very proud of, because obviously this connection with hair, with salon industry, and the other one is beauty, given our expertise and our product portfolio, which is very, very popular in India. And we are very happy that as part of our specific programs, we were able to cover a slightly wider spectrum. So for our, through our CSR programs, we have covered about 24,000 women in 2024, women who come from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. We have provided training, 5-month training program to these women in order to be able to get employment ready. And it's interesting to see that most of them are not all are getting into working into salons. Some of them are gig workers, some of them have become entrepreneurs themselves, and some of them have started work in the beginning initially and now are salon owners. So this CSR program remains our flagship program, which has been doing very well. We do work with ITIs as part of this program as well to recruit young women into these programs to ensure that everybody across the country has access. And we are sitting on an ambition of, we are today at 24,000, but we are sitting on an ambition of creating about 100,000 beneficiaries by the end of 2030. So this is our CSR program. As part of our business development in the salon industry, we have trained till date about 3.3 million hairdressers. And these hairdressers today work in the top 50,000 salons in the country. You would walk into a Gitanjali or an Enrich, you would see these workers, these skilled workers. So I wanted to share this story with you because not many people understand the connection between L'Oreal beauty, skilling, and youth. But we are very, very proud that we are in a moment today where platforms like these have got us connected to people in the government, to people in the NGO sector, and the students. So I'm very happy that I'm able to share this with you. Going forward, our goal remains that we improve the skilling infrastructure across the various institutions, including ITIs. One interesting thing about skilling and AI that I wanted to talk about is, while AI is here and it's here to get our jobs, the skills that involve our hands, people who touch our hair, who do our makeup, it's very, very hard for AI to take those roles. It is important to have the understanding of AI, but what I'm very proud of is that beauty and hair are two sectors that AI is not going to take the craft. It will probably enhance the service experience. For example, if I have brown hair and if I want to change my hair color, if I want to change my haircut, there is an app now. There is AI that will help me to see how I would look like if I do make those changes. So we do not see AI as a challenge. We do not operate out of fear of AI, but we do operate in a conducive space to know that there is place for craft, there is place for skilling, and young women and men should look at beauty as a trait that will really help them build their careers. Whether they want to be solopreneurs or they want to be working in salons, this is a skill that is having a huge potential. So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you very much, and just in time for lunch.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We now have another special presentation by Mr. Akash Sethi. He's the CEO of Quest Alliance. It's about the report that we just released, the FICCI FRS and grading framework for ITIs in India. We will also have one presentation on the next generation skills, on the FICCI KPMG next generation skills report that we had, post which we will break for lunch. So around 1:20 we will break for lunch. Now may I request Mr. Akash Sethi to please come on the dais.
All right, I know this is sort of standing between you and lunch, but I'll try to make it short because I know it's been a long morning, and I'm going to talk about the report that we released in the morning with the Honorable Minister talking about the grading of ITIs, or the state of the ITI report, the framework that was shared. I'll be talking a little more about that and just sharing with everyone what that looks like. Before I get into the framework, I'll just give you before I get into the framework, I'll talk a little bit about the challenge that young people are facing today. The world of work is constantly changing. There is a lot of anxiety that young people have about their futures. They do not have the skills that we know are important for this changing world of work. So how do we really prepare young people to navigate this change and to be able to think about the careers that they want, as opposed to just thinking about what is available? So how do we make that shift where we feel young people have the agency to choose the careers? And oftentimes we find that people don't know the career options, and so they go to an ITI out of no other option because it's supposed to be the last option on the list of things, right? So I think at Quest, what we've been trying to do is to really build what we were calling like a GPS for India's youth, and that GPS, basically what it allows is to choose your destination and to then say what are the skills that you need to get to your destination. We also know that it's not enough to learn skills. Along the way on your destination, you need scholarships, you need internships, you need mentorship, and not all of this is actually being provided to that same young person who is on this path to achieve their career goal. And therefore, how do we really bring these different services that young people need onto the same platform? So over the last 5 years, we've been building what we're calling a personalized learning platform called My Quest, and that platform has been used by more than 500,000 young people in ITIs. We've seen some amazing engagement rates. When we move from catalog-based learning, and this is a digital platform that teaches young people the 21st century skills. What we are seeing is the shift that you need to make from saying catalog-based learning to this more personalized learning. We are seeing a good kind of change where the learner has the agency to choose what they want to learn. And that's the shift that the MyQuest platform has been making. What we realize is that, a young person faces systemic barriers. It's not just about the skills, right? It is also about what are the kind of institutes they are going to. Are the trainers trained? Are the placement systems in ITIs really there to develop the skills that they need to transition into the workplace? So we realize that it's not just about the skills, it is also about the institute readiness, and how does the institute also provide those transition opportunities to young people. And keeping that in mind, we had developed what we call the Future Right Skills Network, FRSN, recognizing that one organization cannot really solve the problem. You need to bring together various different actors from the ecosystem to really come together and say, how do we really get, especially the ITI system, ready for the future, and what does it take to prepare the ITI system? And so what we've done is to really focus on a few key priorities as part of FRSN. One, we have said we need to really upgrade curriculum, which FRSN has been doing over the last 4 years. We have a revamped employability skills curriculum that has been developed in partnership with various NGOs, various industries. So now there is a dedicated 120 hours of employability skills, which is available digitally and in workbooks for students across the country. We have focused on, building more digital public goods, which are online resources, materials that can be accessed by students as well as trainers. We also have now an increasing focus on data and advocacy, which means that can we really show the mirror or the picture of what is really happening in our ITIs? What is the readiness of ITIs? How many institutes have placement cells? How many institutes have trained trainers with the pedagogies that are needed to teach learners about the future? And that is essential, because otherwise, we can keep working in smaller ways, but we really need to show the mirror to the system as well. And that's what we are attempting to do through the data and advocacy strategy. So the report that we released this morning spoke about the 3 big pillars that we are going to be assessing. And the 3 big pillars as part of the State of ITI report, and I hope that comes up in a couple of minutes. Before I end this presentation, I hope my presentation actually comes up, but that's fine. That's part of, not making you wait. Is that the 3 indicators we are really looking at? One is the youth future readiness. When young people, alumni, learners are passing out of the system, do they really have the skills that they need to succeed in the workplace? We are trying to capture data from learners and alumni. It's perception data as well as actual skill data to say what is the actual impact that ITI education is happening on. Okay, great. So what is the youth readiness and skills data that we are collecting, which talks about their ability to navigate future careers. The second thing we are collecting is ITI industry engagement data. So that data will tell us, are institutes really ready to help young people transition into the workplace? Which means, do they have MOUs with industries? Do they have actual placement cells that I spoke about? And the third is the institutional functioning itself. Are institutes delivering quality training? Is the infrastructure in place? Are they inclusive? Are the learning environments inclusive, specifically for women the actual gender norms that actually impact women's motivation to complete ITIs and transition. So we are going to assess for inclusivity or inclusion. And we are also going to assess around the trainer capacity. So these are the three aspects that this state of ITI report is going to assess. And what we did was that the state of ITI report, we took the framework to different industries and got feedback that what is working, what is it that we need to think about when we do a state of ITI report for the country. And I think we got a few inputs that were really valuable. One was that the current state of digital systems, how the ITIs collect data is not in a great shape. It's all in pen and paper, and therefore, how do you really look at integrating and collecting some of the data from the existing MIS as well, and not collect fresh data, but sort of look at the existing data. We shouldn't over-engineer before rollout, which means don't look for a perfect system, but look at how do you really do a small rollout initially that can help you understand whether a survey of this nature can actually work at an India level. The third feedback was that do we really look at this whole thing around fear of grading as punitive? So oftentimes there's a fear of being graded and assessed. And is this fear going to stop us from collecting good quality data? And how do we really think of not just grading, but how do we think of the learning loop, which means that our institutes getting this data back for them to learn and improve on their learning environment, on their infrastructure, on their trainer capacity? Or does it become just about who is the top 10, top 20, top 50 ITIs? So let's look at this as a learning loop as opposed to only ranking system. And can we think about this beyond the best ITIs of the country as one of the inputs? I think the fourth one was around there is a lot of industry variation in different local realities. There are different kinds of trades, there are different kinds of learners who are aspiring for these. So can we really look at possibilities of industry catchment and local jobs into ITI profiling? So simply put, what it means is that there are a lot of local demands and the supply doesn't always match the local demand. There is a mismatch between local demand and supply. So can we factor this into our analysis of how this is working when we collect the data to be able to show the readiness? So yeah, I think that was a summary that, what we are really looking at this, that who are the users of this system actually. So we are really saying that different stakeholders can use this data, can use this state of ITI data. The DGT and MSDE can use this data to really make decisions for the new schemes and integrate that into the new 60,000 crore investments and seeing can we start assessing performance of all of these ITIs around some of these data that we are producing. Can employers and industry body use this data to be getting more insights around the local needs and the mismatch of demand and supply and start creating better courses around that, informing what kind of courses should happen in the ITIs. ITI principals, like I said, should be able to use this data to understand how do they form in relation to the other institutes and where do they stand and how can they improve their own performance. And philanthropy and CSRs can also use this data to say where can they invest, what should they invest on, as opposed to only investing based on their programming. Can they listen better to the needs and then make those investments as well? And finally, yeah, the sector skill councils and the state skill missions can use this data for their purpose in terms of driving their strategy and schemes. So this is sort of the summary of that report that was think you can collect a copy, you can download it, and really look at this is the industry role that we are saying that it's not just a one-time effort. We want to continuously engage with industry to improve the quality of this report and also use this. So there are a few things that we feel industry can play a role in, both in terms of funding the rollout if people are interested in that, technical expertise and feedback on the tool itself. This can be used by the industry for that as well, and advocating for the framework to be used by other stakeholders. So once you see the report, you can go out and also talk about it, be an advocate, and help us champion this. Yeah, that's, I think, a summary, and hope to be in touch, and please reach out if you'd like to know more about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Akash. May I now have Mr. Debabrata Ghosh, partner at KPMG in India, to please make the presentation on the FICCI KPMG Next Gen Skills Report for Global Workforce.
Skip to the presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, the attendance is very low, so I'll finish it in 5 to 7 minutes. But there are some interesting figures and information which you might find worth for waiting for 5 to 7 minutes. I have just 8 slides, so I'll take 7 to 8 minutes, not more than that. Can I have the... Okay, so I have divided the slide deck into 6 parts, as I said. I just wanted to give you an idea what the paper is about, and the paper talks about these 7 aspects, that how AI is disrupting our workforce, what are the global trend, and particularly what kind of geopolitical shifts are happening that is affecting the workforce part of it, what is India's response, our economic structure and the employment scenario part of it, what kind of sectoral transformation we are looking at, governance and mobility perspective, what should be our response, and finally some of the inclusion challenges and what could be some of the policy recommendations. Some of them are already in place, some can be enhanced. So that's the structure of this. This side is not probably very much working, but you will have the copy of the report. So I think during the panel yesterday, I was also there. So we have spoken a lot about how AI is disrupting the world. So that much we are aware. But let's look at the numbers part of it. So World Economic Forum and some of the other reports are saying that almost 170 new million jobs will be created in the next 5 years globally. But at the same time, the introduction of AI and machine language and robotics, humanoids, all these things are going to actually replace around 92 million jobs. So essentially, we are adding up only 78 million jobs. Some of the very traditional roles which are repetitive in nature, which are at higher risk, are like credit processing people, the telemarketers, the banking clerks, or the healthcare person. I'll come to the details of it, but these are some of the examples which jobs may not exist in 2 to 3 years or maybe 5 years down the line. And some of the emerging job roles are like AI ML engineers, care professionals, and then green tech specialists. So these are the things. Now, if you see my next 2 slides, these roles that are going to be extinct are more task-based, and it varies from sector to sector. It's not uniform across the sector. I think the madam from L'Oreal was talking about that AI can never replace them. To an extent, it is correct because some of the human touch are required in many of the professions, and AI never going to replace them all, but there will be partial impact across all sectors. So if you look at it, I think the biggest setback or the effects that are going to come in the sectors like IT and outsourcing. So some of the job roles like customer support, data entry operators, they will be replaced by chatbots and code generation tools. And the emerging job roles in that areas could be the prompt engineers, AI ethical specialists, and automation architects. Similarly, if we look at the finance, the traditional job of doing the creditworthiness check, risk rating, tax related thing, these are all routine tasks. For example, in my organization itself, KPMG, we have created a tax related AI. So all basic queries related to tax, you can get an answer there. You don't need a specialist to answer that. Everything fed into the system. You just need to type the questions and the answers will come out. Similarly, in healthcare, I think the job roles that are going to be impacted are the diagnostic, surgical assistant, radiologist, but these are not complete replacement. In some of the cases, you are seeing there will be complete replacement like routine tasks, but in these cases, AI is going to help actually in terms of augmentation and not entire replacement part of it. Education. So I was telling yesterday that Government of India has set up a separate AI for education in this year's budget because there are going to be impact the way the teachers teach in the classroom, the pedagogical style of it, the introduction of digital part into our curriculum, the adaptive learning mechanism, even personalized learning mechanism. For example, we did a project sometime back in AP school education, where every student are asked to take an assessment in a tablet. The tablet is AI enabled. The tablet will tell that what particular student needs improvement in which particular subject and in that subject in which particular area. So this is called more like a personalized adaptive system. Similarly, if we look at some other sector like legal, customer service, manufacturing, retail and logistics, all will have an impact. So some of the job roles that you are seeing that particularly legal, just like tax, there are some basic queries for which there is established rules, established laws. No more you need an individual to handle that part of it. In terms of customer service, we are already seeing that most of the airlines companies, most of the telephone companies, operators, you cannot get through a customer care executive in person unless and until something that the bot or the automated voice system doesn't take care of it. Sometimes you get irritated that what is happening, I cannot talk to a real person, but that's the nature of the job. In manufacturing particularly, we are definitely seeing a big impact in terms of assembly lining, precision manufacturing, but what more, we are also seeing that introduction of humanoids, which are like semi-human with the same higher level of intelligence and also doing the work in an assembly line what a traditional human can do. Similarly, in retail and logistics, you have seen while you are visiting abroad that most of the checkout options are automatic, your billing, calculation, everything is done automatic. In terms of supply chain, retail, logistics, all these are things are going to be get impacted. Now, if you look at the four big economies, so US is already investing heavily into that, but their investment is in the area of generative AI. Almost 100 billion plus they have invested, but more from a private sector perspective. Similarly, if you look at the European Union, Switzerland and Turkey are the biggest investors. If you look at China, again the government investments is happening, but more in terms of automotive manufacturing on robotic side of it. India, of course, is focusing with a mixed part of it. There is a heavy focus on the ethical AI part of it, and also in sectors like healthcare, agri-tech, sustainable cities, and education is the focus part of it. Now, how is our economic landscape or the service econometrics things are looking like? So if you see, we are primarily dominated by services sectors. Digital platforms are slowly driving the self-employment and the gig economy part of it. It is expected that we will have almost 24 million gig workers by the next 5 years. And if you are aware, the government has come out with special sort of social protection guidelines also for gig workers so that their jobs are protected, they receive social security benefit. Because going forward, more and more current generation Gen Z people are opting for gig workers. For people like us, or maybe a couple of our seniors who are 20 years in the company, they don't want to do that. They want 6 months assignment, change and shift to that. Now, if you look at between the last 5 years, self-employment has rose almost by 6%. And the regular salaried job has actually declined slightly. And casual labor also dropped by some bit of percent. The female participation rate is a most talk about thing. It has increased, but in the agricultural domain, and more male participation we are seeing in the construction and services sector part of it. Now, what are the major sectors in India particularly that are going to be affected through introduction of AI or technologies? One is, of course, advanced manufacturing, because automation is growing. There are AI integrated role. I spoke to you about humanoids some time back. Then the IT and the semiconductors part of it, heavily dependent on agentic AI as well as the generative AI part of it. Then green economy and mobility. So AI just not only performs the job but improves the productivity part of it, improves the efficiency part of it. So for the EV manufacturing, EV performance, there are several use of technology. And then agri-tech and food system and healthcare and life sciences. That's why we have dedicated budget, dedicated center of excellence set up by Government of India in this regard. Now, how is AI impacting the mobility part of it and also the global mobility part of it? So we are going to face almost 1 million plus AI professional shortfall by 2027. And if you look at not only India, countries like US, Germany, UK, all are facing similar kind of things. Now, as I was mentioning previously, there are very key Government of India missions like India AI mission. We have a Yuba AI platform. We have NASSCOM's FICCI, NASSCOM's Future Skills Prime, which is only for futuristic skilling related initiative. And then I don't know how many of you heard, there is another government initiative which is very interesting, that is called Bhashini. That is the introduction of AI for vernacular languages, and you can have your query in your own languages and you can get answers from the system about government processes, schemes and other things. As the Honorable Minister was speaking in the morning, that it was already envisaged, and that's why we have technology component, how it will be integrated in terms of delivery, in terms of curriculums and other things, that has been captured to a large extent in the national education part of it. And some of our very premier institutions like IIT Kanpur, IIT Jodhpur, they're already running some of the center of excellence that I have managed. Just two more slides. So I think this slide I'm talking about more of our challenges part of it. I think some of the statistics were spoken yesterday as well. So only 26% of our workforce are exposed to formal skilling. Now, if you go for any advanced country, this number could be anywhere between 60 to 80% as well. Because of that particular fact, we are also seeing that almost 80 to 85% of our workforce is also into the unorganized sector or informal sectors. Now, we have around 15,000 ITIs, around 2,000 plus training providers, many training centers. But at this point of time, the execution by using technology part is little less. We all know that the 60,000 crore ITI upgradation scheme coming up, and the curriculum modernization, introduction of technology in that, and how will you use AI, augmented reality, virtual reality is a big focus area in that. There are regional gaps. Of course, some of the states, the population are more tech savvy, access to internet is more easy. But if you look at some of the eastern states or some other states, there is a big digital divide between the urban and rural part of it. Therefore, we need more sector specific and possibly region specific strategies also. So what we have come out with some of the recommendations in the paper are, first of all, we need to have a sector specific skilling framework for AI related thing, because it depends on the maturity of the sectors and the job roles that are getting impacted to what level that those are getting impacted. Modernization of the ITIs, I think that is already taken care of in the ITI upgradation scheme. We are also encouraging public-private partnerships with academia and industry together, where we can introduce stackable credentials and include the global competencies these days in our curriculum, both at a skilling level and education level. Since there is a big digital divide between rural and urban, our recommendation is to set up some regional AI hubs, not only in the premier metro cities or the urban area, but some of the tier 2 and tier 3 cities also. Global mobility pathways we discussed yesterday, and most importantly, there is a great focus in India compared to other countries on the ethical AI part of it. And finally, whatever we recommend, it has to be an inclusive. designed so that it focuses on rural, informal, and marginalized group as well, apart from focusing on the digital elite people part of it. I'll stop here. The report is available, soft copy is available. You can download it from FICCI's website or our website, and some of you can have the hard copies also. Thank you very much for your patience.
Amit, we can have the QR code for the report, and you can download the report from the QR code. We will now break for lunch and meet at 2 o'clock in the same room. We have the next session on best practices in skilling, which will be from 2 o'clock till 3 o'clock, followed by sessions on financial literacy and a special address by Shri Bala Murugan D, the Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So we meet back at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Me, I'm
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the post-lunch session. We now have a panel discussion on the future of skills, sharing of best practices. This is a 1 hour long panel discussion, post which we will have an address from Sri Bala Murugan D, the Joint Secretary of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, followed by a master class on financial literacy from National Institute of Securities Market, Mumbai. And lastly but not least, we will have Ms. Meghna and Ms. Deepika Sharma from LinkedIn India, who are going to conduct a 1 hour workshop on how to use LinkedIn. So that's how your next 3 hours are planned with us. I will now request the moderator of the session, Mr. Sunil Marwa, the CEO for Food Processing Sector Skill Council, to please join the dais. Please welcome him. Dr. Sakshi Khurana, the Senior Specialist, Skill Development, Labour and Employment at Niti Aayog. A very warm welcome, ma'am. Mr. Umesh B. Rathod, the COO and General Manager of NABARD Consulting Services. Welcome, sir. Mr. Ashish Mukherjee, the Vice President, Social and Economic Empowerment Practices at IPE Global. Welcome. Ms. Preeti Arora, the Senior Vice President at Wadhwani Foundation. Welcome, ma'am. And Mr. Sai Krishnan Rao, the Senior General Manager of Education Program Development, IMEA Region at Schneider Electric. Very warm welcome, sir. With this, may I request the moderator, Sunil Marwa, sir, to please begin the proceedings of the session.
Thank you, Deepti, and a very warm welcome to all my panelists here on this panel. We have extraordinary mix of experience and also policy formulation, content development, industry experience. So you can't ask for a better panel. And I also warmly welcome the audience who are all mostly young people, less than probably 25, 28. So I think you are the dividend that Modi ji talks about. Let me just set the context right in terms of what are we going to talk about. We are going to talk about how to take care of the future of skills, which means in the next 5 years, how skilling should happen and what are the kind of best practices which various members on this panel are wanting to share with us. Now, if you were to ask for my opinion, we are living in a very dynamic environment. Things are changing very fast, whether you're looking at the industry, whether you're looking at the way education is happening, whether you're looking at how trade is happening, communication is happening, there is a dynamic world. So in this dynamic world, the degree that you take from the college, which is a 3-year degree or a 5-year degree, is going to not last you for more than 3 to 5 years. You'll be outskilled by the time you join your first job or the second job. You'll be declared as unskilled. So the action here really is that the skilling has to happen all lifelong, because the world is so dynamic that it's changing so fast that employment with the basis of a college degree is going to be very, very temporary. That is one. Secondly, we have, if you look at the overall situation in India, India is emerging to be the 3rd largest economy in the next 2 years or so, and then we want to be Viksit Bharat in 2047. So each one of us has to contribute. So we have to contribute in terms of nation building as to what we can do, not what we have studied. So each one of us has a very, very important role to play, and their skills are very important. So the skilling could be something which is related to as basic as tailoring, say for example, or it could be as high as AI programming. But these skills have to be acquired, they have to be honed, they have to be improved. You can't say that I have done one course, so that is the final word. It is not the final word. So this is a very big challenge which the young people will have to accept and to move on in their careers. Second, another point which I want to make is that we have a lot of startups coming up, and more startups will come. So their skilling is also a challenge. How do you skill them? So we will discuss some and other issues in today's panel discussion, and I hope that there would be good takeaways and there would be certain learnings for us as well as some action points. So I would like to first bring on the process in terms of brief introduction. Of course, we have done, but what are the things which are happening in your respective organizations which you represent in terms of the best practices related to future of skills? So I would start with Dr. Sakshi Khurana, if she can share her knowledge and experience from Niti Aayog.
Thank you, Vicky, first of all, for organizing this summit and for inviting all of us. All the sessions I feel are very well curated, and there's a lot to learn from the different sessions. Coming back to the question that Mr. Marwa asked, the role of our respective organizations in best practices, Niti Aayog has a role in a lot of knowledge sharing and knowledge creation as well as knowledge dissemination. So one of the initiatives that we have is the Niti for States portal. So Niti for States portal is a repository of knowledge products on different aspects, on different sectors, including skill development. For skill development, we have a collection of over 750 best practices. These best practices include, initiatives by central government, by state governments, or multilateral organizations, as well as the private sector. There is also a key role that Niti Aayog plays in terms of bringing together stakeholders and sharing of best practices on different themes related to skill development and employment. Some of the themes which we have been talking about in this conference, which Niti Aayog focuses on, is apprenticeship, skill development for employability, skill development for international labor mobility. Another important theme is women's labor force participation. So we've been bringing together stakeholders around the table and learning from them, what are the initiatives that are happening, or even at the grassroots level, what are the district collectors doing. A lot of initiatives are in partnership with the private sector. So learning from these initiatives and trying to make an attempt to ensure that these initiatives feed into policy making. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. And I would now request Preeti Arora from Badwani Foundation to share what path-breaking work she's doing in Badwani Foundation with regards to best practices in future skills.
Thank you, Sunilji, for this very pertinent question. We know, all of us by now, we have seen various studies and surveys, and we know that the shelf life of skills is reducing. The disruptions in the ecosystems are causing, we know that there are smartphones that took much lesser than internet to percolate our population. So the kind of initiatives that we at Vadvani Foundation are taking include all of this actually. We start with the career advisory services. We try to leverage the modern day artificial intelligence and generative AI to help the students identify the best occupations and the best career options where there may be better chances of them to succeed. All this is AI powered. Followed by that, we contribute to the skilling the actual skilling process that includes not just the employability skills but also the domain skills, and how we can enhance the capacity and efficiencies of the trainers in our ecosystems. We know that the whole ITI DGT ecosystem is actually facing a major deficiency for the number of trainers. So how we can empower the current trainers to service and capacitate them to be more efficient at work, to enable learning support services for students to be able to gather these skills in a better, efficient, and more retainable manner. Apart from the main skilling activity, followed by that, we support students in getting the jobs of their preference by having an AI powered interview coach. Now, this is really a near real kind of an experience where, based on the sector chosen and the trade chosen, the students are faced with an AI powered interview questioning exercise that helps them hone their skills before actually going and attending the interviews. Followed by that, once we complete this life cycle of students reaching their coveted position in the workplace, after that, how the students are able to then sustain themselves and be able to overcome the various difficulties that many of you may face in the first year of your work. Now, all this is done, and the backbone of this definitely is technology, because tech literacy is found to be the major driver in the info age that we all are in. But keeping the curiosity on and keeping the soft skills updated is also a very strong part of this whole proposition. I'll take a pause here.
Thank you so much, Preeti, and it's so nice to hear about everything which is based on technology. So it's a changed world altogether. Next, I would request Mr. Umesh Rathod, who is from NAPCONS, and you must have all heard NAPCONS is NABARD Consultancy Services, which are the consulting arm of NABARD. And I would like to hear from him what is happening in NAPCONS and NABARD on this.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for this introduction of NAPCONS. As a NABARD Consultancy Services, we are involved with skilling ecosystem, particularly for rural youths, for more than 15 years. We were also involved in SGSY1, which got migrated to DDU GKY, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Grameen Kaushalya Yojana. And right now, DDU GKY 2.0 is in the offering. So, whatever issues which we found, like it was also kind of learnings for us, and that we communicated to MORD, and most of the issues which were found in the DDU GKY 1.0 are being taken care in DDU GKY 2.0, which will be launched soon. So one of the main issue was in the DDU GKY, that placement tracking was being done for only 3 months. So the employment, so even the agencies which were involved, they were also interested only in providing short-term employment. Whereas in DDU GKY 2.0, that tracking will be done at least for 12 to 18 months, so that it will ensure that the long-term placement is there. And during the first, as you know, first 3 to 6 months, there will be learning phase on the job. So if somebody stays for 18 months, then there are higher chances that employment will be permanent, and the efforts which are being done on training and skilling will result in fruitful result. And similarly, so the funding model which is there for PIAs, that also has been modified to take care of all these aspects. And similarly, like from NABARD also, okay, which is our parent organization, we have been involved in promotion of self-help groups, farmers producers organizations, where also skilling is an important part, because as you know, in self-help groups, right now this NRLM, under NRLM, Lakhpati Didi initiative is a flagship program of central government. So one of the key aspect for any entrepreneurship, that availability of adequate and credit at reasonable rates, that is being taken care of through this NRLM initiative. So another next challenge comes regarding the skills of the project, the skilling requirement in the project. So there also adequate focus is being given through these initiatives. And under the FPOs also, okay, since we are collectivizing the farmers to reduce the reliance on the middleman, and to take care of the value chain, take the control of value chain in their hand, they also need the special skill for that. They need to learn the activities which are being performed by the middleman. They need to do the value addition, particularly in the food processing and agro processing sector. And that throws a huge challenge, particularly for skilling, because there is a huge gap, and we need to kind of make this, skilling, we need to fulfill the skilling gaps through our initiatives. Yeah,
Thank you very much, Umeshji. And now we will, I would request Mr. Ashish Mukherjee, who is from IP Global, if you could tell us how they are able to advise their clients on what is the future of skills. So somebody has to do a forecast. What is obvious we can all see, but what is not so obvious is probably left to consultants. They probably do the X-ray and the NMR to find out how things have to progress. So over to you.
Thank you, Sunilji, for this opportunity, and good afternoon, everyone. So IP Global as an organization works across multiple development sectors, skills and social and economic empowerment being one of the areas that we work in. So I'm very happy to share my experiences today with you. And as an organization, we work at both levels in terms of working with the governments to inform them in the decision making, policy making, also helping them implement programs. We work with project management units with various state governments and some of the national ministry to help them implement a lot of skilling schemes. On the other hand, we also work at the grassroots level where we are actually implementing programs so that these learnings can actually feed into whatever policy or decision making is being done at a national level or even at a state government level. Because unless you know what is the gap at the ground, it is difficult to resolve them, and taking those learnings to the policymakers is one of the bridges which we are trying to kind of cover up. And we see a lot of improvements in the entire ecosystem. And for example, we've been implementing a project in Rajasthan where we worked in 6 districts and have been able to improve the participation of women in skilling programs by about almost 50%. So in the 6 districts that we worked in, initially 35% of the participants were women. Now you'd find more than 70% of women participating in skilling scheme, mapping their aspirations and then kind of forecasting what is the kind of courses that should be run by the states or even the central government, and then even connecting them to the right placement opportunities. Especially with women, we have to be more careful in terms of safety, security, and other concerns. The environment should be viable enough for them to kind of work there. So there are multiple mechanisms we have tried, like doing a gender audit of employers with whom we work, using technology apps, mobile apps, which can help a three-way mapping of aspirations of women or even youth, connecting them with the right skill training opportunities, and then after they are skilled, connecting them with the right kind of employers or jobs that are available. Even entrepreneurship is something, but that has not been a very focus of ours. It's more towards participation in paid jobs or wage employment. So I'll be happy to discuss further with you, and I'll take a pause here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing some outstanding best practices. I would now request Mr. Sai Krishna from Schneider Electric what he would like to share with us about the best practices in future skills development that his organization is doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Marwa. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm very happy to see a lot of youngsters here, the Gen Z and the Gen Ys, Gen X's, because what we are thinking is that what you need to learn, and then you are the stakeholders, and you being present here actually adds to the excitement. And I would request maybe in the next year summit, some of you come and speak here, and what is really required for you. We are doing the thinking for you, but at least today, I think since yesterday you've been listening to what is available to you. So at Schneider Electric, we've been doing a lot of work in skilling since 2009. Our CSR has been focusing on the upliftment of underprivileged children, school dropout, women to upskill them to find a decent job. Because we are a leader in energy and automation, we focused on they being good electricians to get a decent job. But during that, we found a gap in the higher education, and we said that we really need to take responsibility to contribute to that sector. So we started this idea in 2019, creating a group called Education, which was an idea that we started from scratch in Bangalore. And then we developed educational skilling equipment, etc., to go to the universities and the government to advise them what kind of curriculum that needs to be integrated as part of the existing curriculum. So the students come out skilled in the area of energy and automation. So that's what we started. There were initially not much takers, but as we went on to the government, one of the surprising things that we saw was more than the private universities, the government was willing. The young IAS officers were open. They took our advice, and we started getting opportunity to set up skill development centers, post ITI, post diploma, post engineering. The students would come and do a short-term job, a short-term course for 3 to 4 months, and they get ready to the industry. Just to give an example, one of the ITIs in Kashipur in Uttarakhand. Just behind the ITI, we have a center. So they complete the 2-year course. They join into the short-term curriculum, 3 months, and guess what? The salary increases by around 50%. Like a 12,000 average, they get salary. They begin to get a salary of 20,000 rupees, and they get to create a career in the technology domain. Because, for example, an ITI electrical student, after passing out, he may not really do an electrical job. He may do something else. But here he creates a career in the technology, and they get to work in different kind of cities and experience that the way the urban life is. All that get exposed. So likewise, we did that with the diploma and engineering level as well. So we have two models of approach. One, post ITI, post diploma, post engineering, they come and do a short-term course and get trained, and then they get jobs. And the second is integrated as part of the curriculum. So there are universities which take up the technology labs. There are like Department of Technical Education in Tamil Nadu. They have taken this our curriculum and integrated as part of the curriculum. So once they complete 3 years or 4 years, they get certified in different courses by Schneider jointly with the government, and they're ready for the jobs. So how do we then connect them to the jobs? We have 2,500 plus partners in the country today. They're all hungry for trained, engineers and technicians in these technologies. So they come out and take them. Our own HR. And the best part is, since we are creating an ecosystem, this ecosystem also helps our competitors like a ABB or a Siemens. They also get trained technicians and engineers in this domain. And we wanted to break that kind of an agreement that youth have, that IT is the best place to go, right? Everybody thinks that one day I have to be in an Infosys or a Wipro. That's where they see the future. But we wanted to break that myth that companies like us with core technologies in energy automation have got so much IT. So with the core technology, there's IT also integrated. And that's the actually transformation that we are as a company dealing with. So there's a job, very exciting. There's a job which is paying well, and there is a job that is long lasting, So that's what we want to, that gives us enthusiasm every day to go to the education segment and create this opportunity. And that's what we've been doing. By the way, one more thing is that we also been doing is, see, if you look at the largest challenge today is to have good trainers. So the 1000 ITI program is coming up, but the biggest challenge will be having trained trainers. So since last 7 to 8 years, we've been focused on developing trainers at ITI level. So far around 2,500 trainers have been trained free of charge, boarding, lodging, everything included at our Bangalore center. So, and they come all over the country. So we also are developing the trainers who are required to train the students. So this is what we've been doing, and we have now bigger opportunities to work with the ITI, 1000 ITI program. We're working with the government on that. And I'm also actually now developing this idea in Middle East and African region. Guess what? Middle East got a lot of money, but the situation is the same. There's no difference. But African region, they don't have money, they don't have technology. So that's the challenge over there. But the situation is the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the organization I represent is the Sector Skill Council for Food Processing. So the best practice we follow is that every 3 to 5 years we do a skill gap study where we discuss what are the skills required in the food processing industry, which is not a small industry, which employs about 80 lakh people around the country. And based on that, we do a curriculum design and our training content development. Whatever modules which are approved by NCVT, they go for a, we have to get it approved after every 2 years. You know, the validity of any course that we run is for 2 years. After that, it has to go for validation. And validation means that there has to be a panel of industry experts who have to look at it and advise how it aligns with the requirement of the industry. In addition to that, we have a learning management system where there are courses on food processing which students can do as and when they want to at their own pace, because we believe that the next generation is very comfortable with electronic means of learning, and they don't want to be cramped in a classroom. They can learn very well in the comfort of their home and at the pace they want to do. So we are getting very good traction from the learning management system, where a number of students come every year to do the courses and get certified. So this is regarding what my organization does, and I would now pose one question each, because there's a big clock here which nobody else can see, only I can see. So we'll start with one question each to the panelists, and I would request Dr. Sakshi Khurana to please share that how can India leverage public-private partnership to scale up successful skilling models and ensure that best practices of industry leaders are integrated into national curriculum and training programs. We said 750 best practices are already there. So, you know, if they are there in the portal, how can they be leveraged and how can they be used to make the training programs and skilling programs relevant for times to come?
I think on the ground, there are quite a few examples that we see of public-private partnership. And the most successful skilling initiatives are the ones where public-private partnership is in place. We have the dual system of training in several ITIs, where industry has partnered with the ITIs. There have been instances where industries have adopted ITIs, and that's where employment outcomes for the students are much better. Apart from the central government, we see various state governments also have their own initiatives where they're partnering with the private sector. We have the Naan Mudalvan initiative in Tamil Nadu. We see Odisha has the World Skill Training Center and other skilling initiatives as well. We see initiatives in Karnataka, in Gujarat. Our skill universities are mainly driven by the private sector. But apart from these states, now, in fact, every state we go to, we find that, all states have established partnerships with the private sector, leveraging their expertise in a big way. We've seen that in Chhattisgarh, we've seen that in so many northeastern states. Niti Aayog spearheads the Aspirational Districts program. So in many aspirational districts, we are trying to have a lot of partners, industry partners that are leading skill development initiatives. What we also need to pay attention going ahead is the fact that India has a huge number of informal enterprises or smaller enterprises where there is a lot of potential for skill development of workers. So partnerships within the private sector, private partnerships are also important. Leveraging partnerships among the private sector is important. How can the big firms support the smaller firms, the MSMEs, and enable the workers to undergo skill development? That would be really important going forward. I think another important challenge in this aspect of leveraging public-private partnership is the aspect of aspiration among students itself. That's where partnerships can play an important role. We need a pipeline of information on the various training initiatives that we have coming from various training providers, ITIs and so on, both public sector as well as private sector, and collaborative initiatives. We need, from the candidate's point of view, there needs to be one platform that gives information on all skilling initiatives, information on all jobs, apprenticeships. So the Skill India Digital Hub, for example, is one such initiative we need initiatives like that where all information is there for a candidate, both in terms of the demand as well as on jobs and apprenticeships. Another important aspect would be career counseling, where we keep saying that we have only 4% of formally skilled workforce, and whereas in advanced countries the number is much higher. Career counseling can play a very important role there. Countries like Germany and Singapore have initiatives for career counseling right at the start, right from early on. Singapore has a Skill Future Advice initiative as part of their Skills Future initiative, where career counseling is given a lot of importance. That's where industry and private sector also needs to play a very important role with mentorship programs, with networking programs, so that young people from an early age get exposure. They build aspirations to be to be skilled in various sectors.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sakshi Khurana. And what really comes to my mind here while I listen to technology all over, I also talk of technology, but there is something which is called human skills. And this I'm addressing to the audience here. Human skills, primarily, one is the power of communication, which is talking and listening. Which somehow, with the advent of technology, mobile phones and others, people are somehow not getting that skill is going down to speak and to listen, to network. We have contacts, but how many friends do we have? Real friends whom we can, who we speak to at least once a day. This is a very important human skill which is required once you go into the job. You would need to connect with your co-workers, your customers, and with your superiors. So this is one skill which let's not lose out while we keep doing everything that we want to do in technology. It's like saying that I'm playing games, but I don't go to the playground, I play video games. So our communication should not be through WhatsApp and SMS. Let's try and reach out and have heart-to-heart bonds. That's very important, and that was part of our civilization. I think somewhere we're losing it out. So that was my bit take here because I feel very strongly about it. I would now request Mr. Umesh Rathod to answer a very critical problem, which is about climate change. We are seeing climate change all over. We can see this year so many things have gone wrong, and the most impacted is agriculture. So, what are the skills, as per in your opinion, which are very critical for the rural youth and for the farmers?
So, farmers, they are, I think, the worst affected due to the climate change. And since reliance on agriculture is increasing, so we need to train the rural youth to take up the other skills which are either not dependent on agriculture or which are kind of augmenting their income. So in this, scaling the rural, one of the main challenges that if we compare the cost per candidate, that definitely increases. So to manage that, I think we should have blended learning programs which will help in controlling the cost, and we need to make the rural youth capable so that they will take up the activities which are not directly related to agriculture, like off-farm sector activities, and particularly which will help them in even shifting some of the skills which are like, for example, due to the IT, there are many activities which are now being performed only in urban centers, which can also be shifted to low cost tier 4 tier 5 centers, and for that we need skilled manpower. And to address that, I think if we skill the rural youth through blended training, so which will reduce the training cost also, and it will make available the required manpower to take care of to reduce the reliance on agriculture. Because of the climate change, the agriculture is getting impacted, so the potential for employing the youths in the agriculture is getting reduced. So we need to address that through shifting them to some other industries through blended mode of scaling.
Thank you very much. The organization I represent, Sector Skill Council for Food Processing, we have a job role called millet products processor. Millets, as you know, are not so much dependent on climate. They grow on various soil conditions, various climatic conditions. So they are a good substitute for wheat and rice. And they are not very demanding. Millets are not very demanding in terms of fertilizer requirement or pesticide usage. So I would encourage the audience here to try and see to increase the consumption of millet products, and there are a whole lot of products available in the market. And some of you can probably start making products yourself. So that was one bit on how we can mitigate the impact of the climate change which is happening. Uh, Next, I would request Preeti Arora ji to they have a very wide experience. So, in your opinion, what are the essential skills required for the youth to make them future ready? It's a very difficult question. It requires probably more time, but I would request you to remember the clock. So,
Thank you. It's a very pertinent question and apt for this audience and this gathering. There are several surveys and studies that are trying to predict what kinds of skills will enable our next generation, you all, for the future. With the disruption happening in the ecosystem, which is actually horizontal in nature across all sectors, the usual position holders, if I may call them that, would be artificial intelligence, data science, big data, cybersecurity, right? All of these skills are having an impact on the agri sector on one hand, and not just the IT sector, on the agri sector, on the skilling sector, on the way we all are getting education and skilling done for ourselves and for our children. So these are definitely the usual position holders. Now, what we need to understand is that the same studies are also saying that there are 170 million new jobs that are going to get created, and there are some 92 million jobs that are going to get displaced, which leads us with some net addition of 78 million jobs. And it also says that there are 40% of skills by the end of 2030, which we will need, but we don't know what they would be, which are new and evolving, right? And it says that the employees who are currently working, most of them, actually 60% of them, would need reskilling by 2030. What does all that imply? It implies that what we are all training on, that's fine. But in our days, when we could train and get a degree that could last us a lifetime of livelihood, that's not going to be the situation. We need to know how to reinvent ourselves. We need to know resilience, we need to know adaptability, we need to know how to learn, how to upskill and reskill ourselves. So the tech skills that I told you that are going to actually impact all of the sectors 5 to 10 years from now, yes, we should learn about these and how they are impacting the sectors that we are going to be working on. Alongside that, it is very important for us, like somebody mentioned earlier, the human skills, those skills that a computer can't emulate: empathy, curiosity, critical thinking, problem solving, creativity. We used to say that communication skills really are for students or for workforce that are customer facing. Not anymore. Software developers, how are they developing software now? They're using AI, they're using GPT. The way of doing those tasks is also now getting augmented by AI. So, communication skills for such back end workers have become very important. Leadership and management skills. So, focus yourselves on empowering yourselves with these skills, which can never be marred by time, which can help us reinvent ourselves from time to time. Every 5 years, the requirement of the industries that we are going to be working on will change. We will have to be prepared for multiple career opportunities in our lifetime. So that's what I'll end with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very well said, and I think it makes life very interesting. It's tough times, but I think it makes life very challenging because we are heading towards Viksit Bharat. And what I see, the Bharat of today and what I used to know 25 years ago, as it is, I can see a big change. So I think there is going to be bigger changes which we will see in the next 20, 30 years. I would now request Mr. Ashish Mukherjee, who I would request to tell us something about the skilling practices they have employed for empowering women economically, so that the gender gaps have been kind of reduced and there is increased participation and leadership of women in the workforce.
So I'll share from my experience of implementing projects at the ground. So even if you look at the data, if the periodic labor force survey data, if you see out of the women who were skilled, 28% were into formal jobs, compared to only 10% who did not receive any skilling or vocational training prior. And also the income generation or the income levels also improves. Various studies are there which suggest an increase of 25 to 27% in income who have undergone a skill training. So having said that, skilling, there is no doubt that skilling plays a very major role in terms of economically empowering women. But when we go into the, especially the rural areas, how do we get them to participate into skilling schemes? Currently, I mean, there are reservations in some of these schemes, like the DDU GKY scheme provides for a 33% reservation. So there is some pressure on the service providers to at least get 33% women into the skill training programs. But where there are no reservations there, how do you get more women to participate? So when we were implementing this project Manzil in Rajasthan, we realized that there are women who are at the local level who can act as community motivators. Not only can they provide awareness of the skilling opportunities, they have the ability to meet with the parents of young girls, women, and counsel them why it is important and why they should be getting into skilling opportunities, and then what are the opportunities available post their skilling. Given that we have a lot of technology available today and the reach has also gone up to the rural areas, there are different mechanisms that we use to reach out that information to them. We knew where the skilling courses are being run, what type of courses are being run. So using technology, this information went to these motivators and they were able to mobilize women to join into the skilling programs. The other thing that we found is very effective is having residential programs. Because once you have these residential programs, you are there at the location and you are continuously undergoing training, whether it is 6 months, 3 months, whatever the duration. But if a girl or a woman in the rural area has to commute, she has to face a number of problems. One, safe transport may not be available, the timings do not match, cost again becomes a factor. Then every day she has to negotiate with her family or parents because she might be having caregiving responsibilities at home. Parents are not willing or interested in her career per se, but while she has the aspirations, she doesn't have the agency to navigate those challenges every day. So residential trainings is something which has proven to be very effective. The dropout rates are minimal, and the quality of the training also is much better when it's a residential training, because there are a lot of opportunities to interact with the faculty there or the service providers there. The third aspect that we found was digital literacy. So digital literacy not only opens up various avenues, you are able to know what opportunities are there. And even if you have to work from home, so remote working opportunities have now a lot of post-COVID remote working has become a norm kind of a thing in most areas. In certain sectors, definitely it's easy to work remotely. So if someone has to get into remote working, that is where the digital literacy really helps. Even if someone is getting into, say, setting up their own businesses. So social media, digital mechanisms of reaching out to customers, clients, promoting your products. So unless there is digital literacy, it becomes very difficult to do that. And if you couple it with financial literacy, it almost increases the effectiveness more. The fourth thing that I would say is employability skills. Like Sunilji was mentioning, the interpersonal communication has reduced. It's been more digital communication that we are doing today. But when you have to get into jobs, so we trained girls, there was the best of the faculty, service providers there who provided the technical training. But when they went to face the interview, they couldn't clear the interview, despite having all the knowledge, all the technical capabilities. So it is where those communication and the soft skills matter. The ability to write a resume, the ability to present your attributes or your skills to someone on the other side, that communication, that written form of preparing a right kind of a resume which attracts the employer is something which really helps. One final thing I would also talk about in terms of the way skilling programs are run. Recently, the government has been implementing on a pilot basis skill impact bonds. So where the placement and retention is linked to the funding. So if we have those kind of mechanisms which help or have certain conditions that X number of women or X percentage of women need to be trained and placed into jobs for at least a duration of 3 months, 6 months, that will probably help more in getting women into the workforce and bridging the gender gap. I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was quite insightful. In fact, a lot of new things. I would now request Mr. Sai Krishna to shed some light on the fact that how can we make a workforce globally competitive and future ready, because Indians are not only in India. India is now running very important countries in the world. So how can our skilling be such that people can tap opportunities overseas as well? And you represent an international organization, so maybe you can help us understand it.
Right. If you look at from the overseas point, the requirement of youth are actually ready for jobs, or ready to apply, and that's where is the gap in our learning system today. Our learning system is quite theoretical oriented, and very less opportunity for application skills, and that's what the whole country is today focusing on, skilling the youth. So one of the things that we need to bring in a practice is not stopping at like just completing a degree as a end point. It begins as a starting point. Lifelong learning, like so many of the speakers since yesterday have been saying this. Lifelong learning as a culture has to be developed, because the rapid pace of technology growth has to be kept in mind. So continuous learning as a culture has to be developed, and youth have to take individual responsibility to build the skills. Right? There are different opportunities. As per the study by Deloitte, around 70% of the youth right now feel that doing a vocational training could actually get them better jobs. One is you can wait for years for the government or the institution to do it. Other is actually see if you can do that. Especially those internship opportunities that you get, or the project opportunities you get. Most likely the youth are neglecting it. It's a matter of just completing a curriculum. But that's 3 months or the 6 months of internship opportunities or the project opportunities. When the youth actually apply, that time for skilling themselves will help them to get a better job abroad. Now, one thing, of course, going abroad is used to be a great lookout for youth, but today, if you look at the global situation, the economic situation as well as the political situations abroad, you'll have to think with the thought whether you have to go there or not, because India itself provides a great opportunity for the youth to be here. But anyways, both whether in India or in abroad, being skilled becomes very important. Don't get waylaid by learning a concept and skilling. They're two different things. Learning a concept is one, but hands-on working on it makes you a different person. Gives you the confidence and makes you ready from day one. That's one thing. Second is I'm talking about that is about upskilling or reskilling yourself. From an organizational point of view, if you see, organizations also today are in demand to send the youth to their offices across the world. For example, a lot of Schneider Electric employees in India get global assignments, and so do our youth in the IT industry or any other contemporary industries like us have the same requirement. There again, one of the things that is required is fostering a culture of learning together, in a sense, sharing of information, having leveraging technology to have a right source for them to download and learn. Or for example, in Schneider, we have this practice of beginning of the year, a course is curated for them for skilling. You know what are the different areas, and they have the opportunity to learn themselves. Both we have started something called a Gurukul system in Schneider today. All the engineers have to go to a Gurukul system for 6 to 7 weeks in a year, gets them to train and go back. Around 14,000 courses online, Coursera courses online are available, and each of them are curated to themselves. So every year there is a development and the progress for the next level of skilling the individual needs for his growth prospect. So those are the systems of at the organizational level that bring in will make the generation ready to not only take the best advantage of the growth in our own country, but make them ready for getting jobs outside the country as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sai Krishna. So we have some time for some questions, but not more than 2 questions. So I would, whoever has a question to ask can raise his or her hand, and you can also address it to a specific panelist, or it could be a general question. So any questions around in the room? Yeah, please. Please introduce yourself and.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Sumit Saluja. I represent Propel Overseas. We are into international mobility, and I deeply work with Germany. So my question is to the panel, and especially to Mr. Krishna Rao, that while you're talking about the skills required when you have to mobilize a client, the candidate from here to Europe, and when I'm talking, especially with respect to integrating with the country and integrating with the job role. I find today my challenge is I have to send just a case study to put in place. I have to send 20 physiotherapists, 20 drilling machine experts, and about 20 bricklaying persons. Now they are very good in their skills, which is the hard skill. But the question comes language.
Yeah.
And I feel even yesterday while I was there the whole day, no one was talking about language. See, unless you know the language, you can't communicate with your peers or higher ups.
Yeah.
And just imagine a scenario that someone who is into the cooking art in catering, how will he communicate to that what kind of mix he has to do, when he has to do? So unless you know the language, there what I felt that none of the sector councils is talking about the language, and they're just a couple of months to be spent there. So it's a question and also a very strong feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. I think yesterday this was deliberated that language skills are quite important. Not only language, the local culture, how to adapt to those cultures, the behavioral aspect of it, all needs to be developed. And I think there's enough work being done in preparing youth to go to a specific country, specific language learning. Example is there are companies in India who do Japanese. For example, Madhya Pradesh. I know the Global Skills Park in Madhya Pradesh. They offer training in Japanese language, and then the youth get trained, and then later they are skilled in the required area. So we definitely agree with you. There's no opposition to it. The language skills are important to be developed. Not only that, added to cultural skills as well as behavioral skills for the specific country.
I'll add to this. Amongst the various skills that are needed, one very important one for future is global citizenship. And when we talk of global citizenship, it encompasses language, culture. We often talk about the demographic dividend that we are sitting on, and we are going to be the skill suppliers, the talent pool supplier to the aging populations in the world, and Germany being one, other European countries, Japan. So definitely language, definitely culture, definitely the employability skills adapted to the destination geographical location will be needed for those people who are getting a job there, right? That is when we will actually be able to reap the demographic dividend, not just to supply and to work, create workforce for our own country, but also for these nations. Thank you.
Any other question? I'm surprised there's no question. So since there is no question, I would just kind of summarize this session. It was a very illuminating panel and the discussion was fantastic. We have been able to cover a wide range of topics. But what really sticks to my mind is the fact that technology is playing a very important role in terms of disrupting various jobs, but at the same time, it is an enabler which helps us to learn new techniques, new knowledge can be acquired at the pace we want to acquire. So that's one very common theme which I could see here. Second theme which I could make out is the fact that degrees have a limited shelf life. And we have to have lifelong learning, and each person has to take responsibility of his or her career and what kind of skills they need to develop to keep themselves relevant to the workforce. The third point which I understood very well was the fact that human skills, collaborative skills, communication skills, customer handling skills, leadership skills, these are never going to go out of date irrespective of what work you do, what kind of technology gets deployed in your workforce. What is very heartening for me to know that the Niti Aayog and the government system is really seized of the fact that skilling cannot be a success if it's done only by government. It has to be a PPP initiative. And number of, for example, the ITI modernization program with 60,000 crores, the government is also inviting the private sector to come and play a role. And Niti Aayog as an organization has been in the forefront on aspirational district, the skillings there and how it can improve the life of people who are not as fortunate to be in areas which are developed. Other than that, we have covered certain other aspects which are related to the fact that how we can improve women participation in workforce. And a very illuminating example was the kind of community Sakhi, I think that's the word you use, Sakhi, motivators, where you can get the girls to get motivated by somewhat senior women to come forward and join the skilling program or join the job. So that is fantastic practice, because the main thing is, unless and until each citizen of this country is skilled and each citizen of the country is contributing towards the development of this great nation, we will never be a developed nation. So with that, I would like to thank the organizers of FICCI, and I would like to thank the panelists for sparing the time in coming here. And I would also like to thank the audience who has been extraordinarily quiet. So I think there could be a one round of applause for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marva sir, and to all the panelists. May I request for a group picture, please? We will now move on to our youth-centric sessions. We have two dedicated workshops on financial literacy and on how to use LinkedIn. We have Mr. Subhayu Das, the Assistant General Manager of National Institute of Securities Market. He's flown in all the way from Mumbai to tell you all about financial literacy. It might sound a very heavy term right now, but after Subhayu Das, sir, demystifies it for you, it will become a very, very simple word for you. We will have a 1-minute changeover, sir. We are expecting more students to join in. Please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Subhayu Das. Very warm welcome, sir. You have the next 55 minutes with you.
Okay, so I request everyone to settle down fast to start this session. Uh, okay, so some of them are moving in right now. In between, we just understand this. What of the students pool you have, because I found young generation and more in this session. So I'll talk your language only in this session. Okay. चलो सब मिलके ये सेशन को एंजॉय करते हैं एंड दिस इज माइट बी अ डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ सेशन वॉट एवर यू हेल्ड टिल नाउ ओके so this session is only for you guys and this roughly about 52 minutes we will talk on financial literacy and let's all enjoy this session. That's the main motto. Okay, I believe the middle portion is settled down. My left side is settled down a little bit in this right side. But good, the feelings is something different right now. Whatever the tagline we found, workshop for youth. I believe right now the audience says that. And I love to share my experience as well as the session for next 50 minutes with you. And I love you should think and you should participate over here. Okay. So this session will be not delivered from the podium. This session will be delivered from the audience. Okay. So might be I'll ask you very basic question and very basic thing because you have to enjoy the session. Please keep in mind this is a workshop. This is not a session or seminar. So there is a difference between workshop, seminar, and other part, right? So you all have to talk with me. Okay. Might be you are wrong, right? That's not my main motto. No one in this room are judgmental. They will not judge you if you are right or wrong. But we have to understand. Okay. Might be we will talk some very current generation talk also. So example, do you see in that movie called Sayara or not? Okay. So let's engage. That's the first motto. Because when someone introduced me in front of the audience, they said I'm from SEBI, Security and Exchange Board of India. So when they listen this word called SEBI, there is a fear factor started working in their mind. So that's why I want to break that one. I'm a person from your ground on your stage only. And we will talk with each other. So first break that ice that I am a different person. Don't see my degrees and other part. That's absolutely irrelevant. The relevant is that I want to work with you. I want to increase the financial literacy in India. That's my main motto. Okay. So let's start this journey. In this journey, might be in this workshop, we will play a game. Is it okay with all of you? Okay. We will ask question to each one of you. Might be with some of you. And we do many things. We do many things in this session, which is roughly about 53 minutes. So welcome to a very boring session of 53 minutes. Very, very boring session. Is it okay with all of you? Yes, thank you so much. I'll tell you, might be this 53 or 52 minutes can change your life if you think on positive way. Then I just want to understand, you see in my profile, I want to understand you also. How many you are from finance or commerce background in this room? Maximum. Okay. How many of you from science background? Okay, okay. Science is also there. Very good. And humanities, like arts background? Very good. So my pi says, like constant, my brain says roughly about 82 to 85% people are from commerce background only. Somewhere 10% in your science, and ours is very pretty low. It's somewhere 5% or 4% somewhere. Okay, so that's the crowd analysis for this, because I'm a person from data analytics, right? So I'll constantly do data analytics to deliver my speech in different way. Okay. Okay, so I'll ask you next 3 questions to you back to back. You have to respond with me. How many don't want to earn money in your life? Don't want money in your life. In your future, you don't want to earn money. Please raise your hand. No one. In this room, no one is there who don't want money. Everyone want money, that means, right? Buy job, buy business, starting your own, whatever dreams you have in your mind, right? But everyone want money in their life, right? Okay, how many want to be an entrepreneur, want to do your own business somewhere in future? 7. Okay, okay. Rest all career? Maximum, as you are from finance, you need a finance career somewhere, right? I believe so, or might be for the studies or some other thing. Okay, great. So this session, first I'll customize on that way the decisions and the results you give. Okay, accordingly we will go forward. We will understand how in India investment is doing by the investors. Okay, पैसे कैसे लगाया जाता है मार्केट में. So sometime ना, the organizer also said कि talk with Hindi with all of you. ठीक है, लेकिन मेरा हिंदी उतना अच्छा नहीं है, because I'm not from that, my core language is not Hindi. So, but I try my level best to communicate with you, because someone asked a question in the last panel that the language, in the last session, someone asked a language. I'll tell you, in this session, there is one language, that is money. There is no language. For us, there is only language, that is money. And if I'm sounding very greedy, if I'm sounding बहुत लालच है आदमी के पास सिर्फ पैसा पैसा कर रहा है, you'll understand. You are young, just give time to yourself for 4 or 5 years. You'll understand the value of money. Might be you already started to understand that part. So it's not an informal session. This is a very formal session. But in this formal session, we will talk about money. Okay. Okay. Let's start first to understand what is NISM. National Institute of Securities Marketer. जानते हो मैं कभी भी कुछ session, because we go to very rural places, so when they listen this term called securities market, they think we are security guard. It's true. It's true. They think we are like something on, we are giving custody, securities, something like that. But they don't understand securities market mean it's a big market which is rather known as a capital market or finance world. We all know what is securities market. So let's first see a small 1 minute of video to understand what is NISM, National Institute of Securities Market. By the way, it's a body from Security and Exchange Board of India. Okay, तो मैंने कभी भी एक सेशन में जब सेवी के साथ हम लोग बात चला था तो आई सेड सिक्योरिटी एक्सचेंज बोर्ड ऑफ इंडिया. So one of the SEBI officials come to me, my senior, and say the term you should pronounce properly. It's security and. So you should properly. So because you are going to publics. So let's first understand the body and the details. So I request to play a small video which is based on NISM. Okay. The volume is also there.
National Institute of Securities Markets, your gateway to excellence in the world of finance. NISM is a premier institution established by the Securities and Exchange Board of India. By virtue of a budget proposal to develop and professionalize the securities markets in India, NISM's new state-of-the-art campus, located along Mumbai-Pune Expressway at Patal Ganga, was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, in December 2016. NISM empowers professionals with the skills and knowledge they need to excel in the highly dynamic financial services industry. With its wide range of certification programs, whether you are an aspiring investment advisor, a budding research analyst, or a seasoned market participant, NISM offers a bouquet of specialized courses that cater to your specific needs. Through its various training programs, faculty development programs, management development programs, and conferences, NISM brings together industry leaders, regulators, and academicians to exchange ideas, share insights, and shape the future of the securities markets. NISM also offers hands-on training through Trading Simulator with access to real-world securities drawn from Indian equity market. NISM Campus Patal Ganga is nestled in the heart of nature, empowering professionals with the cutting-edge skills who can handle the task in securities markets, enabling practicing market participants and freshers ready to accept challenges from the word go. Join the millions of professionals who have already unlocked their potential with NISM. Be at the forefront of the financial industry, equipped with the right knowledge, skills, and credibility to make a difference. Invest in your future. Choose NISM, where knowledge meets success. National Institute of Securities Markets, empowering professionals, shaping the future.
Thank you so much. So this is all about NISM, and very short and crisp. So in India, we are the only certification body in the securities market. Okay, and all these certificates are mandatory certificate. Now, why it's mandatory? I'll explain one by one. Okay, first, now let's engage. How many you come today in this room, like up to this FICCI office, by your public transport? Raise your hand. Okay, so again, it's roughly about 75% to 80% people. So some of you came by bus, metro, Ola, Uber, in any medium. Any of you check when you ride to your car or something, बस से आए हो तो बस से चढ़ने के बाद do you ask that bus driver, please show me your driving license? Then only I will sit in your bus, because he is taking your life, right? The Ola driver driving your life, is it not important to you? So you not check his driving license, that is it valid or not, is it capable to drive this car or not? Metro, do you go and check metro drivers? सर आप दिखाइए, आपका ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस दिखाइए, उसके बाद आपके मेट्रो में बैठेंगे. होता है ऐसा? But it's important, right? The person who drives your life, you need to understand that he is have that authority or not, right? Anytime, might be you fall in sick. आप कोई भी डॉक्टर के पास जाते हो या डॉक्टर को देखते हो कि वो उसके पीछे MBBS MD ये लिखा है कि नहीं? देखते हो ना आप लोग? If he associate with a good hospitals or might be good places, you see, no? Now students think, if a person after working 60 years in his life accumulated roughly about 30 lakh rupees, और लाइफ में कुछ नहीं है उसके बाद, 60 years हो गया, 30 lakh rupees. Now like from one of you working in a bank come to you and say कि I'm giving my 30 lakh hard earned money for my life, I want to live more 20 years, that's my plan, I have to give marriage of my daughter or other thing. Do you think you need that person who is very certified and qualified, who will handle that super precious 30 lakh rupees of a person? Right? You need a person now who is very active and very good to handle his money or her money. So that's why NISM came in picture, to certify a financial person in the society. Now it's clear to all of you, right, why NISM in scenario. Might be a student from Delhi University came from me, last 5 days I'm in your city only. I'm traveling different colleges and university to talk the all young childs. So I found many colleges, say like X University, Y University, Z University in Delhi. Gujarat, there is one university called might be Gujarat University, Parul University, say like North India, South India, go to Symbiosis, Christ. Every university having their students who are studying their graduation or masters, right? All curriculums are different. Might be plus minus curriculums are there. But when you come to get a job in Axis Mutual Fund or ICICI Mutual Fund or any mutual fund houses, they need a simple certificate, that to prove that you know mutual fund. That's it. Whatever you studied in your life, geography, physics, chemistry, math, or business finance, whatever you studied, financial law, that's not important. You should know that what is mutual fund. So that's why NISM came in picture, and we start working for the development also. So this financial literacy is very important. Okay. So suddenly in this room, madam, you sit over there. Ma'am, may I know your name, please? Akanksha. Akanksha. So Akanksha will speak on this room only. So if you don't know the answer, it's absolutely okay. We are not judging you. Akanksha, who is India's finance minister? India's finance minister, madam, she will speak. Nirmala Sitharaman. Very good. So now, very loyal to yourself, you ask yourself, how many you know Nirmala Sitharaman is India's finance minister? I know many of you, those who don't raise your hand, might be you don't know. So it's not a crime that you don't know Nirmala Sitharaman is India's finance minister. And I asked this question to the top colleges. Many of them don't know the answer. And I deliberately asked to Akanksha because she is a female. And it's a proud moment that she is the highest finance minister, woman finance minister of 6 years, right? But they don't know. So for me, financial literacy is this only. You should know the basic thing. So suddenly, if I ask to you, madam, your name? Manashri. Manashri, do you have Indian currency with you? No? So you are a person for fintech world, right? Do you heard this term called fintech? You don't have Indian currency. पैसा नहीं है आपके पास कोई? हाँ. So वो कितना नोट है आपके पास? 100, 500. Ma'am, do you have 300 note with you? Why? है ही नहीं. क्यों नहीं है? क्यों नहीं बनाया है? You know 5 why? There is a policy. If you ask yourself, if you don't know any answer, you ask 5 times. Why? If you are ready to give the answer, that means you are master on that subject. So if I ask you why 300 rupees is not there in India, बताओ, इसका भी reason है, by the way. So this is financial literacy. Now again, I'm not torturing you, madam. So sorry, please don't take it otherwise. Is someone signed on your currency? So she will only speak, huh? Who signed on your currency? India's governor? India's governor signing on any currency? पूछ लो कौन साइन किया है? RBI के गवर्नर. Very good. So what is RBI? Very good. Reserve Bank of India, right? तो अभी एक मैजिक होने वाला है क्लास में, ठीक है? जिसके जिसके पास पैसा है, by the way, who is RBI governor right now? Very good. Thank you so much. Sanjay Malhotra, SM, right? Sanjay Malhotra is India's, right? RBI governor, right? Now अभी इस रूम में मैजिक, दरवाजा बंद है ना सर? हाँ, अभी इस रूम में मैजिक होने वाला है. अब हर कोई अपना वॉलेट से पैसा निकाल के देखो, उसमें मेरा साइन है. हंस लो, लेकिन यही ट्रू है. खोल के देख लो, एस दास लिखा हुआ है उसमें. कोई नहीं जानता है, बहुत उत्सुकता से अपने मनी बैग खोल रहा है, पैसा देख रहा है, और लेकिन उसमें एस दासी दिखेगा. आप निश्चिंत रहो, आप निश्चिंत रहो, उसमें एस दासी दिखेगा. लेकिन आरबीआई का गवर्नर नहीं है ना, संजय मल्होत्रा है, एसएम होना चाहिए. है ना? दास लिखा हुआ है ना, शुभायु दास, एस दास. राइट राइट राइट. तो ये कोई मैजिक नहीं है. मार्केट आपको ऐसे ही कोई बहुत तरीके से बुद्धू बनाता है. अभी जैसे बोला ना, ये सब दिस इज ऑल फ्लॉज स्टेटमेंट कि दरवाजा बंद करो, ये करो, ये आपको भटकाने के लिए है. क्योंकि आपके पैसा में जो साइन है उसका नाम क्या था? वेरी गुड. हिज नेम, ही वाज प्रीवियस आरबीआई गवर्नर. हिज नेम वाज शक्तिकांत दास. But God give me that power that my first name and last name is same with that RBI governor of last. So that's why it's still now S Das. Might be few days later it will be S Malhotra. Right? In the new printed mint when they started this printing. So it's not a magic. It's not a magic. It's only to play with words and make you fool. The market is constantly doing this, constantly, to make you fool. Okay? Is it a boring session now? Is it true? Can I continue for 37 minutes more? Great. Okay, I'll ask this question in time. So we talked about RBI, right? Reserve Bank of India. So how many regulators are there in India? Regulators? In India, there is 2 regulators. In the finance world, rather. One is called RBI, Reserve Bank of India, who take care of all these banks, printing money and other part. And another is SEBI, Security and Exchange Board of India. Yes, sir, please. Three. Yes. There's 3. So this is the part where we are working constantly to Security and Exchange Board of India. What is our work? We are working to this all financial sector development purpose. Okay. So, do you guys heard about this term called BFSI? Banking, Financial Service, Insurance, right. So, we are the regulator. So, we control all this, the way RBI control all this. ठीक है? Now, अभी इसमें बहुत सारा तरीके का चीज होता रहता है. जैसे one of the example मैं अभी बताऊं तो आप लोग सब जानते हो. How many you heard a case called Jane Street? Jane Street 1. Okay. अभी देखो. How many you know a case called Sandeep Basin? No. How many you know a case called Harshad Mehta? अभी मैंने जो पिछले वाला 2 नाम बोला था ना, ये संजीव बसिन एक ही काम किया है जो हर्षद मेहता किया है, लेकिन छोटा वॉल्यूम में. एक ही काम किया है. He take out roughly about 16 crore rupees from our pocket. संदीप बसिन कैसे? बहुत सुंदर तरीके का था. क्योंकि ये भूल हम लोग बहुत करते हैं। टीवी में संदीप बसिन CNBC न्यूज चैनल में आते थे, क्योंकि हम लोग जो ट्रेडिंग करते हैं ना, फैमिली मेंबर में कोई करते तो देखना टीवी चलता है ऐसा, CNBC जी बिजनेस, और उसमें एक बंदा आके ट्रेडिंग का टिप्स देता है, आज ये स्टॉक ऐसा जाएगा ऐसा जाएगा। सो इन द स्क्रीन संजीव बासिन इज देयर, ही इज अ स्पीकर, ही इज अ बैकग्राउंड ऑफ IIFL, इंडियन इन्फो लाइन। तो वो आके एक स्टॉक के बारे में बताता था, बोलता था ये स्टॉक जाने वाला है, और उसके बाद कुछ होता था, लेकिन वो हम लोग बहुत बाद में पकड़े, सेबी ने बहुत बाद में पकड़े। तो देयर इज अ ब्यूटीफुल वीडियो जिसमें ये प्रेडिक्शन बेस्ड, वो जो स्टॉक का नाम बोलता था सब जाके खरीदने जाता था, और उसका एक टीम पीछे बैठा रहता था जो उसको सेल करता था। तो ऐसे करके हम लोगों की पॉकेट से वो 16 करोड़ रुपए उठा के लेके भागा। जेन स्ट्रीट is a foreign company. They did the same thing but in different market. You know, in this market, 91%, in derivative market, 91% people lost their money. 91%, सिर्फ 9% का प्रॉफिट होता है. So I request to the all young crowd, don't trade. If you don't have any knowledge, don't trade. If you have knowledge, please go and trade. Now, what is this trading? This is very attractive. You know, young generation, easy money always attracts. Because I always talk with them, एक दिन में 1 लाख इनकम मतलब बहुत बड़ा चीज, राइट? और स्टॉक मार्केट में एक दिन में 1 लाख कुछ नहीं है. It's very easy. But do you have that knowledge? You ask yourself first. Okay? You know how in India this stock market are playing? It's a very pretty, मतलब एक गेम खेले इसके लिए? Ready? Okay, चलो गेम खेल के समझते हैं. So this is a game theory on investment. Okay, so I'll do something and I expect you'll do. आदमी मार्केट से कैसे पैसा खोता है वो सीखने के लिए गेम है, ठीक है? Okay, let's play. Touch your forehead. All can participate. सर आप भी पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं, आप भी रूम में हो. Touch your nose. Touch your cheek. ये आपका चिक है, ये चिन है आपका ना, ये चिन है आपका. आपने ये क्यों पकड़ा है? 10% शायद भी नहीं होगा, 5% भी नहीं होगा जो इधर नहीं टच किया है, इधर टच किया है. क्यों? देखा देखी, और मैंने बोला मैं आपको बुद्धू बनाने चला हूं, बोल के गेम खेला, राइट? योर माइंड इज प्रिपेयर्ड दैट आई एम प्लेइंग गेम विथ यू. सो व्हाई यू फॉल इन दिस ट्रैप? I'll explain. Psychological thing I'll explain in this. So this is a beautiful thing and this technology के ऊपर लेके बहुत सारा आदमी हम लोग के साथ खेल रहा है इस मार्केट में. So this strategy is known as, when I said touch your forehead, so in there 2 components are there. My action and my statement. 2 things are there, action and statement. I said touch your forehead, so touch your forehead is my statement and this is action. Okay. Second level is called reconfirmation stage. In this stage, I am buying your confidence and putting in my pocket because it says that this person is correct. Whatever he is doing now, अभी समर्पण, मतलब आपका दिमाग मेरे पॉकेट में समर्पित है. आप कुछ नहीं सोच रहे हो, कुछ नहीं सोच रहे हो, आपको सिर्फ दिशा के ऊपर मन है, स्टेटमेंट के ऊपर नहीं है. Now I played the game. Chicken chin is very similar word. Very similar word. If you don't hear properly, you will fall in the trap. The way 90% of this crowd fell in the trap, right? So when I said touch your cheek, but I touch my chin, you fall touch over here. Here, sorry. Might be 5% touch over जिसका दिमाग तब तक काम कर रहा है. So this way market is also playing with you. Sometimes someone say buy SBI. खरीद लिए, 3000 profit, very good. Second day the same person will come and say, might be, I am not taking any stock name, ITC. So again 2000 profit. So right now you are standing in the 5000 profit. But suddenly that person third time said ki buy Adani in that time. So you might have minus 10,000. So currently you are standing on minus 5,000. 3,000, 2,000 profit, 5,000 profit, now minus 10,000, that means minus 5,000 you are standing right now. On that time, the stock market looks like a place of gambling. Many people said, नहीं ये तो जुआ सट्टा है. This is a gambling. पापा अभी the generation of back, they still believe this is a place for gambling. स्टॉक मार्केट दलाल बोला जाता है, मालूम है? वो रोड को दलाल स्ट्रीट बोलता है मुंबई में. If you anyone visit to Bombay Stock Exchange, our offices where both of us worked along, so it's a building, road name is Dalal Street. True. I found many of people standing in front of that board, Dalal Street, taking a photo. Do you know Newark also having a stock exchange called NYSY, right? SE, I'm sorry, right? That road name is Wall Street, right? To giving that concept in India also Dalal Street. There is a beautiful movie called Wolf of Wall Street. I don't know how many you've seen that movie called Wolf of Wall Street. You can see this movie in India and Hollywood and Bollywood. Hollywood and Bollywood. Many movies are there, which inspired by the securities market. Okay, you please enjoy all this movie. So that's why people generally fall in the trap. The way I fell in trap to this game. When I played the game with all of you, you are ready to play. Though you know I'm going to make you buddhu, right? But I make you buddhu in only 10 seconds. I took only 10-second time. So you can understand the masterminds are sitting in this India. मैं तो कुछ नहीं हूँ. So they can take out your money. So please safeguard your money. Everyone is eyeing. Now there is a new thing. Cyber frauds are also coming. That is very important to learn all young generation. Please don't share OTPs. And I believe you guys are smarter than me. Because in my time I use Google, you are using ChatGPT. So you are more smarter than me. So that's why in India, this all is very important, which is called financial literacy. You know, some of us don't know India's finance minister name, where 85% are commerce graduate or might be field of commerce. Do I ask you something which is H2S Super plus ACL? No. I'm asking you a question which is related to your field. RBI governor name, finance minister name, who signed on your account, right? Sir, you. No, sir, आपके पीछे, sir. Crowd. Sir, your name, please. Mayank. Mayank, do you have a bank account? Mayank will answer, by the way, for all of you. I believe only one Mayank is there in this room. Mayank, is it a current account? Savings account, Mayank? Mayank, which bank? If you... Okay. So what is the rate of interest of your savings account? Very simple question. Sorry? 7.1. See, this is the answer. A savings account rate of interest is 7.1. And I'm 100% sure in this room, 80% people don't know what is their savings account rate of interest. Max to max 3.75 to 4% is the savings bank rate. Is it? All you have bank account, right? बैंक आपको पैसा दे रहा है, आपको पता नहीं कितना पैसा वापस आपको मिल रहा है इंटरेस्ट में, आपको चिंता भी नहीं, लेकिन उसी अकाउंट से आज अगर 100 रुपीज डिडक्ट हो जाएगा ना, आप 3 बार बैंक में दौड़ोगे, राइट? लेकिन बैंक इज गिविंग इंस्टेड ऑफ योर 7% concept, what sir said, 3.75 and 4% is the maximum rate they are giving in savings account, and you are very happy to keep your money on savings account for that 4%. You give me 100 rupees. At the same amount, I'll give you 100 rupees. Like both of us. Might be we are brother. Our father give me 100 rupees to each. You will put your money in savings account. You will get a max 4% return. So at the year end, and that 4% in a whole year, by the way. At the year end, your amount is 104 rupees. I'm a smart investor. I'll invest that amount 100 rupees to mutual fund or somewhere. Might be I'll get a 120 rupees. Because keeping in mind 20% return, right? So is it same 104 rupees and 120 rupees? No. As per interest, it's 5 times. So that's why mutual fund सही है सुनने के लिए इतना मिलता है, right? लेकिन हम लोगों ने कोई नहीं सोचा ये सही क्यों है. वो रोहित शर्मा से लेके सचिन से लेके सब आके बोल के गया टीवी में, म्यूचुअल फंड सही है. But have you ever anyone search yourself instead of your Instagram check? Can you check why they are saying सही है? कैसे कर सकते? म्यूचुअल फंड में मेरे को जॉब करना है तो कैसे कर सकते? Have you ever asked anyone yourself? Anyone know if you want to join in mutual fund industry, how you can join? Anyone in this room? म्यूचुअल फंड में जॉब करना है, कैसे कर सकते हैं? Very good. Very good, very good. So this is called life career pathway design. What he says. I'm sorry, your name please? दिव्यांश. So what दिव्यांश says, this is a path line. मैंने बहुत कोई को पूछता हूँ कि आपको क्या बनना है? पोर्टफोलियो मैनेजर, इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकर, और उसके बाद अगर सेकंड क्वेश्चन वाई सॉरी हाउ अगर पूछते हैं ना तो बोला पता नहीं, इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकर वर्ड सुना है मेरे को, इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकर बनना है, कैसे? व्हाट इज द प्रोसेस? टेल मी द प्रोसेस, स्टेप बाय स्टेप प्रोसेस. जैसे स्टेप बाय स्टेप प्रोसेस बोला ना, एनआईएसएम का 5 एग्जाम देना पड़ेगा, उसके बाद एमफी के पास जाके ईआरएन नंबर लेना पड़ेगा, उसके बाद ही आपको कंपनी, म्यूचुअल फंड कंपनी ऑफर लेटर देगा, नहीं तो कोई नहीं देगा. आप कोई भी यूनिवर्सिटी, आप हार्वर्ड से पढ़ के आओ, आप कोई भी क्राइस्ट से पढ़ के आओ, कोई भी यूनिवर्सिटी पढ़ के आओ, अगर आपके पास एनआईएसएम 5 ईयर सर्टिफिकेट नहीं है तो आपको म्यूचुअल फंड में जॉब नहीं मिलने वाला है. गवर्नमेंट ने सर, दैट्स व्हाई आई सेड नो. In India, now I'm not a PPT person by the way, though I'll try my level best. So NISM started in 2006 and I already showed you the video. So I believe all of you know we have new RBI governor plus we have a SEBI new chairman. So previously the chairman was Madhavi Puri Buch ma'am. Now the chairman is Tuhin Kanto Pandey. Okay, under his supervision, this team is created for NISM. And he is our chairman also, same person. So this is the important slide. For NISM, we have 33 certificates. Within 33 certificates, you can understand 21 certificates are mandatory by SEBI. So in the field of 21, you need to have a NISM certificate, then only you can go, right? 3 certificates, one certificate by PFRDA, which is a pension regulation fund. So whatever pension is deducted for the government employees is come to one place, and there is a person sitting who are utilizing that fund. So a person need to be certified and then only go to that field. And 3 certificates are mandatory by IBBI. Now what is IBBI? IBBI is Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. What is this? Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. Example, if a person called Mr. Vijay Mallya took loan from India and flew for different places, right? Now his all flights, property are here in India. So I need a person who go and audit and check and give me a report. This is the valuation of his all property. This is the valuation of his all flight. So that board is known as Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. So 3 certificates are over there, which is again mandatory. So anyone who are clueless for their life, what you want to do in your life, पढ़ तो लिया मैंने फाइनेंस, अभी क्या करना है? बंधन बैंक, सिटी बैंक, ICICI बैंक के रिसेप्शनिस्ट बनना है? नहीं. That's why we are not studying finance. We are starting to work in the bank core work purpose, right? So this is all core work. IBBI, mutual fund, research analyst. So research analyst is again series 15 exam. If you want to work in this company called Upstock, Grow, all the Zerodha, then you have to need to be certified in Series 8, which is a equity derivative exam. Other exam is also there. Currency, commodity, portfolio designing. It will help you to go to banks. Okay, so this is all certification is there. And again, I'm saying this is all mandatory. It's not good to have. It's you need to have. Okay, I'll just keep up this. So by the way, NISM is the official trainer for Reserve Bank of India, income tax, all of the mutual fund companies, Deutsche Bank, Ministry of Finance. So we are the only official trainer. So we train them, but our motto to come to young generation and talk with them and understand what they want. So I'll tell you, in this financial literacy, thank you to FICCI once again. I want to announce one free financial literacy program to all of you. So there is a free courses there in NISM. Okay, so it's called Financial Literacy Course for Bharat. Right, some of you know already. So FLCB, Financial Literacy Course for Bharat, is a free course which is a 22 hours e-learning course. You can stay at your home. You can study this also. and this will also give you a certificate. Okay, how many of you have a LinkedIn account? Good. Those who don't have, request you to please open your LinkedIn account. Rather, it's important than your Instagram account. Okay, because you guys are in a era right now where you are looking for your career. Okay, so NSM will help you out on that. Please post your certificates, free certificates over there, and gain the knowledge of financial literacy. I know many of you don't have any idea what is UPI, what is BHIM, what is a NPCI. You don't know, but study over there. They explain on video recorded classes, and it's a 6-month access. आराम से पढ़ो. आज 20 मिनट, कल 10 मिनट, परसों 1 घंटा, आराम से पढ़ो. ठीक है? And get that certificate. Okay? So that's why we are constantly, government is trying to give you the all facilities where you can take the maximum benefit. Many free courses are also available over there. Okay? Now come back to the track once again. So sometime career, that's I want to discuss. I'll just complete the slides over here. So there is many master classes also available, which also give you a glimpse how all this top shot of this finance world they're thinking. So you can see like he is a BSc's MD and CEO. Okay, he is talking with our director. He's explained how his look life, कैसे छोटे से वो बड़े हुए. तो ऐसा बहुत सारा फाइनेंशियल वर्ल्ड का सेलिब्रिटी का इसमें टॉक शोज है. दिस इज रफली अबाउट 50 मिनट्स. कपिल शर्मा भी देखो, लेकिन सत्संग में ये भी देख लो. वो भी 50 मिनट्स, ये भी 50 मिनट्स का है. उसमें मजा आएगा, इसमें ज्ञान मिलेगा, बस और कुछ नहीं. Okay, so we do many CSR activity. I don't want to touch on that. We are working with 5 CSR companies, and this is all the free courses which is available right now in NISM website. Okay, so financial literacy course for Bharat, online dispute resolutions. These 3 free courses are there still now. We also launched 2-3 free courses, understand money and other part. Okay. Okay. So we have many e-learning programs are also there. You can go and check. Some of them are free of cost. Okay, so we are working with these five companies for the CSR activity. Now, what we will do, I also request all of you, if you have met in your home and if they are very, very poor, help them for financial knowledge. Don't give them money. Teach them what is finance. Don't give them money. Teach them that छोटा बच्चा अगर आता है ना मम्मी के साथ आपके घर में, उसको सिखाओ पैसा कैसे जमाया जाता है. किसके? क्योंकि आपका मम्मी ने ना आपको शायद पिगी बैंक दिया था. आपको फाइनेंस छोटे से सिखाया गया है, लेकिन उसको नहीं सिखाया गया है. आप उसको सिखाओ कि पैसा कैसे जमा इकट्ठा किया जाता है, और उसमें से उसको सिखाओ कि आप पैसा इकट्ठा करो, उसमें से आप उसको एक बुक खरीद के दो. आप खरीदो आपके नाम से बुक. ठीक है. So request, we also do every Saturday Sunday we go to rural places, we teach, and we do this one from here, not from here. Okay, so please, this is one of our responsibility, and when I am talking with your generation, I believe you are the pillar and you should take this button. And please go, you train one student about financial literacy, you find that encourage within you that मैंने एक छोटा बच्चा को अच्छा सिखाया है. अलग मजा है उसमें, अलग मजा है. वो सैयारा देख के नहीं आएगा, वो मजा नहीं आएगा वो. So please, this is one of the biggest achievement you do once in your life, you'll understand. Okay, so we play many things. By the way, we do financial literacy quiz also. We played for Northeast. How many of you know this financial literacy quiz? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So now you ask yourself why you don't know. This is a free financial literacy quiz played where 3 lakh students joined in this journey. And we are playing every region. Your North region already done in Amity University. So 50 colleges came over there to participate. 50 colleges in PG, 50 colleges in UG, undergraduate and postgraduate. And we shortlisted 10 and they are coming to Mumbai for final rounds. And it's a free of cost. Rather, we are giving you money for your reimbursement. Every student get 5,000 rupees for travel conveyance. This is fully sponsored by SEBI. I request, please take all these facilities. Again, I'll tell you, right now we are running many things. You don't know. I know you guys are very good on reels making. So we started a campaign called Reels Making Campaign on financial literacy. We started a concept called Ideathon. You give your data security concepts on to SEBI and NISM. We give you 2 lakh rupees. You give your concept. Those who want to be entrepreneur in life, please give your ideas. Your mentor will also get a 50,000 rupees, by the way. Just go and check. Okay. Okay. So can I go to SEBI website? So I'll show you some job profiles in this last 15 minutes, where 10 minutes I'll give you a session a little bit, whatever I want to deliver, and after that 5 minutes I'll go for a question answer session. Okay, is it okay with you? Anyone feeling bored right now? अभी देखो वॉल्यूम कम हो गया है, मतलब है ना? Anyone feeling bored right now? Is it true? Okay, okay. Anything specific you want to learn? Please, I'll come out on roughly about at 9-minute time and I'll ask you. But I always say don't learn cryptocurrency right now. Might be कल पेपर में बहुत बड़ा एक coin DCX का ऐड आया था ना टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में. So why we not saying not do with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency? Because this is not regulated in India. So there is no regulators are there still now. When regulators will come, please do. But right now, if you lost your money from Wozirex or might be from ZepPay, no one is there to help you out. But in the stock market or mutual fund world, if you lost a single penny, we are happy to help you. So go a little bit down. Click on the intermediaries market infrastructure. This one. This one. This is like intermediaries market infrastructure. नहीं सर नीचे. Okay. So meanwhile, in this next session, I'm to talk about your career options. So we talked about financial literacy, how we can work. Okay. I request all raise your hand and start doing this. Now we will talking about careers. Now in this room, please tell me, as you are studying your PG or UG levels. How many you are from PG levels? This side. Rest all are at UG levels, I expect. Though you raise your hand. Undergraduate, BCom, bachelor per year. Okay, it's most. Okay, okay. ठीक है. So welcome because the PG. What are the career you think in your life you can work and you can do? Job profiles you want to work for. Do you guys know what is the big four companies in finance? Okay, can I know one by one? One from this side, one from this side. This way you play. One, Deloitte, EY, PwC. Very good. So those who don't know, I believe now you know. There's a big four companies which is dreamed by all finance student to work for. PW, they already answered it, though I'll tell you once. It's PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, EY, Ernst Young, KPMG, and Deloitte. This is the big four finance companies where all finance students want to work. Apart from this, there is a huge list where you can work. Anytime you go to SEBI website, there is an option called Intermediaries and Market Infrastructure Institution. You click on this, you can see this kind of features where, by the way, if you can click, then we'll see how many stock exchanges are there in India? 27? बोली लगाओ, अच्छा लगता है बोली सुनने में, IPL में देखते हैं, लगाओ बोली. Anything else? 24 और 22? अभी धक्का नहीं आया बोर्ड में. और in India right now, as per SEBI 6. Sir, please click on stock exchange. Currently 6, but why we saying 2? Because we know BSE and NSE, Bombay Stock Exchange and National Stock Exchange. But we have a commodity exchange which is called MCX, Multi Commodity Exchange. Some of the exchanges are still there, but not active. Okay, but in India, it's like you can say 2 exchanges are there, Bombay Stock Exchange and National Stock Exchange. What is the platform name of BSE? What is known as a BSE platform name? Sensex. And what is NSE platform name? Nifty. In this room, can anyone tell me what is the full form of Sensex? कोई नहीं जानता. सी मैम जानते. So the thing is that it's a very basic thing. Very basic thing. You don't know the Sensex full form. What do you expect? In time of your interview, interviewer ask you in page number 27, what written in your finance accounting book? No, they will ask you very basic questions like this. What is full form of Sensex? It's sensitive index, boss. Why it's called sensitive index? If there is Mr. Trump impose a tariff, you can see in Sensex. You can see it's become red. So it's very sensitive. The way you are sensitive, if I come in front of you, raise my hand in front of your eye will blink currently. So why that's why, because you have a sense in your body. So that's why your eyes blink. The same way market also having a sense. So this is all the stock exchange, 6 stock exchange. Someone says 27, 28, because previously there is every state-wise stock exchanges are there. Now they asked to exit. Now in India only 6 stock exchanges are there. So go back, like click on back page. Right. So this is a place where you all can work. I worked 10 years in Bombay Stock Exchange, by the way. Okay. So after that, SEBI transferred me to do NISM, right? So the same way you can see there is a one upcoming topic, depositories. How many depositories are there in India? 2. Very good. What are they? Very good. NSDL is very in news as right now due to his IPO, right? Initial public offering. So this is very interesting. I'll give you one statement end of this session. You will be get shocked. But CDSL is Central Depository. So click on depository. So to CDSL from BSC and NSDL. तो आप जो भी शेयर खरीदते हो ना, सब जाके इधर डिपॉजिट होता है, क्योंकि कोई तो खाता लिख रहा है ना उधर बैठ के. सो डिपॉजिटरीज इधर खाता लिखने वाला है, ठीक है. So these 2 companies are there. You can work in these companies also as a compliance officer. That is the option. So I'll show you the career option. आप लोग नहीं जानते हो कहाँ पे जॉब मिल सकता है. Sir, go back once. First one, recognize intermediaries. So we are talking about research analysts, right? You know, in India, how many authorized research analysts there right now? It's something 1,600. Sir, देखिए research analyst है, उसमें एक टेप, उस साइड में थोड़ा नंबर दिखाइए, नीचे रहेगा. रिसर्च एनालिस्ट बोल के ही है. हाँ वैसा ही. इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकर, इन्वेस्टमेंट एडवाइजर. सो इट्स रफली अबाउट 1,000. आप देख सकते हो इसमें, और भी नीचे होगा. हाँ आ गया रिसर्च एनालिस्ट 25, right? How many research analysts is there in India? 1,684. This is all their name. Okay. But do you know the requirement of India right now? 25,000 research analysts. क्यों? क्योंकि वो जो इंस्टाग्राम में आके बोलता है ना, ये शेयर खरीद लो 2026 में माला माल हो जाओगे, ऐसा वाला देता है ना, जो आप लोगों को भटकाता है, वो लोग रिसर्च एनालिस्ट नहीं है. वो लास्ट में जाके एक बात बोल देता है कि आई एम नॉट अ सेबी रिसर्च एनालिस्ट, जो है वो बोल देता है प्राउडली. रिसर्च एनालिस्ट मतलब वो कॉल ओपन कर सकता है, वो मार्केट को कॉल दे सकता है. ही इज हैविंग दैट पावर. So we have a huge requirement for this field. So you can go to SEBI's website. It's a go to back. You can understand there is a term is written over the merchant banking. Do you know what is merchant banking? Any idea? What is merchant banking? Those people are helping to create that IPO. Another part is known as merchant banker. आप लोग जान के बहुत खुश होंगे. BKC, like in Mumbai, there is a place called Bandra Kurla Complex, जहाँ पे वो अंबानी शादी वादी हुआ था, ठीक है, उसके सामने ही है जियो गार्डन. तो उसमें ही सेबी का ऑफिस है, उसमें ही NSE का ऑफिस है. In there 70 companies are there who are constantly asking for merchant bankers. Every day they come to us, give me merchant bankers, because in India right now huge IPOs are coming. If you consider last year, it's more than 200 IPOs are there. So they need officers, and you guys are there who are sitting over there. You are that guys who want to take that opportunity. Investment banker, बहुत कोई सुना है, बहुत अभी सुनने को लगता है investment banker. I know 100%, 80% you don't know what is investment banking. पता है किसी को investment banking? कोई एक बताओ थोड़ा. What is investment banker? No one. See, somewhere 70, 80 people or rather plus students are sitting. लेकिन वो अच्छा लगता है शाहरुख खान जब कभी कभी में हेलीकॉप्टर से दौड़ के आके बोलता है आई एम इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकर, राइट? वो सुनने उसके बाद आपको पता चला कि इंडिया में ऐसा एक प्रोफाइल होता है इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकर. You know, in my sessions I am very informal because I want to touch your mind. I can speak English and with a very savvy kind of like very ऐसा है okay बोल सकता हूँ, but I want to touch you, your mind, your thoughts. Investment banking is an option in your language. WhatsApp बोल के आपके मोबाइल में कुछ है, right? वो WhatsApp का मालिक कौन है? Do you know who is owner? मार्क जुकरबर्ग, मेटा. तो पहले व्हाट्सएप ना उसका नहीं था, एक कोई उसको बड़ा किया, इसको व्हाट्सएप बनाया, उसके बाद जुकरबर्ग जी को लगा कि मेरे को इसको खरीद लेना चाहिए, उसको खरीद लिया. तो ये डील जो कंप्लीट करवाया ना, दैट पर्सन इज अ इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकर. HSBC जैसे ये लोग ऐसे काम करते हैं, दे कम विद अ फंड, दे से कि आई विल एक्वायर दैट कंपनी ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ यू. So Mark Zuckerberg connect with HSBC and said, do this merger acquisitions rather or these positions. So this is investment banking. You can do this job. Anyone in this room can be an investment banker in your life. आपको जानना चाहिए रास्ता. That's it. You need a person who guide you. जो जानता है ये roles क्या है. That's why you are sitting in FICCI, this room. Might be और बहुत बच्चा अभी घूम के मूवी देख रहा है, घूम रहा है. लेकिन आपको आज लगभग ये बोरिंग 50 सेशन 50 मिनट्स में कुछ ना कुछ जानने को मिला है. घर जाके और भी गूगल करेंगे, ये आगे आगे बढ़ेंगे और जानेंगे इसके बारे में. ठीक है? सो आई बिलीव आई गिव यू अ आइडिया what is all about this, and as I committed last 5 minutes I'll open for a question answer session. I know question answer will come. Please ask one by one your question. ठीक है? 4 minutes in my hand to answer you and to say a goodbye to you in the last 4 minutes. Anything you can ask, please. Any question, anything you want to ask? Yes, please, ma'am.
Actually, I'm not from the finance background. I just wanted to ask something.
Please.
That rather than putting our money in the bank, can we purchase gold and put it in the locker in the bank?
Very good, very good. Thank you so much. Your name, ma'am?
Ayushi.
Ayushi. Okay. So first of all, hi-fi Ayushi. Why? Because I told you one statement. That end of the session, I will tell you one big statement. So the statement is, I am a person like Ayushi only. I am not from finance. Shocking, right? I never studied finance in my life. सबका फेस देखो, मैं सच्ची बता रहा हूँ. आप जाके मेरा लिंक्डइन में देख लो. आई एम अ पर्सन. डू यू वांट टू नो व्हिच बैकग्राउंड आई एम फ्रॉम? आई एम फ्रॉम माइक्रोबायोलॉजी बैकग्राउंड. ये स्टेटमेंट मैं सेशन के फर्स्ट में देता ना, तो अभी जो बोल रहा था ना, आपका डिसबिलीव क्रिएट होता. सो दैट्स व्हाई आई नेवर टोल्ड टू एनीवन दैट आई एम फ्रॉम अ नॉन फाइनेंस गाय. But day one, I understand the value of money, the way you said. And it's true, I'm not like playing with my words. You can check. I'm a microbiology guy, but after that I fall in love of wealth. And after that I studied everything in finance, everything till now. But not completed yet. It's an ocean. Many things I have to do. Okay? I studied whatever. Now you ask me technical analysis, dodgy pattern to candlestick to any hardest question of the strategist, I can answer you. But by only sake of mind, I learn. So whatever Aishi asks, that wealth generation is the important thing. You can earn 1 lakh rupees in a month, ma'am. But if your expense is 90,000 rupees, then at the day end, your wealth is 10,000 rupees. In the same way, a person by like having a salary of 40,000 rupees, but expense is 10,000 rupees, then the wealth for the same person is 30,000. That person is richer. Because at the day end, we don't have pensions, right? You guys are Gen Z, right? It's all Gen Zs. You are going to go your career sometime, right? But do you think you have pensions? Can you plan yourself after 60 क्या होने वाला है? कोई किया अभी तक? 60 के बाद मैं कैसे जिंदा रहूंगा, ये दिमाग में आना चाहिए अभी से आना चाहिए. मैं जिंदा रहूंगा कि नहीं, वो दैट्स अ डिफरेंट क्वेश्चन. हाँ, राइट राइट. वो रह गया तो कैसे रहेंगे, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ओके, so today only I seen that Mannapuram gold loan one ad before coming to FICCI. Your Mr. Bachchan is saying कि आपके सोने को काम में लगाओ, वो घर में बैठा हुआ है. आप अगर गोल्ड खरीद के घर में रख दिया ना, अभी देयर इज ए मेनी इन्वेस्टमेंट ऑप्शंस आर देयर, जहाँ पे आप उसको रखते ना, हर महीने में आपको पैसा भी मिलता है. सो मेरे हिसाब से यू कैन बाई गोल्ड ETFs, दैट्स rather प्रेफरेबल. वो हार्ड आपका वो उसको देना पड़ता है, मेकिंग चार्ज ये सब. रादर यू बाई इन पेपर. नो, से आप गोल्ड क्यों खरीद रहे हो, उसका प्राइस बढ़ेगा. इट्स अ प्रीशियस लाइक मेटल, दैट्स वाई. So you buy in an ETF. There is option in stock market right now. You can buy gold, 1 gram, 2 gram, whatever. So you can save that way. Don't do on investment. Think on Gen Z ChatGPT thoughts, generative AI thoughts, please. You can buy and please save your money and also take return. That's the main part. I believe I answered your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question more? Yes, sir. Please.
Investment bankers, it's only about large mergers, acquisitions, etc. Do you have any investment bankers operating in the MSME zone?
So MSME is a full different world for us, like a separate big world, because MSME is one of the important part nowadays for the all SEBI and exchanges, because we seen many futures over there. For investment banking purpose, many of the investment bank are working on this field of SME, by the way. Like if you go and check a little bit to SEBI website, there is dedicated SME investment bankers are also there nowadays, who are working for this field.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any more, anything that I can answer?
Sir,
Yes.
here.
Yes,
What
please.
should be the roadmap for a person who want to get into investment banking?
Very good, very good. So investment banking nowadays, so it's very easy, because you found many of the programs are designed for investment bankers. Like you found many program certifications are there. So as an investment banker, 2 or 3 things I believe you should learn. That is, some of them is called financial modeling, okay, which will be very helpful for your career in the later part. Plus in investment bank is all the bank laws is very important. Some people think law is not there, but securities law, banking law is very important in the field, because you have to understand when you have to acquire or might be you have to take up a company, the all rules also. So might be that law part should be a little bit strong for, and that law is only financial laws all. Like you should learn this part, and all the certifications are there, and HSBC or these all companies are the good hirer for investment banker. HSBC, you can find many names. So you can research other companies also. So you can polish your financial modeling, where your also advanced Excel is required, because if you want to create a chart, advanced Excel is required. So this all part will help you to go to investment banking pathway.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So I believe there is no question over here. So thank you so much once again, and I'm looking forward for good career for all of you. And thank you so much, FICCI, for giving the platform to talk with the young generation over here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shubhayaji. May I now have Ms. Soumya Gupta. She's our lead on the work that we do with tech equity. She's going to spend another 10-15 minutes with you talking about what tech equity is, why is it important, and how it is changing the world of work today. So over to you, Soumya. Thank you.
Thanks, Shubhayu. It was really, really nice. And welcome, everyone. We are going to have a very, very crisp 10 minutes of a conversation on how do we really do this upskilling? How do we really make a living? How do we really crack the deal after this upskilling? Is everybody ready for this? Can I get a loud yes? Come on, all youth, come on. Yes, lovely, brilliant. So can I get the presentation up? Second slide. So what do we want it to become? I'm going to do a small poll, 3 questions. How many of you want to do your own startup? Be a CEO? Come on, raise your hands. Okay, 2 of them, very nice. What about the other ones? What about the ones who want to join a very good job? Yeah, good. A lot of people here. Good. And the third number, who are the people who would want to pursue higher education? Yeah. Now, in either of the options, what do we see? What do we see? That in each option, just 3 options, but you already have competition in the room. And when you step out of the room, what really happens? Your competition becomes, what does it become? Fill me in, huh? Bigger. Lovely. So what does it happen? What happens when you go for your higher education, when you go for your entrance, when you enter even the Shark Tank? The competition becomes, yeah. So what do? We need to adapt. Now there are certain things which have happened recently, right? In 5, 6 years post-COVID, there's been some change in the economy, because of which I don't think I can really speak to my grandfather and think about my upskilling or my job. What are the changes? Can somebody give me some 3, 4 things that have happened in the recent past? Lovely. Let's clap for her. That's a very, very obvious thing, but she took the onus of speaking about it. Anything else? What has been the change? I'm sorry? Very good. Very good. Let's clap for her too. Okay, what are the other things that have happened? Guys, this is Gen Z. So all students, huh? All right, lovely. So this is allowed around the subjects AI, ML, cybersecurity. Yes, that's one bit. The second reality. You want to say something? Lovely. So all of that is one bit. The second reality, the layoffs. Yeah. Earlier, if you were not performing, you were given a pink slip. Now, even if you're performing, if the top management really wants to downsize, they will give you a pink slip. And this is the reality of life. Yeah? Has everybody been reading about the layoffs right now? Yeah? Good. And the third is finding the right fit. So there are new jobs, new openings, new demand. People ask you to churn out your proposal, your financial model in 1 day, 2 days, which originally would have taken at least 3, 4 days. Right? Is everybody here? Give me a thumbs up, please. Okay, that side, I need your thumbs up. Otherwise, I'm not moving ahead. Lovely. So what do we learn from this? ABC. Adapt to the new demands. Am I audible here? We'll wait for the gentleman to please get settled. Lovely. So what do we learn from here? When the economy is changing, when the job market is changing, everything is changing, what do? 3 basic tricks. ABC. Adapt to the new demands, right? So initially when ChatGPT came, we said, we'll learn it later. But now what have we done? We have all adapted. But there are other things also that you must learn time to time, right? The second thing is go beyond the traditional knowledge. So you can't say that my father just did this, so I will also be following the suit. You can't. Your sibling had another ecosystem that he operated in. What do you have to do? You have to go beyond the traditional education. And the third is, even if you are working, so there are a lot of people who are not just students but professors and working in different organizations. What is that we need to learn from them? That you need to continuously learn. Yeah? Yes. Okay, are we really slipping out? But I really feel that what I'm going to talk about is of a mutual beneficial for everyone, but the one who stays benefits. Can I please request you to play the video? Yeah. Lovely. Can we go to the next slide? So what is this all about? Tech Equity is an aggregator platform which was launched during G20 Empower India. What is so special about the platform? All of the courses that are curated on the platform are all for free, along with the fact that they are all from big organizations, reputed organizations like Intel, Meta, Google, and all of them. What is the other part of this? All of the courses are self-paced, which means that if you, along with your academics, whenever you have time, you can learn AI, ML, Python, anything at your own pace. So you can perhaps do it once a week, once a month at your own pace, right? We'll go to the next slide. Yeah, so let's just take out our phones. This is all youth. We can't keep on talking. You've got to get your phones out. Let's do the scanning. Scan the QR code on the screen. Let's see who does it faster. You done? Wow. Great. I see everybody taking their photographs, phones out. Nice. So one is done. Who else is done? Wow. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Good. Good traction from the middle. What about you guys? Good. Okay, this is another just 5. Okay. 35 as of now. Is everybody done? Oh, we have 30 seconds. We still need to wait. And the last 10 seconds in case. Have you all done it? Yeah? Good. Nice. The middle section, is everybody done? Nice. A little louder, yes, please. Please. Thank you. And what about the this side? Is everybody done? So what is this all about? ये platform है क्या? मैंने जैसे आपको बताया already this is an aggregator platform where we have a multiple features, right? Can we go to the next slide, Shubha, please? Next one, please. Yeah. So what does this platform have? There are multiple features that you can benefit. There are 4 domains of courses that we have: digital literacy, financial literacy. Financial literacy, as Shubhayu had mentioned, is a very integral part for you to equip yourself. The third is the tech skills, which would be about EL, AI, ML, Python, drones, a lot of other subjects that you can upskill yourself. And the fourth category is about personal development. Now, a lot of people say, I just want to crack a job. But what after you crack a job? Your boss has given you multiple projects to handle. Yeah? And then you have a timeline. You have interpersonal relationship issues in the office. What do you do? How do you learn negotiation skills? All of those courses are in the fourth category that you all can do at your own pace. There's no compulsion. All of the courses are from the top organizations, right? The second part, all of the learning is for free. Yeah, not just because you're in the college, even after the college, you can benefit, you can learn whenever you have a bad day at the office. Instead of saying, I've had enough, go and upskill yourself. The third is flexible learning. So you can do it at your pace. The fourth is that it is multilingual. So we have courses in Russian, Indonesian, a lot many languages that you can study. Yeah. So these are the few courses that we have around. Yeah. Thank you. So move ahead. So the journey is very simple. You register. You've already registered. You just have to explore the courses, click on the courses, and subsequently, whenever you have time, start upskilling yourself. So these are a clear a pathway that you can perhaps take up if you would want to not only upskill yourself, but get onto a job and benefit from the upskilling in tech equity. We can discuss about this further. I have a stall outside and we can discuss. Next please. So once you do a course, you also get badges for doing the course, which you can use on LinkedIn to initiate a discussion with your employers and subsequently see how you can probably speak to them and seek their mentorship. So what do we learn here? The very simple principle: learn, grow, and succeed. Yeah, and that is a continuous process that you have to get onto, not just because you're a student, but even after you are a student, while you join a work, we'll all have to do it. Well, this, I will wind up my presentation. Thank you. You've all been very engaging, and thank you for the registration on the spot. It is really, really fascinating how all of you registered. And I must conclude with saying that this platform is a government initiative for you, only for you. Please benefit from it. Don't let anybody say that you must come on board. If you want to upskill yourself, don't go to random places. Don't ask random people. Do it at your pace and upskill yourself. With this, thank you. Thank you, Deepthi and Rajesh ji, for this opportunity. And okay, thank you.
Thanks, Soumya. We already have Ms. Meghna Mittal, the Senior Trust Review Operations at LinkedIn, and Ms. Deepika Sharma, who's the Senior Account Director at LinkedIn, already with us. Just before you entered, Meghna and Deepika, we had a raise of hands. How many of you use LinkedIn here? Look at that. So Meghna and Deepika are here to not just help you how to use LinkedIn, but how to effectively use LinkedIn. And please give a huge, huge round of applause and welcome Deepika and Meghna on the dais, please. So we'll now begin our session or the workshop on how to use LinkedIn with Meghna and Deepika. Over to you. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. All right. Firstly, good evening, everyone. I know that you have been sitting for the whole day since morning till here. So the energy levels are slightly down, and we will try to see if we can raise those energy levels a bit. But before we start, we also want to have some energy to have this session. So can I have a loud noise? How many of you are excited to know what LinkedIn has in store for you?
Yes.
मजा नहीं आया इतनी एनर्जी में हम नहीं बता पाएंगे जो हम बताने आए हैं तो थोड़ा और एनर्जी चाहिए आर यू गाइस एक्साइटेड टू नो व्हाट लिंक्डइन इज in store for you?
Yes, yes, yes.
Perfect. That's
Yes, ma'am.
like it. And I think in between we are going to have a lot of pauses where we are going to make it more interactive and ensure that all your questions are answered. Can I please make sure that everyone gets settled at the back as well because there's a lot of noise. Perfect. So I think I'll quickly introduce myself, though Deepthi did the honors and she did introduce me and Meghna both. But I'll just take a minute and talk about what we do at LinkedIn and what are we going to do today. My name is Deepika and I work as a senior account director with LinkedIn. And I have been with LinkedIn for almost 8 years now. Working with, of course, a lot of corporates, but we also work with a lot of non-profit organization, a lot of volunteers in terms of helping them leverage LinkedIn platform and enhance their career opportunities. So that's what I do at LinkedIn. Meghna.
Thanks, Deepika.
I'm Meghna Mittal. I have been with LinkedIn for the last 5 years. In the next 9 days, I'll complete 5 years. I'm working as a senior trust review operations analyst with LinkedIn. My work is basically to ensure that there are no fraud instances happening on LinkedIn. There are no fake accounts that you might see over LinkedIn, like you might be getting requests from, hey, I'm Jeff Bezos and I'm sending you a request, please connect with me. So, all those accounts, we are the team that takes them down. And I volunteer with the social impact team as the India co-lead, and we organize such events and make sure that we help people understand what basically LinkedIn is and what it does and how it can really help you in your professional journey. And with this, over to you, Deepika.
थैंक यू लाइक आई सेड आप लोग सब सुबह से बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ पे और सब बहुत टायर्ड है तो हम क्विकली विल टेक 2 minutes टू pump you guys up before we talk about LinkedIn. Can I request everyone to just stand up wherever you are sitting right now?
Looks like it was needed.
Yes, it was indeed needed. थोड़े से हाथ वाथ हिला लो जिसको हिलाने हैं थोड़े से एनर्जी लेवल्स हाई करने हैं हमें. So we are going to do a quick 1 minute activity, guys. Silence, please. People at the back, give us 1 minute. So 1 minute का activity करेंगे हम लोग जहाँ पे we are going to do 2 things. So when we say 1, what you need to do is you need to clap.
No,
not just once. Just once. Okay, अभी हमारे सेशन के बाद क्लैपिंग कर लेना हमारे लिए. अभी सिर्फ once you have to clap, and when we say 2, you have to click. Are you guys ready? 1 is clap, 2 is click. Just listen to us carefully because we are not going to say 1 2 1 2. Okay, so we want to check who is listening, who is active, who is not active. This is your energy check before we start. Okay, so Meghna.
Okay, let's start. 1 2 2 1 1 2 1 2 2 1 1 1 1 1 2 1 1 2 2 1 1 2 2 1 1. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Feeling better? Yeah. बस अभी इसके बाद आपस में बात नहीं करनी है, अभी हमें सुनना है आपने for next couple of minutes. All right. So Abhi, I think the previous speaker who was talking before us, she also mentioned about LinkedIn, and I think Deepti asked a lot of you that how many of you have a profile on LinkedIn, और बहुत सारे लोगों ने हाथ उठाया. I just want to quickly hear from you, any volunteers who want to just in one word say what is LinkedIn according to them. So just one word, any volunteers? Sorry? Making connections, you said something?
Yeah.
Resume.
Professional platform, okay? Resume. Career opportunities, okay? Who said this?
For finding jobs.
Personal branding, somebody said jobs as well. There's no wrong or right answer, so you can raise your hand and say that's okay. Jobs, somebody said jobs here. Yeah.
For hiring.
For hiring, perfect.
And finding jobs.
Finding jobs. Perfect. Yeah, ma'am. I can't hear you.
For
ma'am.
posting certifications.
Certification.
I'm saying your premium presence.
Premium business. Okay.
Premium presence on LinkedIn profile.
Sorry?
Your own premium presence on your LinkedIn profile.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I think all of you are right in the answers that you have given. So what we have tried to do today is we have divided the presentation in 2 parts, wherein initially my colleague Meghna is going to talk about what LinkedIn profile actually is. How can you have a good LinkedIn profile? Because there are a lot of different ideas when we talk about LinkedIn as a profile which people have. But as per LinkedIn policies, what is right is something that we are going to talk about in the first part of the presentation. And then I'm going to talk about how can you actually leverage that profile for finding out career opportunities as well as upskilling yourself. Because in today's scenario, if you're not upskilling yourself, you are going to be left behind. So we are going to talk about what are some of the things that you can do in terms of figuring out job opportunities as well as upskilling yourself on the learning platform. All right. So over to you, Meghna, with that.
Thanks, Deepika. All right. I think the screen is it working? Okay. Anyway, I'll look at this one. So basically, what today's session is there for you. We are not here to give you any kind of ज्ञान कि ये करो वो करो और आपको तो बस बहुत अच्छी जॉब मिलने वाली है. ऐसा कुछ भी we are not going to do. We are here just to tell you कि आप LinkedIn को exactly use कैसे कर सकते हो and how it can be the best useful for you, and that's all. I think we have done our introductions already, so moving on. There are a few things which we are going to talk about today, starting off with first. Why are we here today? We know that we are in the skills summit, and we know that okay, we have come from LinkedIn. So what basically is going to happen here today? Next is what is LinkedIn? Next we are going to talk about how do you create a good LinkedIn profile and how do you build a network. Next comes your how do you use it to network on LinkedIn and you connect with the opportunity. Next I think that's the most important for all of us, which is how do you search the right job for yourself. And next we have how does the premium subscription of LinkedIn, and then we'll open to some of the questions. We'll keep questions slot separately, so whatever questions you have in mind, you can keep them to yourself. Once we open the slot, you can go ahead and we'll take all the questions. Alright, so the first question that always comes to mind is why LinkedIn? You have a resume, you already have your maybe your placement cells and everything, but then why exactly do you need LinkedIn? So what is LinkedIn? LinkedIn is just another social media platform that helps you connect with people. How is it different from Instagram, Facebook and any other social media that we are using is that it does make you connect with people, but here whom you're connecting with is really helpful. Your mom is not going to scold you if you're sitting over LinkedIn and doing something, because here you are connecting with maybe potential recruiters, you are connecting with people who are already working in your dream profiles, like there is a certain profile that you want to work into and already there are people from your dream companies. So there is literally everything that you are looking towards, and that is why LinkedIn is a very crucial platform if you are starting off with your career journey. Building your professional networks and connect to jobs. I think network and connect, these are two of the most commonly used words when we talk about LinkedIn. Why do we say professional network? It's a network because I have a profile, she has a profile, you have a profile, we all have LinkedIn profiles. Now, if I know that, okay, I want to go into trust and safety field, or I want to be an engineer, or I want to be a PhD scholar or anything, I know there are other people also who are there into that field and they're already on LinkedIn. I can literally go and connect with them. Like if we are sitting in this room, do you think कि आपके पास वो opportunity है कि I want to work in Google, but मैं किसको जाके बात करूँ जो already Google में हो? Maybe यहाँ पे कोई हम में से ना हो जो कि Google में है, for example. But if you go to LinkedIn, वहाँ पे there are so many Google employees जिनको आप directly reach out कर सकते हो. Just imagine that access is what LinkedIn brings into the picture. You have that access कि आप जाके उन लोगों से बात कर सकते हो जो कि actually Google में है, and you never know कि कुछ लोग हो इतने kind और वो आपको आगे से chat में communicate करके and they talk with you, and maybe you never know कि how it opens up opportunities for you. So that is what networking is. And कुछ तो useful होगा ना कि आप आज 18 years से ऊपर किसी भी से भी बात करो, most of the people in the room have a LinkedIn profile. I think अभी ये 2 बार questions already ये room में हो भी चुका है कि most of us already have a LinkedIn profile. So there is something that everybody wants to be on LinkedIn, correct? A little fun fact. Every single minute, 90 people are adding a new role to their LinkedIn profile. Like for example, that you are starting a new job at some company, or you are changing roles at the same company. So this is the extent to which LinkedIn is being used. It's not just India, it's not just US, it's literally everywhere that you can think of. Even people sitting in Goa are using LinkedIn. So that is the kind of network and connectivity that the platform brings for you. Alright, when we talk about LinkedIn, the first thing that comes up is set up your LinkedIn account. So now there are two things. Either you can create a login credential over your browsers, or the easiest way is you can always have an app so that it's handy and you can just open it anytime. And when you see that app and you see that logo, you always feel like opening it. So I would always recommend have an app and always use it. We'll move one by one. All right. It says your profile, your story. Now, when you create an Instagram account, you know कि वो आपका Instagram account है, उसके क्या aesthetics हैं, how is it looking, उसमें अपने bio में क्या add करा है. We think so much about it, right? तो ये तो LinkedIn है. This is your professional profile, जो कि आगे maybe potential recruiters देख रहे हैं, hiring managers देख रहे हैं. You never know आपके LinkedIn की profile को कौन view कर रहा है. So this is something that needs to be up to date always. A little fun fact. I got this job at LinkedIn because of LinkedIn. Like, I did not apply for this role. A recruiter reached out to me from LinkedIn that, hey, I saw your profile looks very relevant to what we are looking for. And that's how I got into the whole interview process and everything, and that's how I got a job at LinkedIn. So I can literally vouch the highest that this is how LinkedIn works. Okay. One question I have really heard from some people say is that if I already have a resume and if I'm applying to a job, I will go and give them that resume and they can take a look, and that's how the process goes. Then why do you need a LinkedIn profile? So now here, there are a few things which you cannot write on your resume, but you can do on your LinkedIn. For example, आपने आज का ये सेशन अटेंड करा है, कैन यू पुट इट ऑन योर रिज्यूमे कि आपने स्किल समिट अटेंड करा, यू लर्न सो मच अबाउट स्किल्स, एआई, टेक्नोलॉजी एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट. कैन यू ऐड इट टू योर रिज्यूमे? नो. कैन यू ऐड इट टू योर लिंक्डइन? यस. यू कैन सिंपली मेक अ पोस्ट. आप अपने एक्सपीरियंस शेयर कर रहे हो, आप पिक्चर्स शेयर कर रहे हो, यू आर एडिंग द रेलेवेंट हैशटैग्स एंड यू आर राइटिंग कि आपने एग्जैक्टली क्या सीखा, एंड देन people are reading that and engaging into those conversations. So this is how you can differentiate between why a resume and why a LinkedIn profile, right? या फिर let's say आपने बहुत सारे certifications करे हैं, resume आप okay, quick question, how lengthy do you think a correct resume looks like? One pager, correct? अब उस एक पेज में आप कितनी इंफॉर्मेशन ऐड ऑन कर सकते हो, कितना भी फॉन्ट छोटा करके लिख लो, आप उसमें ज़्यादा इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं ऐड कर सकते. बट व्हेन इट कम्स टू योर लिंक्डइन प्रोफाइल, उसमें आपके पास स्पेस ही स्पेस है. इट्स योर कैनवस, आपको जो ऐड करना है आप उसमें ऐड कर सकते हो. यू कैन ऐड व्हाट स्किल्स यू हैव, व्हाट एजुकेशनल क्वालिफिकेशंस यू हैव, व्हाट ऑल वर्क एक्सपीरियंस यू हैव, एवरीथिंग. माय नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज गोना कम फ्रॉम देयर. Now we'll talk a little bit about how do you create a good LinkedIn profile. ठीक है, अब LinkedIn profile हमारी सबकी बनी हुई है, ठीक है. Some people have a LinkedIn profile जिसमें कोई फोटोग्राफ नहीं है, बस मैंने अपना नेम लिख दिया मेघना मित्तल और मैंने लिख दिया कि ओके आई वर्क एट LinkedIn एट दिस रोल एंड दैट्स ऑल. इफ आई सेंड यू अ रिक्वेस्ट, आप मेरी प्रोफाइल को देखोगे छोड़ो, इतना सीरियसली लोगे भी, आपको लगेगा ये रियल है भी कि नहीं है, आपको ये भी आइडिया नहीं होगा, राइट? बट अगर मेरी प्रोफाइल पे मेरी फोटो लगी हुई है, आपको 10-15% ही लगेगा कि शायद से ये जो है इंसान, दिस कैन बी रियल, राइट? तो आपकी प्रोफाइल पे द फर्स्ट थिंग दैट एनीबडी वुड एवर नोटिस इज योर प्रोफाइल पिक्चर. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इफ आई एम सीइंग दैट बैनर एट द बैक, the first thing that I saw is Gandhiji. I'm not reading FICCI, I'm not reading our heritage, nothing. What I'm seeing is the portrait of Gandhiji. So that's how the same mechanism works with LinkedIn. So always put a nice profile picture on your LinkedIn profile. I'm not saying कि आपको formals पहन के डालनी है या आपको बहुत professional एकदम ऐसे खड़े होकर picture post करना है. No, it should be decently dressed. आपका face visible हो. It's not like कि आपने sunglasses लगाए हुए हैं, आपने vacation पे hat पहनी हुई है. No, just a clear picture of your face and that's all. It will do all the good work. Next comes tell your story. Your LinkedIn profile is basically how you are telling about yourself. आपके resume में आप कुछ ज़्यादा showcase नहीं कर सकते हो. आपने भी लिखा हुआ है कि आप engineer हो, मैंने भी लिखा हुआ है. But then how is it different? तो आपकी जो LinkedIn की profile है, that will actually show कि आप as a person कैसे हो. आपकी पूरी profile में आप अपनी story share कर रहे हो. Correct? So you add all the important details about your profile to your LinkedIn profile. For example, your profile picture, your name. Then you have all your basic information. For example, what location are you based at? What industry do you work in? For example, you're an engineer, you are into finance, anything. Next comes here, what skills do you have? Now this is something really important because resume पे कितने आप चीजें लिख लोगे, 4, 5, 6 skills आप mention कर सकते हो. But over LinkedIn आप जब अपनी skills को mention करते हो, always know कि अगर कोई recruiter check कर रहा है कि मुझे चाहिए कोई ऐसा candidate जिसके पास let's say Python की knowledge हो इतने certain level की, तो वो आपकी skill वहाँ पे match करेगी. So this is something that is very important, that always your profile should have all the right skills mentioned. ऐसे नहीं कि सब कुछ ही लिख देना है. हमेशा always mention those skills which are very relevant. कि अगर आपको लगता है finance में हो तो उससे related जितनी skills हैं always list them all on your profile. Next comes your work and internship experience, educational and certification background, and current program or organization. Now, when you are listing your work experience on LinkedIn, right, कि आप कहाँ पे जॉब कर रहे हो या इंटर्नशिप कर रहे हो, like when I started with my internships, I was putting everything on my LinkedIn profile कि यहाँ पे I am doing internship, this was my experience, या फिर you're always giving that description. अब let's say कि आपने लिख दिया कि हाँ I have been a finance intern at this company, but अगर as a recruiter I see it, तो मुझे नहीं पता है कि आपने वहाँ पे किया क्या है, तो always list down what all did you do, क्योंकि आपको रिक्रूटर को दिखाना है. दिस इज द राइट प्लेस टू ब्रैग अबाउट योर सेल्फ. जितना आपको ब्रैग करना है वो आप अपनी लिंक्डइन की प्रोफाइल पे आके ब्रैग करो. दैट इज व्हाट विल गिव यू एवरीथिंग दैट यू डिजायर. करेक्ट? विल कम मोर ऑन दिस. ओके, कमिंग टू द हेडलाइन. जब आप किसी की लिंक्डइन की प्रोफाइल देखते हो, द फर्स्ट थिंग इज यू सी देयर पिक्चर, यू सी देयर नेम. नेक्स्ट व्हाट यू सी इज कि उनके नाम के नीचे देयर इज अ हेडलाइन दैट्स रिटन. अब आपको भी पता है कि रिक्रूटर्स आर सो बिजी कि उनके पास इतना तो टाइम नहीं है कि वो हर किसी की प्रोफाइल्स को बैठ के पूरा व्यू करने वाले हैं. ऑब्वियसली दे आर बिजी. सो व्हाट दे डू इज कि दे विल जस्ट रीड योर हेडलाइन फर्स्ट. कि आपकी हेडलाइन से ही पता चल जाता है कि प्रोफाइल में आगे आने क्या वाला है. राइट, हाउ यू से योर इंस्टाग्राम बायो, कि बायो देख के ही पता चल जाता है कि अगर उसमें केक कटर लिखा है तो प्रोफाइल में कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. तो ऑलवेज एंश्योर कि जो आपकी लिंक्डइन की प्रोफाइल है उसकी हेडलाइन शुड बी स्पीकिंग वॉल्यूम्स. इट शुड ऑलवेज इंक्लूड एवरीथिंग अबाउट योर सेल्फ. आपको लगता है अगर आप इंजीनियरिंग बैकग्राउंड में हो तो आपके क्या क्या मेजर कोर स्किल्स हैं, क्या क्या टूल्स आपको आते हैं, आप उसको अच्छे से मेंशन करो. राइट अबाउट योर सेल्फ एज अ पर्सन कि हाँ आई एम अ गो गेटर या वट एवर इट इज. ऑलवेज मेक श्योर कि आपकी हेडलाइन कैची होनी चाहिए, तभी रिक्रूटर आगे स्क्रॉल करेंगे, वरना वो हेडलाइन पढ़ के ही प्रोफाइल गेट्स क्लोज. Next comes your about section. About section, अब इसमें you might ask कि आप already अपना work experience तो नीचे बता ही रहे हो, नाम भी बता दिया, फोटो भी बता दी. अब about section में क्या लिखना है? About section is just like how you talk to a recruiter ना, tell me something about yourself. अब उसमें क्या ही बताएं हम रिक्रूटर को, वो चीज़ जो है that is what you will always add in your about section. कि ये तो उनको पता है कि आप कौन सी फील्ड में हो, क्या करते हो, कहाँ पे पढ़ते हो, कहाँ पे जॉब करते हो. बट अबाउट सेक्शन में आप अपने बारे में लिखते हो कि हाउ आर यू एज अ पर्सन, एज अ प्रोफेशनल कैंडिडेट. उसमें आप चीजें मेंशन करो हमेशा. एड योर जॉब एंड योर वॉलंटियर एक्सपीरियंस. व्हेन वी आर एडिंग अ जॉब, सिर्फ उसमें ऐड करके नहीं छोड़ना है टाइटल कि ये कंपनी है, ये मेरा टाइटल है, दैट्स ऑल, या इस टाइमलाइन से इस टाइमलाइन तक आई हैव वर्क. नो, ऑलवेज मेंशन कि आपने ऐसा क्या अनोखा करा है कि जो शायद दूसरे लोगों ने नहीं करा है. क्योंकि फाइनेंस ऑडिट के इंटर्न्स तो बहुत सारे हो सकते हैं, इंजीनियर्स तो बहुत सारे हो सकते हैं, बट उसमें आप इस चीज़ को मेंशन करोगे कि व्हाट हैव आई डन, ताकि रिक्रूटर को अगर इफ अ रिक्रूटर इज लुकिंग एट योर प्रोफाइल, दे विल सी कि अच्छा आपने वहाँ पे क्या किया है. कोई आपने वहाँ पे अवार्ड्स विन करे हैं, कोई आपने वहाँ पे स्पेशल प्रोजेक्ट पे काम किया है, या फिर कोई आपने कुछ भी इंटरेस्टिंग प्रोसेस इंप्रूवमेंट्स आप लेके आए हो. व्हाट इम्पैक्ट हैव यू ब्रॉट, कि उससे क्या क्वालिटी निकली. दैट इज व्हाट यू ऑलवेज मेंशन अंडर योर वर्क एक्सपीरियंस. नेक्स्ट कम्स योर वॉलंटियर एक्सपीरियंस. अगर आप किसी एनजीओ के साथ काम करते हो, यू आर अ पेट लवर, आपने कोई डॉग्स पेट करे हुए हैं, समथिंग समथिंग, यू मेंशन दैट ऑन योर प्रोफाइल. अब आप पूछोगे क्यों? कैन वी टॉक स्लो और मे बी नॉट टॉक एट ऑल? Why do you want to add your volunteer experience? अगर there are 10 candidates for a job sitting, तो how are you making a difference? आप कैसे different हो? That is how it will be. कि अगर आप कहीं पे volunteer करते हो, that shows कि as a human being you are considerate, you are kind, you can know how to take out time and then do other things than your life. तो that is how कि आप छोटी छोटी चीज़ें जब अपनी profiles में add करते हो, उससे बहुत value add होती है, trust me. Career break. I think it's too early for all of us to talk about this, but still I'll give you a little information. This is basically about कि कभी आप let's say आप job कर रहे हो बीच में एक साल आया कुछ something happened in your family या you just wanted to take a small break और फिर अगला recruiter will ask you कि what did you do in this one gap year, right? तो LinkedIn आपको already वो feature available दे रहा है कि आप अपनी profile पे already mention कर सकते हो कि इस 1 year में मैंने career break लिया और आप उसमें लिख सकते हो कि दिस इज व्हाट आई डिड, करेक्ट? तो उससे क्या होगा कि अगले बंदे को चांस ही नहीं हम दे रहे हैं कि आप क्वेश्चन पूछो कि क्या किया आपने ऐसा इस 1 साल के अंदर, फॉर एग्जाम्पल, राइट? तो ऑलवेज गिव ऑल योर डिटेल्स ऑन योर प्रोफाइल. इंक्लूड एजुकेशन, सर्टिफिकेशंस एंड लाइसेंसेस. अब एजुकेशन हम सब ने ऐड करी है, ठीक है? यहाँ से मैंने बैचलर्स करी है, यहाँ से मैंने मास्टर्स करा है, ये के मेरे सर्टिफिकेशंस है. नाउ व्हाट इज इंटरेस्टिंग इज कि अगर ज़रूरी नहीं है किसी ने अगर किसी चीज़ में बैचलर्स करी है तो उन्होंने उसके लिए सर्टिफिकेशंस भी करे हो, बट अगर आपने करे हैं दैट इज़ एन एड ऑन. ऑलवेज राइट इट ऑन योर प्रोफाइल कि आपने एग्जैक्टली क्या क्या चीज़ें करी हैं ताकि आप खुद को उस क्राउड से सेग्रीगेट कर सको, करेक्ट? Highlight your skills. I think this is like one of the most important topics that we are here in the Sales Summit. आपके पास क्या क्या स्किल्स हैं, ये बहुत डिफरेंट चीज़ है एज कम्पेयर टू कि आपकी क्या एजुकेशनल क्वालिफिकेशन है. मे बी यू आर एन इंजीनियर बट आपको बहुत अच्छी मंडला आर्ट करनी आती है और आपने शायद नेशनल लेवल पे वो कर रखा है, राइट? तो ये सारी चीज़ें आप कहाँ पे डिस्प्ले करते हो? ऑन योर लिंक्डइन प्रोफाइल, करेक्ट? ऑलवेज ऐड ऑल योर स्किल्स. और स्किल्स में ज़रूरी नहीं होता कि सिर्फ हमने बेसिक प्रोग्रामिंग लिख दिया, आप उसमें स्किल्स में बहुत चीज़ें लिख सकते हो. फॉर एग्जाम्पल बिहेवियरल एनालिसिस, करेक्ट? दिस इज अ स्किल जो कि हमें नॉर्मली नहीं पता होगा बट मे बी हम लोग कर रहे होते हैं. तो दीज आर सम ऑफ द स्किल्स जो कि अगर एक रिक्रूटर देख रहा है या देख रहे हैं तो उनको पता चलेगा कि अच्छा ठीक है, दीज आर समथिंग्स दैट यू ओन. ओके, बिल्डिंग योर प्रोफेशनल ब्रांड. जब आपकी लिंक्डइन प्रोफाइल है, ठीक है, उसमें क्या क्या लिखा हुआ है दैट टॉक्स अबाउट यू एज अ पर्सन, ठीक है, कि आपने क्या किया, आपकी क्या जर्नी रही है. ऐसे नहीं कि हमने बैचलर्स करी फिर जॉब के लिए, नो, आप उसमें सारी चीज़ें अपनी डिस्प्ले कर रहे हो, राइट? तो वी कैन टेक द कॉल्स आउटसाइड, दैट्स ओके. Okay. Discover existing connections. Okay, so what is a connection? Anybody? What is a connection? LinkedIn connection. What is a Instagram follower? Correct. जैसे आप Instagram पे how you become friends over Facebook, you become followers of each other over Instagram, you become connections over LinkedIn, right? That's how what shows कि connectivity, ठीक है, कि मैंने अगर किसी से connect करा है on LinkedIn, so they are my connection. What is the first degree connection? किसी से मैंने connect करा है. What is the second degree connection? मेरे connection का connection, friend of friend. That is how what's a second degree connection. Third degree connection, connection of connection of connection. Expand your network strategically. Now let's say कि आज मैंने एक बहुत अच्छी LinkedIn की प्रोफाइल अपनी क्रिएट कर लिया एंड नाउ आई वांट टू कनेक्ट विद पीपल, कि मैं लोगों को ऐड करूं, आई वांट टू सी व्हाट दे आर पोस्टिंग, आई वांट टू सी व्हाट दे आर राइटिंग, ठीक है? तो क्या मैं किसी को रैंडमली रिक्वेस्ट भेज दूंगी? CEO ऑफ गूगल रिक्वेस्ट सेंड, CEO ऑफ फेसबुक रिक्वेस्ट सेंड, ऐसे आई विल आई डू? नो. व्हाट विल आई डू? मैं किस फील्ड से हूँ, आई विल सी दैट. मैं जिस फील्ड से हूँ मुझे रेलेवेंट लोगों के साथ ही कनेक्ट करना है, नेटवर्क बिल्ड करना है. अगर कोई एस्ट्रोनॉट, अगर आपने किसी को कनेक्ट करा है, वो पोस्ट कर रहे हैं, वो शायद आपके लिए उतना रेलेवेंट नहीं होने वाला है, करेक्ट? तो दैट इज हाउ यू सी कि आपको हमेशा एक रेलेवेंट नेटवर्क बिल्डअप करना है. Search for new connections. Okay, I'll just simply ask. For example, I'll start with you. Which field are you from? Okay, you are pursuing your MBA in business science. Now, अगर आपको connections बनाने हैं तो आप requests किसको भेजोगे? A, जो इस MBA वाले stage में वो लोग मे बी. B, जो इस सेम फील्ड में या इस सेम स्टडी में आगे MBA अपनी परस्यू कर रहे हो. उससे क्या होगा, जब लाइक माइंडेड लोगों के साथ कनेक्ट करते हो तो आप उनकी प्रोफाइल से बहुत चीज़ें सीखते हो. आई ऑलवेज से स्टॉक ओवर लिंक्डइन. किसी को स्टॉक करना है ना, उस लिंक्डइन पे स्टॉक करो. यू विल लर्न अ लॉट. वो क्या पोस्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या उन्होंने प्रोफाइल पे डाला है, ये सारी चीज़ें आप सीखते हो जब आप लोगों को स्टॉक करते हो. ठीक है, अगर मैं ट्रस्ट एंड सेफ्टी एनालिस्ट हूँ, आई कीप रीडिंग प्रोफाइल्स ऑफ अदर पीपल इन द सेम फील्ड. वो क्या सर्टिफिकेशंस कर रहे हैं, मे बी आई कैन ऑल्सो डू दैट. वो किन कंपनीज में जॉब कर रहे हैं, मे बी आई कैन ऑल्सो डू दैट. तो जब स्टॉक करना है लोगों को तो कम टू लिंक्डइन. सेंडिंग अ नोट टू कनेक्ट. अब मैं किसी को रैंडमली, अब लेट्स से मैंने आपको रिक्वेस्ट भेज दी, ठीक है, अब आप देख रहे हो मेघना मित्तल हैज सेंट अ रिक्वेस्ट, क्यों भेजी है, ठीक है, व्हाटएवर, इग्नोर. लेकिन अगर मैं आपको लिखूं कि हाय वी मेट एट द फिकी स्किल समिट टुडे, इट वाज रियली नाइस लिसनिंग टू यू, या फिर आज हम इस वाले सेशन में मिले थे एंड वी हैड दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन एंड आई वांट टू स्टे कनेक्टेड. तो जब आप एक रेफरेंस देते हो, यू बिल्ड अ पर्सनल कनेक्शन. ठीक है, ऐसे नहीं कि जो फेसबुक पे 30 कनेक्शन रिक्वेस्ट आती हैं, नथिंग लाइक दैट. मैसेजिंग योर कनेक्शंस. अब हमें किसी को स्पैम नहीं करना है कि अब आप मेरे कनेक्शन बन गए हो तो अब भुगतो. नो, वी विल ऑलवेज मैसेज आर कनेक्शंस ओनली व्हेन वी फाइंड समथिंग रेलेवेंट. लेट्स से उन्होंने कुछ पोस्ट किया, आपको वो बहुत रेलेवेंट लगा, देन यू मैसेज देम, टेल देम कि हाँ आई लुक्ड एट योर पोस्ट, आई लव्ड इट, इट्स अबाउट दिस, आई वांट टू नो मोर, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा. अपने कनेक्शंस के साथ आप एक अच्छा रैपो बिल्ड करो, जिससे कि कल को लेट्स से, नॉट दैट बीइंग सेल्फिश, बट लेट्स से आपको उनकी कंपनी में जॉब चाहिए, तो आप उनसे तभी आप अगर आगे बात करोगे, इट विल मेक सेंस. ऐसे नहीं कि रैंडमली हमने जाके किसी को नॉक कर दिया कि अरे आई वांट अ जॉब इन योर कंपनी. करेक्ट, ऑलवेज बिल्ड अ रैपो. आस्क फॉर इंफॉर्मेशनल इंटरव्यूज. लेट्स से कि माय ड्रीम जॉब, ड्रीम कंपनी इज गूगल फॉर एग्जांपल. अब मैं क्या करूंगी, ट्रस्ट एंड सेफ्टी के जितने भी लोग हैं गूगल में जो ऑलरेडी काम कर रहे हैं, आई विल स्टार्ट सेंडिंग देम रिक्वेस्ट. ठीक है, उससे क्या होगा कि मुझे पता चलेगा एक तो कि वहाँ पे चल क्या रहा है, ठीक है, उन्होंने उनकी प्रोफाइल्स में क्या क्या है. नेक्स्ट, इफ आई सी कि अरे यहाँ पे एक ओपनिंग निकली है जो कि मेरे लिए रेलेवेंट है, तो आई कैन आस्क देम कि कैन यू प्लीज रेफर मी. और तब ये नहीं कि हम उनको डायरेक्टली बस बोल देंगे अरे कि प्लीज रेफर मी. नो, आप उनको बोलोगे कि हाँ आई सी दिस ओपनिंग, आई वॉन्ट टू गेट रेफर्ड, दिस इज माई बैकग्राउंड एंड आई फील कि इस वजह से आई फील कि आई एम अ गुड fit for this role, and then you talk with them, requesting referrals, and that's all. Till now anybody has any questions जो कि हमने अब तक कवर किया है, only उस तक. आगे वाला you ask Deepika all the questions. Yeah, you can use the mic.
Good evening, everyone, and good evening, ma'am. I am Rajni from Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University. As you said, your about section is all about tell me about yourself. Can you tell me example which is relevant for me as a final year student, which attract a recruiter? Because if if I add like my experience, yeah, all that, because these all things are already covered in my resume. But what is the ideal? Tell me about yourself.
Okay, that's a very good question. Now first thing, as you mentioned कि if ये चीज़ already resume में mentioned है तो LinkedIn में क्यों करनी. Firstly, कोई भी आजकल रिक्रूटर्स हैं वो रेज्यूमे से ज़्यादा आपकी लिंक्डइन प्रोफाइल को चेक करते हैं, बिकॉज उनके लिए वो चेक करना ज़्यादा ईजी है एज कम्पेयर टू चेकिंग ऑल द रेज्यूमे. सेकेंड थिंग, अबाउट सेक्शन में आई थिंक दिस इज गोना कम लेटर इन द पार्ट विच दीपिका इज ऑल्सो गोना कवर. अबाउट सेक्शन में आप क्या क्या चीज़ें ऐड करोगे कि एक तो आपके कीवर्ड्स. आई थिंक कीवर्ड्स इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इन दिस होल सेशन. आई वुड से आपकी प्रोफाइल में वो कीवर्ड्स है या नहीं है. अगर मैं ट्रस्ट एंड सेफ्टी एनालिस्ट हूँ, मेरी प्रोफाइल में कहीं सेफ्टी ही नहीं लिखा है, कहीं ट्रस्ट नहीं लिखा है, कहीं एनालिस्ट नहीं लिखा है, क्या उस प्रोफाइल का कोई सेंस बन रहा है? आप शायद मानोगे भी नहीं कि वो प्रोफाइल रियल है. करेक्ट. तो हमेशा आपके अबाउट सेक्शन में देयर शुड बी ऑल द राइट कीवर्ड, कि जैसे ही वो शुरू में प्रोफाइल कोई देख रहा है उसको समझ आ जाए अच्छा इस प्रोफाइल में आगे है क्या क्या. ठीक है, उसके अलावा आप अपने आप को एज अ पर्सन थोड़ा सा उसमें पोर्ट्रे करो. नाउ आई डोंट सपोर्ट चैट जीपीटी इस तरीके से, बट लिंक्डइन ऑल्सो हैज कि अगर आप लिंक्डइन के उसमें एआई फीचर्स में जाते हो तो वो भी आपको हेल्प करेगा टू राइट डाउन कि कैसे आप अपने अबाउट सेक्शन को ड्राफ्ट करो कि वो बताए अबाउट यू एज अ पर्सन, अबाउट यू कि व्हाट प्रोफेशनल एक्सपीरियंस आर यू ब्रिंगिंग इन, सब कुछ. ठीक है, तो उसको थोड़ा चेंज करो. और सबसे बेस्ट चीज़ है स्टॉक पीपल, लोगों की प्रोफाइल्स को स्टॉक करो, देखो उन्होंने क्या क्या चीज़ें लिखी हैं, क्योंकि आपको अपनी फील्ड के बारे में तभी पता चलता. Does that answer you? Thank you. Any other questions? It can be anything.
I just want to say, if you don't have questions, then we will have questions to know that what Meghna spoke about, how much have you listened. So better है कि आप लोग question पूछ लो, नहीं तो हम question पूछेंगे.
Guys, it can be anything. देखो अभी ये platform है, अभी यहाँ पे हम लोग हैं. अगर question answer कर सकते होंगे, we will definitely answer. Just ask your question. Even if it's silly, that's totally okay. Yeah.
If we use AI to draft our messages or about sections, तो इससे कोई फर्क पड़ेगा, लाइक प्रोफाइल डिग्रेड होगी या फिर अपग्रेड होगी?
I think that's again a very good question. और ये question मेरे माइंड में भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा रहता है, बिकॉज आजकल लोगों को चेक करना आ गया है कि ये आपने कहाँ से देख के लिखा है. सो व्हाट आई ऑलवेज सजेस्ट इज कि हमेशा लैंग्वेज ऐसी लिखो जो कि लगे कि किसी ह्यूमन बीइंग ने लिखी है. ठीक है, जैसे फ्रेंड्स का अगर कोई फ़ैन हो तो जोई की तरह नहीं लिखना है. ठीक है, उस तरीके से नहीं लिखना है, लेकिन हमेशा राइट इट डाउन इन अ वे जो कि लगे रियलिस्टिक है. बी, थोड़े हैक्स होते हैं, जैसे चैट जीपीटी से अगर आप लिखते हो तो इट यूजेस दैट लॉन्ग डैश. कोशिश करो वो ना आए, ताकि नहीं पता चले कि आपने चैट जीपीटी से हेल्प लेके लिखा है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल. ठीक है, उसके अलावा आई वुड ऑलवेज से कि कोई उससे डिफरेंस नहीं पड़ता है कि आपने एआई से लिखा है, क्योंकि ये अच्छी बात है अगर आप आजकल के ट्रेंड के साथ चल रहे हो. यू नो अबाउट एआई, दैट्स अ गुड थिंग. रिक्रूटर्स एंड एवरीबडी वांट्स दैट कि आपको टाइम सेव करना आता है.
Can I just add one more thing? I think technology आज के time में ना, it is there to support you. So there is no harm if there is a technology that you're using. But ये important है कि आप टेक्नोलॉजी को किस तरीके से यूज़ कर रहे हो. कॉपी पेस्ट नहीं करना है. ठीक है, इट्स एन इनपुट आउटपुट मैकेनिज्म. आप उनको क्या इनपुट दोगे जिससे वो आपको वो आउटपुट देंगे. एंड हाँ, एंड वो कभी भी ऐसा नहीं लगेगा कि आपने मशीन जनरेटेड मैसेज लिखा है अगर आपने इनपुट करेक्ट दिया है. What people do is they tell AI कि हमें, फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर आपको अबाउट मी सेक्शन बनाना है, आपने उनको अपना प्रोफाइल दे दिया या अपना रेज्यूमे दे दिया और आपने बोला क्रिएट अ अबाउट मी सेक्शन फॉर लिंक्डइन's प्रोफाइल. That is not how you have to use AI. What you need to tell AI is, I am doing this, 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 this. Can you refine it better? That is what technology does, because technology is there to support you. तो उसका करेक्ट इस्तेमाल करना बहुत ज़रूरी है.
Thank you for the wonderful question. Any other questions, anybody? I want a question from this side for some reason. या तो ये सेशन बहुत ही यूजलेस था कि अरे ये तो सब पता था, या ये इतना ज़्यादा कुछ डिफरेंट था कि ये सब तो क्या ही बोल दिया.
Hello, this side. My question is that who are your rivals? I mean, what are the other platforms other than LinkedIn where students can build their profiles and they can network?
I think I'll only answer this question and not go deep into the question कि why should you use them, but still I'll tell you. So I think the one that I can think of is Naukri.com the most, and I think Deepika can answer this better, because वहाँ पे भी there is a similar thing that you have a profile and recruiters are watching your profile. But what I personally feel कि Naukri.com और LinkedIn में क्या difference है is कि Naukri.com is only one sided, कि आपने अपनी प्रोफाइल बना दी, अब it's open to the recruiters कि अब आप इसे देख लो. But LinkedIn is more interactive. आप कुछ पोस्ट कर रहे हो, लोग उस पर कमेंट कर रहे हैं, आप लोगों के पोस्ट पे कमेंट कर रहे हो, यू आर चेकिंग आउट, यू आर पोस्टिंग वीडियोस. देयर आर सो मेनी थिंग्स एक्स्ट्रा दैट यू कैन डू ऑन लिंक्डइन कि इट बिकम्स मोर इंटरैक्टिव. सो आई थिंक आपको अपनी प्रोफाइल तो हर प्लेटफॉर्म पे बनानी चाहिए. आई विल ऑलवेज से दैट. ब्लोइंग अ बलून हियर. ओके ओके, सो प्रोफाइल आपको अपनी हर जगह बनानी है. डिजिटल प्रेजेंस, यू शुड ऑलवेज हैव अ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग डिजिटल प्रेजेंस. बट ट्रस्ट मी, मार्क माई वर्ड्स, आई एम टेलिंग यू दिस, इफ यू हैव अ गुड लिंक्डइन प्रोफाइल, आई एम नॉट सेइंग जस्ट लिंक्डइन प्रोफाइल, आप अपनी सारी प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे डिजिटल प्रेजेंस इतनी स्ट्रांग बनाओ कि एनी टाइम अ रिक्रूटर विशेज फॉर अ कैंडिडेट कि हाँ मुझे इस फील्ड में कोई कैंडिडेट चाहिए, तो आपकी प्रोफाइल सबसे टॉप पे उनको रेकमेंड हो। और वो कब रेकमेंड होती है? जब आपकी प्रोफाइल कंप्लीट होती है, उसमें बिल्कुल अच्छे से आपने डिटेल्स ऐड करी हैं, इट इज ऑथेंटिक। अगर आपने कोई सर्टिफिकेशन करा है, उसका क्रेडेंशियल डालो उसके ऊपर, पोस्ट अबाउट इट, राइट अबाउट इट। तो ये सारी चीजें जब आप करोगे तो आपकी वो जो एक प्रोफेशनल एक ब्रांडिंग बनती है, दैट इज रियली इंपॉर्टेंट। और आज की डेट में ट्रस्ट में, अगर आप किसी से भी मिलते हो ना, द वन थिंग दैट दे गो आफ्टर गोइंग बैक टू देयर होम इज दे विल स्टॉक यू ऑन लिंक्डइन कि आप करते क्या हो। आई एम टेलिंग यू दिस वेरी सीरियसली। दैट्स ऑल फ्रॉम या
Ma'am, you haven't covered the LinkedIn premium features, or without premium features, how can we improve?
because that my friend Deepika is gonna cover in the later part of the deck. And also बिना like on LinkedIn if you have the subscription, तो आपके बहुत सारे opportunities options open up हो जाते हैं कि कैसे आप LinkedIn को use कर सकते हो। But even if you don't have a premium subscription, still there are so many things that you can do over the platform, and I think those were some of the things that I talked about, and then even Deepika is going to talk about. So yeah.
I just want to add, जो भी मेघना ने आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा ना, जो भी मेघना ने अभी तक कवर करा वो कुछ भी प्रीमियम से रिलेटेड नहीं था। हाँ, तो प्रीमियम से जो हम बात करेंगे वो भी आगे करेंगे। दिस इज ऑल फ्री लिंक्डइन, so even if you are not having a premium subscription, you can still do everything that we have discussed till now. Yeah.
So hi, this side. So I had two questions. One was related to the premium LinkedIn subscription. So वो बाद में पूछते हैं। पहले दूसरा वाला पूछते हैं। So we are from Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University. We have ensured that each and every student of ours must have a LinkedIn profile. So all the students from Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University who are sitting here have a LinkedIn profile, number one. Number two, now they are vouching for how they can get a premium version of LinkedIn. I think 2 years back there was one opportunity from LinkedIn where they have given a free version of premium to the students. Currently, Gemini has offered their free version of pro services to the students. So students are expecting something like that for LinkedIn as well. So how soon we can expect that? Number one. Number two, as majority of the students are from finance background, and as you talked of making connections, so they wish to make connections with the people who are hiring in the finance background or who are hiring for the students from the finance background. What exact keyword they should search for in the search bar that they can connect with the recruiters who are exactly hiring for BBA or BCom graduates who are aspiring to work in the finance domain?
I think these both are very good questions. I would like to answer the second question first. So here when the filters feature of LinkedIn comes into the picture, for example, अगर आप job ढूंढने निकले हो, there are thousands of jobs. Literally, you will faint down कि करना क्या है. So always we have this feature called filters over LinkedIn, जिसमें you can put all of your preferences. Which company do you want? आप उसमें company stick कर सकते हो. Which geolocation you want, कि मुझे jobs बस इंडिया में ही देखनी है, तो I will only put India there. या specifically दिल्ली में देखनी है, गुड़गांव में देखनी है, and all of that. You put filters. वहीं पे there is an option called as hiring करके something comes up. So if you search in the search bar, like let's say आपने ABC कंपनी में search करना है कि if they are hiring या कौन कौन लोग हैं जो hire कर रहे हैं, you simply search there ABC and then you click on the filter hiring. तो उसमें वो वही लोगों की profiles को show करेगा जो कि actively hire कर रहे हैं, right? And then आप उसमें keywords डाल के search कर सकते हो जो कि जिस भी field में आपको job you are looking out for. तो कीवर्ड्स आई थिंक इज दी हैक कि आपको अपनी प्रोफाइल के कीवर्ड्स खुद पता होने चाहिए, एंड दैट इज हाउ यू विल फाइंड द अदर प्रोफाइल्स चैनल. आई थिंक दिस इज डज दैट आंसर द सेकंड पार्ट. Coming to the first part, so about the LinkedIn premium subscription, so sometimes we do have this policy that we are sharing out the premium subscriptions with the students, which are free for 6 months or something, but then these are like there are specific policies what the partnership looks like we have some non-profit partners with whom we do share our LinkedIn free premium subscription for the mentees, which they can redeem for a period of 6 months. And also fun fact that all the LinkedIn employees get 10 LinkedIn premiums free every year for 6 months. So आपको अगर LinkedIn के free premiums चाहिए तो आप क्या कर सकते हो, जनवरी में, like literally जनवरी में, you just ping anybody from LinkedIn and tell them कि hey, I want to pursue these XYZ courses over LinkedIn and I'm looking out for a premium subscription and can you please share one with me, और वो simply आपके साथ वो share कर सकते हैं. That's all. आप you don't have to pay anything. अगर कोई आपको आके बोले कि pay करो इसके लिए, do not pay that. Correct? So that's how you can get some premium subscription. Awesome. Any other questions? If not, I think we are good to go. I'll hand it over to Deepika.
I think we'll keep the time in mind as well. Probably what I'll do is I can see the interest level and I will not take much time. I'll probably run through the deck and हम लोग question and answers के लिए open up करेंगे because you might have other questions as well. So I want to ensure we are taking up the questions. Before I go further, एनी आइडिया आप लोगों को पता है कि लिंक्डइन पे कितना मेंबर बेस है, लिंक्डइन पे कितने लोग हैं आज? अगर हम आज की बात करें तो कितने लोग लिंक्डइन में अवेलेबल है? एनी नंबर, थ्रो सम रैंडम नंबर्स. आपको क्या लगता है कितने लोग हैं लिंक्डइन में? कोई नंबर्स, एनी नंबर्स दैट यू हैव इन माइंड? लिंक्डइन पे कितने लोग हैं? थोड़ा जोर से. 10 million. एनी अदर नंबर?
1 billion.
Who said 1 billion? और कोई?
तो बोलते
रैंडम नंबर्स थ्रो करने हैं, कुछ राइट रॉन्ग नहीं है इसमें. सॉरी, 40 million. somebody said 60 million, 50 million. ओके सर, आप तो मुझे लग रहा है पढ़ के आए हैं क्योंकि लिंक्डइन ने रिसेंटली 1 बिलियन का मार्क टच करा है. सो वी हैव रिसेंटली टच्ड 1 बिलियन मेंबर्स. इसमें से कोई मुझे बता सकता है कि इंडिया की अगर हम बात करें, सिर्फ इंडिया में कितने लोग हैं? हाँ, सारे होंगे, सारे नहीं है, लिंक्डइन ग्लोबल नेटवर्क है तो हर कंट्री के मोर देन 400 million. और कोई? 125 million. और कोई नंबर? 148 million. ओके, वेरी क्लोज जिसने भी ये बोला है. तो जस्ट वांटेड टू टेल, जब मैंने लिंक्डइन ज्वाइन करा था, वी इन इंडिया वी वर अबाउट 50 million members and today we are at 150 million members if I talk only about India as a market. एंड आई थिंक सर ने क्वेश्चन पूछा था अबाउट विच आर द प्लेटफॉर्म्स जहाँ पे लोगों को अपने प्रोफाइल्स बनाने चाहिए फॉर जॉब्स. दैट्स द रीज़न आई वांटेड टू थ्रो दिस नंबर बिकॉज व्हेन वी टॉक इंडिया एज अ मार्केट, a lot of us have this understanding that a lot of other players in the market, and of course Meghna took the name, so I am going to refer that, which is Naukri, that they are the most prominent player. And yes, of course they are a prominent player, but if you talk about the network कि कितने लोग किस प्लेटफॉर्म पे अवेलेबल है, LinkedIn has the highest network, whether you talk about global or whether you talk about India as a market. So that is the authenticity of the platform. जो प्रोफाइल आपको किसी और प्लेटफॉर्म पे नहीं मिलेगा, वो आपको LinkedIn पे मिलेगा, primarily because people trust a lot on the information. Guys, can I have some silence from this side, please? Thank you. So जो प्रोफाइल आपको कहीं नहीं मिलेगा, वो प्रोफाइल आपको LinkedIn पे मिलेगा. एंड उसका रीज़न ये है कि अगर आप लिंक्डइन पे कभी भी कुछ गलत इन्फॉर्मेशन डालोगे अपनी प्रोफाइल क्रिएट करते टाइम, तो लिंक्डइन आपका प्रोफाइल ब्लॉक कर देगा और वो फिर रिवाइव नहीं होता. तो विच बेसिकली टॉक्स अबाउट दैट द क्रेडिबिलिटी ऑफ इन्फॉर्मेशन. जैसे किसी ने बात करी थी, आई थिंक रेज्यूमे की किसी ने बात करी थी, आप रेज्यूमे में कुछ भी लिख दो, कोई पकड़ नहीं रहा है आपको. आप जब इंटरव्यू देने जाओगे तब आपको पकड़ा जाएगा और जब आपसे उसके ऊपर सवाल पूछे जाएंगे. लेकिन उससे पहले आप अपने रेज्यूमे में कुछ भी लिख दो, कोई पकड़ नहीं रहा है. बट इफ ऑन लिंक्डइन देयर आर अ लॉट ऑफ सर्टिफिकेशंस दैट आर बीइंग डन व्हाइल यू क्रिएट योर प्रोफाइल आल्सो. एंड आई थिंक आई जस्ट वांट टू ऐड टू मेघना ऑन. सर, आपने पूछा था कि कौन से स्किल्स फाइनेंस वाले स्टूडेंट्स डाल सकते हैं. लिंक्डइन पे जब भी आप प्रोफाइल क्रिएट करते हैं तो उसमें एक स्किल सेक्शन आता है. उसमें वी ऑलवेज रेकमेंड, जैसे फाइनेंस में भी आई एम श्योर देयर आर मेनी सब डोमेन्स दैट यू हैव विद इन फाइनेंस ऑल्सो. So we always recommend that use that skill section to select the skills from the drop down, because when you do that, I'm going to talk about the jobs right now, and those jobs are actually targeted as per the skills that you're mentioning on your profile or you're selecting from the skill section of the profile. So what we always recommend is that make sure whatever you're selecting from the drop down list, that is absolutely correct, because a lot of targeting actually happens on the drop down that you select from. I'll just move forward. Am I going back? Okay. How many of you know we have a recommendation section on LinkedIn? Students? Okay. Anyone who wants to share what do they think recommendation is? किसी ने कभी यूज करा है? ओके सर, आपने तो किया ही होगा, बट बताइए.
So basically, I always say this to my students as well. Wherever you are doing any internship or you have worked anywhere in any organization, before getting your certificate that you have done this internship, also make sure that the same person, the reporting manager of yours, is also writing some good words about you on your LinkedIn profile, because that will keep there always and will be visible to each and everyone throughout your life.
परफेक्ट. सो आप लोगों ने रेफ चेक के बारे में सुना होगा. रेफरेंस चेक्स होते हैं. Recommendation is actually an informal ref check for you. So not just any internship that you do, but even in the school, colleges that you have studied, or the teachers that you have studied from, you can always ask those people to give you recommendation, because that actually talks about योर क्रेडिबिलिटी. जब आपका कोई सीनियर आपके बारे में अच्छा बोलेगा या आपके स्किल्स को एंडोर्स करेगा, तो रिक्रूटर को वो एक वैलिडिटी मिलती है कि आपका प्रोफाइल क्रेडिबल है, एंड द अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर यू इंक्रीजेस. सो दैट्स वाई वी ऑलवेज रेकमेंड दैट यू शुड ऑलवेज स्पेंड टाइम ऑन गेटिंग रिकमेंडेशन. बट अगैन, डोंट गेट रिकमेंडेशन ओनली फॉर द हेक ऑफ इंक्रीजिंग नंबर ऑफ रिकमेंडेशन, बिकॉज उससे आपको कोई फ़ायदा नहीं होगा. आपके रिकमेंडेशन चाहे 3 या 4 हों, बट रिकमेंडेशन ऐसे होने चाहिए जो कि वैलिड है. कल को कोई जाके उनसे रेफ चेक करा तो वो वही बोले जो आपके प्रोफाइल में लिखा है. अगर आप अपने कॉलीग से या अपने अभी, बिकॉज यू आर ऑल स्टूडेंट्स, दैट्स व्हाई आई एम सेइंग डोंट टेक इट फ्रॉम योर पीयर्स. व्हेन यू स्टार्ट वर्किंग इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, यू शुड आल्सो टेक रिकमेंडेशन फ्रॉम योर पीयर्स. बट अभी, बिकॉज यू गाइज आर स्टूडेंट्स, सो don't take recommendation from your friends or peers, because that will not add any value. Take recommendations from people who are senior to you, who can talk about your credibility of the profile. The other thing is, a lot of you spoke about the fact कि आप लोग LinkedIn पे हैं, और मैंने बिगिनिंग में क्वेश्चन पूछा था कि आपको जब आप LinkedIn के बारे में सोचते हैं तो आपके दिमाग में क्या आता है, और आप सबने कुछ कुछ शेयर करा. बट मैं ये जानना चाह रही हूँ कि आप लोग LinkedIn पे क्यों हो तो सही, बट क्यों हो? फाइंडिंग जॉब और कुछ? जॉब्स मेन मुद्दा है, उसके बारे में हम बात करेंगे, बट उसके अलावा कनेक्शंस, उससे क्या होगा? कनेक्शंस बनाने से क्या होगा? वो जॉब मिलेगा. अच्छा, और
फील्ड के बारे में पता चलेगा.
उस कनेक्शन कैसे बताएगा फील्ड के बारे में? सॉरी, अपना एक्सपीरियंस. ओके,
प्रोफेशनल एग्जिस्टेंस.
प्रोफेशनल एग्जिस्टेंस. ओके, आई जस्ट वांट टू नो कि ये सब करके आपको मिलेगा क्या? व्हाट आर यू वांटिंग टू अचीव? वन इज समवन सेड जॉब. क्या हम सब ये सब सिर्फ जॉब के लिए कर रहे हैं? व्हाट डू वी वांट टू डू इट फॉर? उससे क्या होगा? हर चीज का वाई होता है ना, क्यों करते हैं? गेनिंग नॉलेज. ओके,
सोशल रिकग्निशन.
सोशल रिकग्निशन. ओके, तो मैं सिर्फ ये बोलना चाह रही हूँ, जैसे आप लोगों ने बोला ना, अभी सबने कुछ कुछ वर्ड्स बोले, लेकिन किसी को ये नहीं पता था कि हम कर क्यों रहे हैं. है एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे क्योंकि एक प्लेटफॉर्म एग्जिस्ट करता है, और हमें बताया गया है कि हमें उस प्लेटफॉर्म पे रहना है, लेकिन हमें उस प्लेटफॉर्म पे क्या रह के क्या करना है वो हमें नहीं पता. जॉब बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट ऑब्जेक्टिव है, और मोस्टली लोगों का वही ऑब्जेक्टिव होता है लिंक्डइन पे आने का. या तो उन्हें जॉब चाहिए होती है, या उन्हें कैंडिडेट्स चाहिए होते हैं जॉब्स के लिए. These are the two major objectives why people come to LinkedIn. But beyond this, there are a lot of other things. Like for example, मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ LinkedIn पे लोग 3 C's की वजह से आते हैं. So one is of course career, the second is connection, and the third is content. LinkedIn पे बहुत सारा कंटेंट अवेलेबल है आपके अपने एक्सपीरियंस बैंड के हिसाब से भी, नॉट दैट कि सिर्फ सीनियर लोगों के लिए है, विच यू कैन कंज्यूम. एंड व्हाट आई वांट टू टॉक अबाउट हियर इज कि जब आप LinkedIn पे आते हो ना, और जॉब आपका अल्टीमेट ऑब्जेक्टिव है, उससे पहले देयर आर फ्यू स्टेप्स दैट यू हैव टू टेक टू रीच दैट ऑब्जेक्टिव. जॉब मिलने के लिए जॉब ढूंढना ज़रूरी है. जॉब ढूंढने के लिए अपना प्रोफाइल क्रिएट करना ज़रूरी है, और उस पर करेक्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन डालनी ज़रूरी है. सो जनरली हमने जो देखा है वो ये कि पीपल फॉलो द लास्ट स्टेप, उसके पहले वाले वो सारे स्टेप भूल जाते हैं. प्रोफाइल बनाएंगे बट उसके अंदर इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं होगी. सो दैट इज व्हाई वी ऑलवेज से दैट स्टे इन टच इवन व्हेन यू डोंट नीड एनीथिंग. अभी हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव है जॉब, तो हम LinkedIn पे है, लेकिन एक बार जॉब मिल गई तो क्या हम उस प्रोफाइल को दोबारा कभी जाके देख भी रहे हैं? हमने उसको जाके कुछ बदला भी है? वहाँ पे जो हमारे कनेक्शन है उनके साथ हमने जाके कोई इक्वेशन क्रिएट भी किया है क्या? So that is why I'm saying be on a platform, but be on a platform even when you don't need anything from that platform. The second is connection, engage with your connection through post. आप लोगों में से कितने लोग ऐसे हैं जो LinkedIn पे पोस्ट करते हैं? क्या पोस्ट करते हो? Give me an example of few things that you post on LinkedIn. Certifications, वो तो उसमें ऐड हो जाता है ना, प्रोफाइल में ऐड हो जाता है, पर सॉरी, इवेंट्स, सेमिनार्स, और कुछ आर्टिकल्स, ओके, और कुछ न्यूज़लेटर, व्हाट एल्स, प्रोजेक्ट्स. तो व्हाट वी ऑलवेज से इज कि लिंक्डइन पे जब भी आप कोई पोस्ट डाल रहे हैं तो वो पोस्ट ऐसा होना चाहिए विच इज रीडर फ्रेंडली ऑल्सो. आज के टाइम में
sorry to disturb you. If you both share your name at the end of this event and get a photo clicked with the students of DSU VAVR campus, you will get at least 39 posts by the end of this day, because there are 39 students from DSU VAVR sitting in this room.
Perfect, sir, and that is on our agenda. So every event that we do, there is a
So
photo
they are
session
quite
that we
active
do.
there.
I think we would love that.
Yeah, we would love that. The whole idea is, sir, active होना और correct content post करना, दोनों में फर्क है. So I think what I'm trying to say is कि आप content तो post कर रहे हो, but are you posting the content which people actually read on LinkedIn also? So LinkedIn पे bit-sized video, bit-sized post, bit-sized pictures, this is what flows the most in terms of building credibility. I think अगर आप लोग आज खुद भी जाके LinkedIn profiles लोगों की देखते होंगे, या जो भी आपके नेटवर्क में भी हैं, कितने लोग ऐसे हैं जो जाके उनके लॉन्ग पोस्ट पढ़ते हैं? आई थिंक वो इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं रहता वो पढ़ने के लिए, बिकॉज नाउ डेज विद द रील्स कमिंग इन टू पिक्चर द अटेंशन स्पैन हैज रियली गॉन डाउन. एंड वॉट वी हैव ऑल्सो सीन इज ऑन लिंक्डइन ऑल्सो, इफ यू आर posting maybe 10-20 second video about yourself or whatever you are doing, or if you post a picture which talks about what you are doing, or if you post a post which is a very small post, that is what grabs the most attention. So make sure that you follow the rules that needs to be, that grabs most attention, so that you're posting it and you're getting the kind of traction that is needed on the post. The third thing is, how many of you know that there are groups on LinkedIn? There are a lot of groups on LinkedIn, बट लिंक्डइन पे जो ग्रुप्स हैं उनका पार्ट होने की दो कंडीशन होती है. पहली चीज़, आपको उस ग्रुप के एडमिन से परमिशन लेनी पड़ती है टू बी अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट ग्रुप, एंड वो एडमिन आपको परमिशन तभी देते हैं इफ़ यू पोजेस समथिंग विच इज़ रिलेटेड टू द स्किल सेट फॉर विच द ग्रुप इज़ क्रिएटेड. So find out groups which are there on LinkedIn, because there also you get job opportunities. There are a lot of jobs which get posted within different groups. So make sure that you are joining groups which are relevant to you, and also there is a restriction of only 50 groups that you can be a part of on linkedin.com. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि जितने मर्जी ग्रुप ज्वाइन कर लो. There's a number to it, so make sure you use it judiciously. And the last thing is, not just get recommendation, but also write recommendation for people that you have worked with, right? So it's a give and take process. Credibility दोनों जगह पे बनानी ज़रूरी है. So make sure you're doing that as well. I think I just want to be mindful of time है. अच्छा ठीक है, मैं quickly, because time कम है, तो मैं I'll just quickly run over it. LinkedIn.com profiles पे there is an option of putting yourself as open to work. कितने लोगों को ये बात मालूम है? कैसे करते हैं मालूम है? ओके, सो जब भी रिक्रूटर किसी प्रोफाइल पे आता है, तो जिन लोगों की प्रोफाइल पे ओपन टू वर्क लिखा होता है, चाहे आप बैच डालो या नहीं डालो, अगर आप बैच डाल रहे हो तो द प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ विजिबिलिटी इंक्रीजेस, बिकॉज अगर कोई हमारे कॉर्पोरेट कस्टमर्स नहीं भी हैं तो भी वो रिक्रूटर्स आपका प्रोफाइल देख सकते हैं. तो अभी और आप तो स्टूडेंट्स हो, तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि आप लोगों को कोई लिमिटेशन है ऑफ पुटिंग दैट बैच. So make sure that you're selecting that badge and making yourself open to work, because that increases the probability of recruiters reaching out to you. The second is, there is a jobs section on the LinkedIn profile. I don't know if you guys have seen. I'm just quickly running the slide because we don't have time. You have seen this job section on LinkedIn profile. तो अब क्या है, विद AI powered, पहले क्या होता था, आपको जाके जॉब ढूंढनी पड़ती थी. अभी क्या है, with AI coming into picture, on the basis of the skill sets that you have mentioned in your profile or the keywords that you have mentioned in your profile, AI will recommend you the jobs which are relevant for you. So you don't have to put effort. In fact, AI is going to put effort for screening the profile, but also, like I said in the beginning, input versus output. आप क्या डेटा डाल रहे हो वो बहुत रेलेवेंट है, तो आप कौन सी स्किल सेट्स डाल रहे हो, नहीं डाल रहे हो, वो बहुत करेक्ट होना चाहिए फॉर AI टू ऑल्सो डू दैट जॉब प्रॉपरली. It's a technology, so it will follow what humans is saying. So make sure that you are doing that correctly. Moving on, this is how AI is going to pick up the jobs and show you the jobs matches on the basis of the profile. So if you see on your left hand side, the list of jobs that you see, this is on the basis of the skill sets that you mention in your profile. And this is how AI is going to pick up and show it to you. This is what Meghna actually spoke about in a question that we got, that if somebody is hiring, if a company is hiring, this is how it's actually mentioned, that what's the industry that the company is from, what is the kind of salary that they are offering, what is the stage that job is on. जैसे इसमें लिखा हुआ है actively reviewing applicants, which basically means that this company is reviewing the applications on the job that is being posted. Follow companies, I think she have already spoken about it. Okay, how many of you know we have a learning platform? LinkedIn is a learning platform as well. किसी ने LinkedIn learning के बारे में सुना है? सुना है? Great. So जैसे मैंने बोला कि it is not just about the skills that you possess, but it is also equally important कि आप लोग अपने आप को upskill करें. And इसमें एक link लिखा हुआ है which is opportunity.linkedin.com. इस पे आप जाएंगे तो इस पे बहुत सारे courses free available हैं जो आप बिना प्रीमियम के भी ले सकते हैं डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द स्किल सेट्स दैट यू चूज फ्रॉम देयर. So you can go and you can use this platform to upskill yourself and do a lot of courses. There are some courses जिस पे certificates भी मिलता है आपको end में जो आप use कर सकते हैं. कुछ courses होते हैं जो bit sized courses होते हैं which is only for upskilling and there is no certificate. तो आप जिस भी course पे जाएंगे उस course में जाके आपको accordingly वो information मिल जाएगी. I am just going to cover the important information. This is what Meghna said जब उसने कंपनी का एग्जाम्पल दिया था कि अगर आप गूगल में जाना चाहते हैं, गूगल में जाके उन लोगों को ढूंढिए जो आपकी फील्ड से रिलेटेड है और फिर उनको रीच आउट करिए. दिस इज हाउ यू डू दैट. सो यू नीड टू फिगर आउट पीपल फ्रॉम अ पर्टिकुलर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन दैट यू वांट टू बी अ पार्ट ऑफ and then reach them out through maybe a connection request, and once they accept a connection request you can reach out through an email. If you already have a premium license you can directly send them an email as well. I am just being mindful of time because I want to be taking questions as well. This is what about I spoke about the post. जब भी आप कोई post करें LinkedIn पे तो make sure that the post is engaging. Try different format, use text, use images, make sure that you're authentic, you're featuring the best post. You don't have to put a lot of information, but put information which is relevant, which is concise and which is reader friendly. That is extremely important. Groups I already spoke about. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we are covering up questions because we are short of time right now. So this is in nutshell what LinkedIn is. How do you create a profile on LinkedIn? What are some of the do's and don'ts on LinkedIn? What are some of the things that you can do in terms of figuring out job opportunities for yourself? I just want to take a pause now and quickly in next 5 minutes if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer that. We'll go one by one. You can start and then I'll come to you. Yeah, so I think Meghna is from Trust and Safety team. So I will actually let her answer this question.
I think firstly I want to say sorry for that it happened. Secondly, I would just quickly tell you that sometimes these instances happen that your profile might get hacked because there are so many well-educated hackers and fraudsters sitting around, because LinkedIn पे इतनी information available है जो कि उनके पास जो उन्हें मिल सकती है, which is very risky and very scary. तो अगर आपको लगता है कभी भी कि आपके पास जैसे कभी कभी कुछ अच्छे लोग होते हैं जो आपको मैसेज करेंगे, अरे आई गॉट अ मैसेज फ्रॉम यू कि ऐसे कुछ लिंक था और वो लिंक कैसे था, इट वाज स्पैमी लिंक और समथिंग समथिंग. ऑलवेज मेक श्योर कि आपकी जो भी प्राइवेसी सेटिंग्स हैं दे आर वेरी वेल सेट. आपके पासवर्ड्स बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग होने चाहिए, आपका 2 स्टेप वेरिफिकेशन ऑथेंटिकेशन ऑन होना चाहिए। ऑलवेज मेक श्योर कि आप थोड़े टाइम पे अपने पासवर्ड्स को इन जनरल भी चेंज करो, नॉट जस्ट लिंक्डइन, बट डू दैट। एंड ऑल्सो आई थिंक ऑलवेज मेक श्योर कि आप अपना लिंक्डइन हमेशा, मतलब लिंक्डइन की हर प्लेटफॉर्म को हर थोड़े दिन में ऑलवेज चेक इट आउट कि उस पर हो क्या रहा है, कि ऐसे ना हो कि कुछ उससे फ्रॉड चीज़ें हो रही हैं, समथिंग इज हैपनिंग अराउंड एंड यू आर नॉट अवेयर अबाउट इट। सो ऑलवेज मेक श्योर कि आप अपने पासवर्ड्स को बहुत सिक्योर रखो, बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग रखो, और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट 2 स्टेप ऑथेंटिकेशन को हमेशा आप ऑन रखो।
आई थिंक मैं एक चीज़ और ऐड करना चाहूँगी ऑन मेघना's पॉइंट। आई कम फ्रॉम द सेल्स टीम, शी कम्स फ्रॉम द ट्रस्ट एंड सेफ्टी टीम, एंड मैं बहुत सारे ऐसे कस्टमर्स को मिलती हूँ जिनकी टीम में रिक्रूटर्स के प्रोफाइल्स ब्लॉक हो जाते हैं, बिकॉज not because of hacking or anything, but because of a lot of don'ts that they should have not done on LinkedIn. So I think एक चीज़ का आप लोग भी ध्यान रखें, because you are students and you might need to access LinkedIn from various platforms, from various places. One of the thing is हम लोग device measure करते हैं. So if you are using LinkedIn on multiple devices, that typically also creates a problem, because कई बार हम लॉग आउट करना भूल जाते हैं या हमें नहीं पता होता कि उस सिस्टम पे और कौन एक्सेस कर रहा है. तो मेक श्योर कि आप भी छोटी छोटी चीज़ों को लेकर थोड़ा सा माइंडफुल रहे कि अपने लॉगिन आईडी पासवर्ड्स किसी के साथ ना शेयर करें, मल्टीपल डिवाइसेस से उसको एक्सेस ना करें. आजकल ऐप इज़ द बेस्ट वे टू एक्सेस लिंक्डइन, एंड 85 to 90% of our traffic also comes from mobile app. So make sure that you're using it in the right manner. So I think that's also equally important. I know the bell has rung, but if there's one more question, can I take that? उसके लिए ही जो फर्स्ट पार्ट ऑफ द
Can we
presentation.
repeat the question maybe over mic?
हाँ, एक बार repeat कर दो.
How can we ensure that our profile is good enough to get a job?
तो उसके लिए फर्स्टली प्रोफाइल कंप्लीट होना बहुत ज़रूरी है, और प्रोफाइल पे रेलेवेंट इन्फॉर्मेशन होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. दैट्स नंबर 1. द नंबर 2 थिंग इज़, जो मैंने एक स्लाइड जब मैंने दिखाई थी और मैंने उस पर बोला था कि हम जनरली जब जॉब के लिए आते हैं तो हमारा फोकस सिर्फ जॉब होता है और हम सिर्फ जॉब ही ढूंढ रहे होते हैं. बट जॉब ढूंढने के लिए सिर्फ प्रोफाइल क्रिएट करना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है. यू हैव टू ऑल्सो इंश्योर दैट यू आर कनेक्टिंग विद द राइट सेट ऑफ पीपल. क्योंकि अगर आप लोगों से कनेक्ट नहीं करो, आपके जैसे बहुत, जैसे मैंने बोला लिंक्डइन पे 1 बिलियन से ऊपर लोग हैं, मोस्टली लोग जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ देख रहे हैं, बट आप अपना यूनिक डिफरेंशिएटिंग फैक्टर कैसे कर रहे हो. तो 1 इज प्रोफाइल कंप्लीट होना चाहिए, अपडेटेड होना चाहिए विद करेक्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन. द सेकंड थिंग ऑल्सो इज दैट यू नीड टू गो एंड एक्टिवली रीच आउट टू पीपल ऑल्सो. आप अपनी लिस्ट ऑफ कंपनीज बनाओ कि आप किन कंपनीज में काम करना चाहते हो, और उसके बाद उन कंपनीज को लिंक्डइन पे फॉलो करो, उन कंपनी के लोगों को लिंक्डइन पे ऐड करो अपने नेटवर्क में, एंड उस कंपनी में आई एम श्योर देयर आर जॉब्स ऑल्सो पोस्टेड फॉर बाय दैट कंपनी. उन जॉब्स में देखो जाके कि विच आर द जॉब्स विच आर रेलेवेंट फॉर योर प्रोफाइल, और उन पे अप्लाई करो. So there are steps. There is no one step that will lead you to the job. There is a series of steps that you need to take.
Can we have one final question, please? जरूरी है.
बताइए सर.
So LinkedIn as an organization, what they are doing to restrict fake influencers. बहुत मेजॉरिटी है विप्रो हायरिंग वर्क फ्रॉम होम 20,000 to 60,000 कमेंट इंटरेस्टेड and lakhs of people are liking and writing comments, and these are fake hiring requirements. What you are doing exactly for this?
Okay, you go ahead. I think for this I would like to point out, if you remember, कुछ time पहले तक there used to be these posts, hey, I have job opportunities in these 100 countries and you can apply and I will not charge anything, और बहुत सारे वाले posts होते थे और सिर्फ यही थे LinkedIn पे. So we have a proper jobs team that makes sure कि whatever jobs are being posted over LinkedIn, they are all spam free and they're legit jobs. ऐसे कुछ भी fake jobs नहीं post हो रहे हैं. So we have a team for that. One thing I would recommend you all is that whenever you see anything that you feel कि इसमें कुछ गड़बड़ है, it might be a job which you feel it's fake, it's any member profile that you feel it's fake, always go ahead and just click on report. वो 3 dots पे जाके सेमाफोर पे आप report कर सकते हो. That comes to our team और relevant teams. कोई ad दिखता है वो ads team को जाता है, jobs दिखते हैं fake वो jobs team को जाते हैं, and then they do their deep dive and see कि अगर ये सच में कुछ legit है तो cool, if it's not legit that is being taken down. तो अब आपको वो posts नहीं दिखते होंगे, US Canada ये वो इतनी jobs हम दे रहे हैं, ये सब ये वाले posts जा चुके हैं. So anytime you see any kind of these things, always go ahead and report and it will be taken down. I'm for sure.
Also, I'll come to you. Also, I just want to add to Meghna. अब ना हमने बहुत सारे steps लेने शुरू करे to prevent fraudulent people also on LinkedIn. अगर आप देखो, आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी इयर्स बैक हैव यू स्टार्टेड विद योर लिंक्डइन प्रोफाइल, बट आई जस्ट वांट टू टेल यू कि अब अगर आप देखोगे ना लिंक्डइन पे देयर इज अ लिमिट ऑफ 50 कनेक्शन रिक्वेस्ट, यू कैन नॉट सेंड मोर देन 50 कनेक्शन रिक्वेस्ट इन अ वीक. पहले ऐसा कोई लिमिट नहीं था, आप जितने मर्जी कनेक्शन रिक्वेस्ट भेजो, कोई नहीं रोक रहा था. बट नाउ व्हाट वी हैव सीन इज दैट पीपल आर स्पैमिंग different people, and that's the reason we have put that restriction. The other thing also is a lot of profiles nowadays are getting blocked primarily because people are doing fraudulent activities, and the trust and safety team takes it very seriously. Also, the third thing which Meghna said, which is very important, is that we are doing our actions, but it is equally important that if somebody is coming across something which is not in the right taste, to report it. And when that reporting happens na, then you will see the action happening very quickly, because एक थर्ड सोर्स से जब आ रहा है, सो वी डू आर इन्वेस्टिगेशंस वेरी वेरी स्ट्रांगली. आर ट्रस्ट एंड सेफ्टी टीम इज बेस्ड आउट ऑफ यूएस, एंड दे आर वेरी वेरी स्ट्रांग इन टर्म्स ऑफ दीज फ्रॉडुलेंट ट्रैकिंग ऑफ फ्रॉडुलेंट एक्टिविटीज. हाँ जी, माइक पे बोलो ताकि सब सुन ले.
हाँ, जो पर्सन प्रीमियम लेता है तो उसका बेनिफिट क्या मिलेगा, जो पर्सन फ्री मिलेगा?
परफेक्ट, तो ग्रेट क्वेश्चन. कुछ फीचर्स का डिफरेंस है, हमने अभी आज प्रेजेंटेशन में कुछ फीचर्स दिखाए. लिंक्डइन फ्री वर्सेस प्रीमियम का पहला डिफरेंस ये है कि आपको linkedin.com पे किसी को भी अगर रीच आउट करना है तो आपको पहले कनेक्शन रिक्वेस्ट भेजना पड़ता है, और अगर आपका सामने वाला पर्सन कनेक्शन रिक्वेस्ट एक्सेप्ट करता है, दैट इज़ व्हेन यू कैन राइट अ मैसेज टू दैट पर्सन. बट प्रीमियम में यू गेट सम नंबर, इट्स 15 और 20, यू गेट दोज इन मेल्स कि आप कनेक्ट नहीं करे बिना भी आप लोगों को रीच आउट कर सकते हो. दैट्स द फर्स्ट advantage of free versus premium. The other thing also is LinkedIn Learning. LinkedIn Learning हमारा एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसमें बहुत सारे कोर्सेज अवेलेबल है, तो अगर आपको अपने आप को अपस्किल करना है उसके लिए LinkedIn Learning हेल्प करता है, और LinkedIn Learning LinkedIn Premium के साथ बाय डिफॉल्ट आता है. तो दैट्स अनदर that you get on LinkedIn Premium versus LinkedIn. नेटवर्क में कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है, जो नेटवर्क आपको एक LinkedIn फ्री पे दिखेगा वही आपको प्रीमियम में भी दिखेगा, उसमें फ़र्क नहीं है. बट आपको रीच का फ़र्क होता है, आपको अपस्किलिंग का डिफरेंस है कि आप LinkedIn लर्निंग एक्सेस कर सकते हो विच यू कांट एक्सेस ऑन linkedin.com. Okay, thank you so much. I think we are short of time. If you have any questions, I think we are here. You can reach out to us one-on-one and we'll be happy to answer.
Louder, please. Louder. Round of applause.
Just one second. We are just having a QR code here for the feedback. So please help us with the feedback of the session that you attended today.
Thank you. So if you want to join, come. I think we would really appreciate. Oh, थोड़ा लॉट में आओ. हाँ,
नहीं.
I think we can accommodate.